Chapter 201 Chapter 198 Being assaulted fish is no easy task. Are you sure Yang Lin will definitely stand up for the bullpen? Ruizhe looked at Guo Xiaolei with sharp eyes. If Yang Lin doesn't stand up, there's no point in dealing with a bullpen, and you won't be able to get back the lost ground. 100% he will. Guo Xiaolei said firmly. Their relationship is very close. I remember that once, the bullpen got into a conflict with a senior from my year. Yang Lin didn't say a word, and he took a few people from his dormitory and immediately went to retrieve the field. Because of this incident, Yang Lin was punished and lost his scholarship. Besides, since this incident started because of Yang Lin, there is no way he can just stand by and do nothing. As Guo Xiaolei spoke, she sat down next to Ruizhe and leaned on him. That's good. Ruizhe narrowed his eyes and did not stop Guo Xiaolei's actions. If you're going to do it for free, you might as well do it. After this is over, Guo Xiaolei can just leave. Get the cowshed done as soon as possible. I'm looking forward to Yang Lin's performance. Don't worry, Li Xiao, it'll be done in no time. Guo Xiaolei was like rickets, lying on Ruizhe's body and teasing. It's getting dark, let's do some exercise. Ruizhe's mood has improved, so he lets off some steam first. Guo Xiaolei is beaming with joy, as she has finally coaxed Ruizhe into submission, and will enjoy endless riches and glory. Qin Wanru returns to Bai Jing, but instead of going straight back to the Qin family, she stays at her villa. She was originally considering going straight back to knock on Li Jinjin's door, but now she has changed her mind, and realizing that taking down her grandfather is the most important thing. Qin Wanru just waits, waiting for Qin Hong to call. It's just psychological warfare. The Qin family in Beijing. Has Wanru returned? Qin Hong moved his body and watered the flowers. Missy returned in the morning and went straight to the office. After finishing her work, she looked back at the villa in Wangjing, but didn't come out. Lu Kaigong answered immediately with a bow. The family is in an uproar, but she is calm and playing mind games with me. Qin Hong stopped what he was doing. He couldn't wait. The family was too noisy and needed Qin Wanru to step in and solve it. Lu Kaigong didn't say a word. Call Wanru and tell her to come back for lunch tomorrow. Yes, sir. Lu Kai stepped down, walked to the side, and dialed Qin Wanru's phone. Miss, the master wants you to come back to the old mansion for lunch tomorrow. Got it. Qin Wanru smiled, she had one. The next day. Yang Lin lay on the bed like a salted fish, rolling from side to side. It was so uncomfortable. Honey, I don't want to go on like this. I'll tell you a prescription, you have someone get it for me. Yang Lin immediately got up. It was too hard to do nothing. He kept searching in the system and finally found a prescription that could quickly heal his eyes. Qin Luoxi smiled slightly, as if bathed in the spring breeze. Yang Lin, such a good vacation time will not be available in the future. Don't think about it anymore. Qin Wanru didn't want Yang Lin to be too tired, so he took advantage of the time to rest, which was just right. No, work makes me happy. Yang Lin said with conviction. It's not easy to be a salted fish either. Okay, what's the prescription? Qin Luoxi did not discourage him, as long as Yang Lin was happy. I'll get the prescription, you go to the balcony to get some fresh air and relax. Okay, thanks, wife, you're the best. Yang Lin said slyly. Qin Luoxi was stunned, Yang Lin's expression was so eager for a beating. As if the plot had succeeded. Ha 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 ha. I randomly heard Yang Lin's laughter. Qin Luoxi shook his head helplessly and arranged to go down. Afternoon. Auntie Lan brought the medicine early in the morning and handed it to Qin Luoxi. Miss, here's the medicine you wanted. Okay, you go ahead, I'll let you know if I need you. Qin Luoxi instructed. Wife, apply the medicine to me, I want to be a king for once. Yang Lin said impassioned, since last night, Yang Lin has become very excited, unlike before when he was lifeless. Has anyone said you're too cocky? Qin Luoxi said as she removed the gauze from his eye. Luckily. Yang Lin felt good about himself, as long as he could see, he didn't want to stay at home. Yang Lin, the medicine is already applied, when will your eye probably get better? Qin Luoxi didn't doubt Yang Lin's medical skills, after all, he could even cure a vegetable. I'll be able to see at night. Yang Lin only felt his eye was cold and comfortable. Yushu Electronics. Li Xiao, I have already investigated the two people you asked me to check on last time. The girl is Yang Lin's younger sister Yan Lu. The other is Yu Bin, the son of the Yu group. Here is detailed information on the two of them. Li Tong handed the information to Li Yushu with both hands and stood respectfully in front of him. Li Yushu read the information in his hands and carefully read the information on the two people. Focusing on Yang Lu, Li Yushu didn't know what to do for the time being. It wasn't the time to confront Yang Lin head-on, and he could only act according to the situation. Yang Lu might be a breakthrough. Okay, Li Xiao. Ding dong. The sound of a message. Li Yushu took out his phone and read the message from Feng Tian Tian. Yushu, I've made an appointment with my dad. Are you free tomorrow? Finally hooked, Li Yushu has been hanging out with Feng Tian Tian for the past 2 days, using the excuse of being busy at work to avoid seeing her. Feng Tian Tian finally couldn't hold back any longer. I'll have time tomorrow. I've been busy these past 2 days and I've ignored you, I'm sorry. That's fine, work is important. I'll send you the time and place later, see you tomorrow. Okay. Li Yushu put down the phone, leaned back in her chair, and said, Go get a present ready, don't go over the top, something practical will do. Got it. Li Yushu was very good at these things. Feng Tian Tian jumped up happily, her mind was full of Li Yushu's figure. She couldn't stand not seeing him for just 2 days. Li Yushu's company is having trouble with the chip, and her father can help. Feng Tian Tian cleared her throat and dialed the phone number of Dean Feng. Tian Tian, why did you think to call me? Dean Feng said kindly, when he was young, he was always busy working and rarely took care of Feng Tian Tian, which resulted in their not having a deep relationship as father and daughter. Especially after the death of his wife, the relationship deteriorated even more. Feng Tian Tian always believed that it was President Feng who caused her mother to die from overwork. Seeing Feng Tian Tian's phone, President Feng was very happy and took special care of it. I have a boyfriend. Feng Tian Tian's voice was cold. If it weren't to draw her closer to Li Yushu, she definitely would not have contacted President Feng. Boyfriend? Who is he and what is his family situation? President Feng, like any parent, was especially nervous when he heard his daughter say this. It was as if the cabbage he had raised was about to be trampled by a pig. If you meet him once, won't you know? What, no time? Feng Tian Tian said impatiently. If you have time, you arrange it. President Feng calmed down. Regardless of whether or not there was time, he must find time to meet Feng Tiantian's boyfriend. He had already missed Feng Tiantian's childhood, and he must be careful in her marriage matters. Wait for my news tomorrow. Chapter 202 Chapter 199 A shameless person is invincible. On the dilapidated fishing boat. Tom, who stood at the bow of the boat, 1 foot on the edge, smoking and frowning. After hiding at the bottom of the boat for a day and a night, and dealing with several inspections, he finally came out to get some fresh air while it was dark. Ruan Shaochen stood behind him without saying a word. What had happened in the past 2 days had been too much of a shock for him. He has thus become a wanted criminal and needs to wander around. Damn, Ruan Shengfeng is such an idiot, he doesn't even know that he is being targeted. Tom, who threw the cigarette but on the ground with all his strength. He cursed in his mouth. He will definitely be punished for returning to the organization in such a disheveled state. What should he do? Ruan Shaochen, we will definitely be punished after returning to the organization. We must achieve results, otherwise, no matter where we go, we will not be chased. Don't doubt my words, this is the reason why your father doesn't let you get in touch with the organization. If you want to be free, you have to become stronger. Tong Hu said every word with great emphasis. Ruan Shaochen suddenly looked up, becoming stronger. After we get back, we'll figure out why this time went wrong. Tong Hu continued to look at the sea. Ruan Shaochen still has value to be used, at least he is better than his father. We still have to drift on the sea for half a month. Well, we have already taken this step, there is no turning back. We can only become stronger and then change our identities and come back. I wonder how Dad is doing. Ruan Shaochen looked at the dark sea and felt a chill in his heart. Song Yun, have you found any news about Ruan Shaochen? Not yet. It's as if they've disappeared into thin air. Song Yun frowned, puzzled. How did they get out? Keep looking. Ruan Shengfeng won't say anything, and Wang Yuan knows very little that's of any value. Finding Ruan Shaochen might be a breakthrough. Gu Jin immediately arranged for it to be done. Good. Rose Manor. Yang Lin sat by the bed and slowly removed the gauze. Qin Luoxi sat nervously nearby, crossing his arms. After the gauze was removed, Yang Lin slowly opened his eyes. It was so bright. Yang Lin covered his eyes with his hand. Yang Lin, what's wrong? Qin Luoxi's heart rate quickened. Is there a problem? I should have known not to be in such a hurry. It's fine, don't be nervous, the light is a bit strong. Yang Lin slowly moved his hand away and slowly adjusted to the light. Wife, you're so beautiful. Yang Lin grinned from ear to ear. Are you really okay? Qin Luoxi's hand waved in front of Yang Lin's eyes to make sure he could see. Yang Lin grabbed Qin Luoxi's hand and answered her question with practical action. I'm really fine. Qin Luoxi also let go of her worries. Yang Lin, your medical skills are truly amazing. Let's open a medical clinic, it'll definitely be packed. Are you serious? Qin Luoxi's thoughts are really out of the box. I was just joking. It's a waste to see you with all your medical skills. It's not a waste. My medical skills are for the people around me. As for opening a clinic, I haven't thought about it. Thinking about it is still a bit scary. Opening a clinic is not appropriate. Yang Lin was talking, and his eyes looked at Qin Luoxi's chest, magnificent. He swallowed, a bit unnatural. Before Qin Luoxi didn't wake up, he couldn't be an animal. Now that he is awake, if he remains indifferent, he is worse than an animal. Qin Luoxi saw Yang Lin's gaze and his face immediately turned red. Yang Lin, it's very late, go to bed early. Yes, wife, you're right, go to bed early. Yang Lin echoed, saying it without any disguise. Qin Luoxi stood up suddenly. He walked into the bathroom and closed the door. Yang Lin laughed derisively and shook his head. My wife is too innocent. There's still plenty of time. Yang Lin wasn't in a hurry. Qin Luoxi wasn't fully recovered yet, so they would wait a little longer. Honey, my eyes are tired, I'm going to sleep first. Yang Lin climbed into bed, found a comfortable position, and fell asleep. Early morning. Yang Lin stretched, yawning. He didn't know when he fell asleep last night. Now he just felt refreshed. In contrast, Qin Luoxi looked at him with a face full of resentment. Honey, what's wrong? Nothing. Qin Luoxi lifted the quilt and slowly moved her limbs. Last night, she walked out of the bathroom and lay on the bed, not moving, for fear that Yang Lin would take advantage of her. After waiting for a few minutes, there came a snore. Yang Lin had fallen asleep. What was going on? Did I not have any attraction at all? Or, was Yang Lin not capable? Qin Luoxi tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and woke up today with a pair of panda eyes. What's wrong? Why is Qin Luoxi angry? Has something happened? Yang Lin touched the back of his head, puzzled. But since Qin Luoxi didn't say anything, he didn't dare to ask again. Yang Lin could only walk into the bathroom to wash up, looking back every few steps. On the other side, Guo Xiaolei was sound asleep, leaning on Li Ruizhe's shoulder. Li Ruizhe pulled his arm out with force and lit a cigarette. He had already grown tired of playing these past 2 days. Guo Xiaolei woke up suddenly with a yawn, rubbing her eyes. Li, what's wrong? What happened to the matter you told me about? I've already found out that Niu Peng has returned to Jiangcheng on business trip, I'll ask him out immediately. Guo Xiaolei woke up from her daze when she saw Li Ruizhe's expression. Are you sure? Yes, don't worry, I know his weak point, there is definitely no problem. Guo Xiaolei regained her confidence and looked proud. Good, let's meet here. Li Ruizhe threw away the cigarette butt. The villa is located in a relatively remote area, not many people stay here, it's very convenient to do things here. It's also easy to deal with Yang Lin. Good. Guo Xiaolei shrugged her shoulders and smiled ingratiatingly. Get down to business, get dressed, and when it's done, you'll be rewarded. Thanks, Li. That's exactly what Guo Xiaolei wanted to hear. As for Li Ruizhe's men, they were useless, they couldn't get it up. And every time they pretended to be comfortable, it was a letdown. She immediately got dressed, sat on the sofa next to her, and dialed the phone number of the bullpen. She dialed the number several times, but the bullpen hung up every time. Guo Xiaolei was not discouraged, and kept dialing the number. What's the matter? The bullpen's tone was very bad. Oh, his temper has also grown. Guo Xiaolei said disdainfully. If you have something to say it, if not, I'll hang up. The bullpen was impatient. He no longer wanted to have anything to do with Guo Xiaolei. I want to see you, right now. Are you sick? You want to see me and I have to go. Niu Peng found it funny, as if they were still in college and dating. Niu Peng was shameless. If you don't come, I'll go find your parents. Don't you dare. Guo Xiaolei was so damn helpless. She shouldn't have brought her to meet her parents in the first place. Why wouldn't I dare? Don't worry, this is the last time. I will never look for you again. If you don't come, you know I can do what I say. Guo Xiaolei said nonchalantly. Why are you looking for me? You'll know when you get here. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Okay, this is the last time. Don't look for me again. Deal. Guo Xiaolei looked at Li Ruizhe with a smile on her face, as if she was taking credit. Li Ruizhe gave her a thumbs up, but in his heart he despised her. A shameless person is invincible. Chapter 203 Chapter 200 Yang Lin went to the appointment alone and met Li Ruizhe. Until they finished breakfast, Qin Luoxi was indifferent to Yang Lin. Yang Lin was emo, wondering what had gone wrong. Let's go out for a walk later, let Luoxi calm down. She's angry, so communication is useless. Upholding this principle, Yang Lin said goodbye and left home. Qin Luoxi's eyes were wide with disbelief. What's going on? She's just leaving like that. Poof. Yang Lin, if you leave, don't ever come back. The more Qin Luoxi thought about it, the angrier she became. She put down the food in her hands and went to do her rehabilitation exercises. After she's completely recovered, she can just walk away too. Yang Lin went to the office first. She hadn't been there for a few days. There were currently a few big projects going on, and she needed to find out what was going on. After finishing up, Yang Lin let out a sigh of relief. It's not easy being the general manager. I'll give Luoxi back in a while. I wonder if she's calmed down yet. She sat in her chair and spun around a couple of times. Thinking about her own business, she also needed to find out what was going on. She was about to dial the phone. The phone call from the cattle shed came in. Cattle shed, I haven't contacted you in a long time, what's wrong? Yang Lin asked happily. It's been a long time since I saw you. Li Ruizhe gritted his teeth again when he heard Yang Lin's voice for the first time, and the sense of humiliation from the beginning came flooding back. Who are you, and why do you have the cattle shed's phone? Yang Lin's body tensed, and a bad feeling came over him. You've forgotten so quickly, this is Li Ruizhe, I have the cattle shed in my hands, if you want to save him, come to the location I specified. Okay, I will definitely go. If the cow shed is harmed, I will never let you go. Yang Lin said angrily, the cow shed was completely implicated by him this time. Enough nonsense, I'll be waiting for you. Li Ruizhe hung up the phone, his eyes fierce, a smile on the corner of his mouth. He took a picture of the cow shed, who was beaten and bruised, and sent it to Yang Lin. Thinking of Yang Lin's angry expression, Li Ruizhe let out a loud laugh. This feeling is really great. Then he sent an address, Lin Hai Villa. If you call the police, you'll be waiting to collect the body of Niu Peng. Yang Lin's face turned pale. Looking at the photo of Niu Peng on his phone, he had been beaten beyond recognition. He suppressed his anger, enlarged the photo, and saw that there was blood at the corners of Niu Peng's mouth. His eyes were swollen and high, and his face was sunken, obviously from the impact of gravity. Ah! Yang Lin was burning with rage, and his little universe was about to explode. He tried hard to keep himself calm. Li Ruizhe is just trying to provoke him, he can't fall for it. Yang Lin was going to call Zhao Ling, but after thinking about it for a while, he didn't dial the number. Li Ruizhe has to be taught a lesson. He'll call Zhao Ling when they get to the villa. After she arrives, the things he needs to deal with will already be taken care of. Zhao Ling can just finish up. Luckily, he cured his eye last night, otherwise he would have been helpless. Yang Lin didn't waste any time, grabbed his keys, and ran out of the office. An hour later, Yang Lin arrived at the seaside villa and sent a text message to Zhao Ling, attaching a photo of the cow shed, and setting his phone to silent mode. Zhao Ling received Yang Lin's message, looked panicked, and immediately dialed Yang Lin's phone number. No matter how many times she dialed, there was no answer. She reported to the team leader, and led two people in the direction of the seaside villa. Yang Lin stood at the door, kicking it with all his strength. The door opened, and Yang Lin walked in step by step. Li Ruizhe applauded and mocked, saying, "What a deep brotherly love." Xiaolei was telling the truth. Guo Xiaolei stood behind the sofa, looking a little silly. She never imagined that Ruizhe would treat the cowshed like this. Beating people like a sandbag. Is this the Ruizhe she knows? Yang Lin understood everything when he saw Guo Xiaolei. It was all thanks to Guo Xiaolei that Ruizhe had come looking for the cowshed. His sharp eyes swept Guo Xiaolei. In the past, he only thought that this woman was vain, but he never imagined that she could be so ruthless. For the sake of her own selfish desires, she has tortured the bullpen into such a state. The bullpen was his ex-boyfriend, so doesn't she have any feelings at all? Guo Xiaolei looked at Yang Lin's eyes. They were so terrifying that she unconsciously took a few steps back and gulped. Yang Lin ignored Guo Xiaolei. She will learn her lesson. He was about to walk towards the cowshed to check on the situation when a tall black man blocked his path. You little brat, you're still so arrogant in my territory, you're looking for death. But you really have some balls, letting you come alone, just you alone. Even though you have a bit of kung fu, so what, you're still going to get on your knees. Ruizhe smiled and played with the knife, not caring at all about Yang Lin's angry expression. He had already received the news that there were no police following Yang Lin. The more Yang Lin does this, the happier he is. This is the result he wants to see. Yang Lin, when you made me eat shit, did you ever think it would end up in my hands? Ruizhe stood up and slowly walked over to Yang Lin. Yang Lin clenched his fists, looked at the people around him, and began to calculate in his heart how to get rid of everyone here as quickly as possible. There were 4 bodyguards in the hall, one standing in front of the bullpen, one following Ruizhe the whole time, and the other 2 diagonally opposite him, all staring at him intently. The best way is to kidnap Ruizhe. After thinking about it, Yang Lin looked at Ruizhe and said, I thought you would change after eating shit, but I didn't expect a dog to be unable to change its habit of eating shit. You called me a dog. Ruizhe's eyes widened, his face hideous. Good, very good, I was going to let you taste what I felt like in the beginning, but since you don't know when you're dying, you'll just die. But before you die, you still have to eat shit, and I've already prepared it for you. Ruizhe snapped his fingers, and one of the bodyguards brought out a bucket of dog shit that had been prepared in advance. Yang Lin, eat him, and I'll let your classmates go, otherwise, he will go to hell before you, and you only have 10 seconds to think about it. Ready to start the timer, 10, 9. Yang Lin was very anxious, looking at the cattle shed from time to time. He was calculating the essentials of taking down Ruizhe according to the system. Ruizhe looked at Yang Lin's expression and his heart was filled with joy. This was so great. When he bullied people before, it was never like this. This was just so great, the climax was not this good. Yang Lin still didn't say anything, slowly moving his feet. 5, 4, 3. Okay, I promise, I'll eat it. Yang Lin walked towards the bucket. That's right, you must look at the camera while eating. Ruizhe planned to fight fire with fire. After the video was shot, he would also upload it online for people to enjoy. Hurry up, don't waste time. Ruizhe impatiently urged, his evil sense of humor growing stronger and stronger. His eyes also became evil. Just then, Yang Lin turned around, sidekicked, and knocked down the bodyguard behind Ruizhe. Then he slapped Ruizhe and knocked him to the ground. Yang Lin grabbed Ruizhe's neck like he was grabbing a chicken. Still arrogant? Chapter 204 Chapter 201 Ruizhe is looking for death. Ruizhe looked at Yang Lin with terrified eyes. His neck was being strangled and he couldn't even speak properly. How did he do that? Are the bodyguards behind him made of paper? Seeing this, the bodyguards directly surrounded him. Let's see if you move faster than me. Yang Lin applied a little more pressure, and Ruizhe's face turned red, and he waved his hands repeatedly, his mouth making intermittent sounds. Back off. Do you hear me? Back off. Yang Lin loosened a little, he needed to make sure that Niu Peng was still alive. With all that noise, he wasn't even awake, and Yang Lin was very worried. Guo Xiaolei opened her mouth wide and covered it with her hand. How did Yang Lin do it? She kept staring, and in the blink of an eye, the bodyguard fell to the ground, clutching his stomach, while Ruizhe was choking Yang Lin. Is this still human? It completely exceeded Guo Xiaolei's understanding. It's over. Yang Lin definitely won't let her go. Guo Xiaolei bent over nervously, trying to reduce her sense of presence, and slowly moved towards the door. Hoping that Yang Lin hadn't noticed her. Yang Lin dragged Ruizhe towards the cowshed, completely ignoring his feelings. It hurts. Li Ruizhe's teeth were clenched in pain, and sweat was beading on his forehead. Yang Lin crouched down and pulled Li Ruizhe hard to make sure he was in his hands. He placed his hands in front of the nose of the cow shed. And there was breath. Yang Lin's nervous heart let go. Subsequently, Yang Lin took the cowshed's pulse, which was chaotic, indicating problems in multiple organs. Yang Lin's face was dark. The cowshed had suffered greatly. At this moment, Yang Lin's hostility surrounded him. The air pressure around him decreased. The three bodyguards couldn't help but tremble. They were all paid to do a job, not to die. Who hit him? Yang Lin, furious, squeezed out a few words between his teeth. Grabbing Li Ruizhe's hand, he unconsciously increased the strength. Li Ruizhe slapped Yang Lin's hand hard with both hands, trying to breathe. Yang Lin used his other hand to directly unload Li Ruizhe's two arms. He is now ready to kill. Whoa wah. Li Ruizhe made a sound with difficulty, his hands hanging limply, his expression of fear even more intense. Who the hell hit him? If you don't tell me, you're all going to die. Yang Lin's eyes were red, his patience at its limit. He regretted messaging Zhao Ling. He should have just handled it his way. Li Xiao, it was Li Xiao who did it. I'm telling the truth. At the time, Li Xiao told us to shoot a video and prepare to send it to you. The bodyguard swallowed. He dared not hide it. Who else was there besides him? The three bodyguards shook their heads. Yang Lin was not someone they could deal with. It was better to confess honestly than that. They really didn't do anything. They just watched from the side and didn't help. Where's the video? It's in Li Xiao's phone. The phone is on the table. The bodyguard said immediately. Didn't you guys kidnap him? Yang Lin looked up and stared at them. No, he walked in by himself. We're telling the truth. If you don't believe us, you can ask Miss Guo. Guo Xiaolei had just reached the door when she heard someone say her name. Bring Guo Xiaolei over here. Yes. The bodyguard picked Guo Xiaolei up like she was a chicken and brought her over. He threw her down hard, and Guo Xiaolei landed in front of Yang Lin and Li Ruizhe. Yang Lin let go of Li Ruizhe. Li Ruizhe kept coughing. Cough cough cough. Worthless, what are you all standing there for? Kill him for me. Li Ruizhe yelled, not knowing if he was going to die or not. Yang Lin stamped on Li Ruizhe's face with one foot, and Li Ruizhe couldn't move. Yang Lin, I must kill you, and then kill everyone around you. Li Ruizhe went crazy. Noise. Yang Lin increased the intensity. Li Ruizhe couldn't make a sound from the pain. Guo Xiaolei crouches on the ground, trembling with fear, unable to move. Yang Lin bends over, his eyes fixed on Guo Xiaolei in a terrifying glare. Are you still human? The bullpen was your ex-boyfriend. No matter what you say, how could you do this? Go ahead, tell me how you want to die. Guo Xiaolei keeps shaking her head, trembling all over. I don't want to die, please spare me, I was wrong. Guo Xiaolei lets out a whoosh sound and cries out. Tears keep flowing. In Yang Lin's eyes, these were just crocodile tears. If you want to live, you have to satisfy me. I don't hit women. But I don't mind if you hit yourself. Okay, I'll do it. Guo Xiaolei slapped her lightly in an attempt to muddle through. If it's at this strength, I don't care if I do it myself. Yang Lin snorted. Guo Xiaolei's face turned pale as she slapped harder. The whole hall was quiet, and all you could hear was the sound of her face being slapped. Zhao Ling sat in the car, anxiously dialing Yang Lin's phone over and over again. No one answered. Is something going to happen to Yang Lin? Zhao Ling was restless. How long is it going to take? 2 minutes, right now. Xiao Su had already pressed the accelerator to the floor. Zhao Ling nodded, hoping that nothing would happen to Yang Lin. In the villa. Yang Lin glanced at Li Ruizhe, but there was no movement. Did he step on it to death? That's not possible, it can't withstand stepping on it like that. He glanced down, and luckily, he was alive. Judging by the time, Zhao Ling should be here soon. There is no danger to life in the cow shed. After Zhao Ling arrives, he will take the cow shed to the hospital, and after some recuperation, it will be fine. Li Ruizhe, no matter what you do to me is fine, but you should not touch the friends around me. Yang Lin took his foot away, and Li Ruizhe couldn't make any waves. Cough cough. Li Ruizhe coughed a few times and spit out a mouthful of blood, just in front of Guo Xiaolei. Ah! Guo Xiaolei was so scared that she backed away and stopped what she was doing. Who told you to stop? Yang Lin shouted. Guo Xiaolei, terrified, began slapping again. The bodyguards behind her turned red and looked at each other, as if they were calculating the possibility of taking Yang Lin down. Yang Lin stared at the bodyguards and said sternly, "Don't even think about it, or you'll go to hell first. It's not worth it for Li Ruizhe." The bodyguards all bowed their heads, without saying a word. Having learned from his previous mistake, Yang Lin was especially careful this time. He kept looking around while talking. After Yang Lin finished speaking, he stared at Li Ruizhe and accidentally touched his waist with his foot. It was hard. What is it? Yang Lin reached out and took it out. A gun. Yang Lin was so shocked that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Fortunately, he had disarmed Li Ruizhe's arm, otherwise, who knows when Li Ruizhe might shoot him in the back. He would be dead. Li Ruizhe, you really have guts, you dare to hide a gun in your country, just wait to die. Humph, Yang Lin, don't be complacent, even if I die, I will take you down with me. Cough cough. Li Ruizhe coughed a few times and continued, "It's a pity that the last assassin didn't kill you, but there are even more powerful assassins waiting for you next, ha ha." Zhao Ling and the other two ran in and stood in the doorway, just in time to hear Li Ruizhe's words. Chapter 205 Chapter 202 Li Ruizhe, the injuries on your body will be returned to you tenfold. Yang Lin was about to continue when he heard movement at the door. Zhao Ling was here. Zhao Ling looked at Yang Lin sitting there unharmed, and her heart, which had been hanging in the balance, let go. She quickly walked over and looked at Li Ruizhe lying on the ground, with Xiaolei, who was flapping her ears, and the bodyguards standing in a row. What was even more strange was that Yang Lin was holding a gun in his hand. Yang Lin, the gun in your hand? Zhao Ling looked at Yang Lin with a strange expression, and the colleague behind her was on high alert, ready to draw his gun. Gun? It's not mine, it's Li Ruizhe's, I took it from him. After Yang Lin finished speaking, he kicked Li Ruizhe. Zhao Ling let out a sigh of relief. If it was Yang Lin's gun, things would be bad. Even if Yang Lin was holding the gun to save someone, it was still illegal. Li Ruizhe, did you hire the killer? Zhao Ling stared at him expressionlessly. Li Ruizhe's face was ashen, and he didn't say a word. Just now, he was so infuriated by Yang Lin that he was reckless. Now that he has come to his senses, he definitely will not admit it. What killer? I don't know. What a shameless person, invincible in the world, not admitting to his own fart. Yang Lin sneered. Everyone present just heard it. Yang Lin looked around and said loudly. Li Ruizhe just remained silent, his face turning red. Zhao Ling, I need to take my friend to the hospital, so I can't delay. If you need me to cooperate, give me a call. Yang Lin handed Zhao Ling the gun and pointed to the unconscious Niu Peng. Okay. Zhao Ling, Niu Peng was tricked here by Guo Xiaolei, and Li Ruizhe beat him. They filmed Li Ruizhe beating him. The video is on the phone, which is on the table. I hope this matter can be handled fairly. Yang Lin said sternly, if Li Ruizhe is released because of his connections, Yang Lin will deal with it in his own way, and of course he will never trust Zhao Ling again in the future. Don't worry, I promise, this matter will definitely be handled impartially, and there will be no problems like you think. Zhao Ling promised, she understands Yang Lin's worries. Li Ruizhe has already been investigated on the way here, the Li family from Jingdu. So what? As long as there is conclusive evidence that Li Ruizhe has broken the law, she will definitely let Li Ruizhe be punished by the law. Okay, I'll wait for your news. Okay, you should be careful too. Thinking that there are still assassins trying to kill Yang Lin, Zhao Ling's heart hangs in the balance again. I know. Yang Lin didn't say anything else, helped up the cowshed, and walked towards the door. Zhao Ling looked at the 6 people in the villa and dialed the police station. Captain, I need backup. Zhao Ling explained the situation at the scene one by one. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to come right away. We'll keep an eye on the few people, and the captain will bring someone over right away. Okay. The 3 of them began to move. Xieji Hospital. Yang Lin called Dr. Wu on the way here and told him the basic situation of the cowshed. As soon as his car arrived at the hospital, Dr. Wu was already waiting at the door. Dr. Wu, the person is here, please. This is what we should do, save people first. Okay. Yang Lin immediately stepped aside, and Dr. Wu began the rescue. Niu Peng was inside the barn rescuing people, while Yang Lin stood outside, looking out the window. He was still not strong enough. If he were so powerful that people were afraid of him, who would dare to move close to him? He had only ever wanted to live such a stable and quiet life, but it seemed that it would not work. Yang Lin thought a lot, looking at the scenery outside the window. This time it was Niu Peng, but who would it be next? The Li family must be toppled, but he could not do it on his own. But the Qins can. Yang Lin used to reject them, but now he has decided to go back to the Qins. For the sake of the people he cares about. With the help of the Qins, he will bring down the Lius. As for what will happen after the Lius are brought down, we'll talk about that later. After thinking it over, Yang Lin dialed Qin Wanru's phone. Brother, you've only been apart for 2 days and already you're thinking about your sister. Qin Wanru was sitting in the car, closing her eyes to rest, and she would soon have to go back to the Qins to deal with the cowards and snakes. Cough cough. Yang Lin coughed lightly. I agree with your proposal to go back to the Qin family. What? Say it again. Qin Wanru raised her voice. She thought Yang Lin was going to say yes, and she still had a lot of homework to do. This is so sudden. I agree to go back to the Qin family. Yang Lin said firmly. Did something happen? Qin Wanru frowned. Yang Lin's change was too sudden. Something must have happened to make him change his mind. I want to bring down the Li family. Yang Lin recounted everything that had happened that morning, from beginning to end. The Li family? They really are looking for death. How are you? There are still assassins who will come to kill you. Your safety is a problem. Never mind, I'll immediately arrange for a master to protect you personally. Qin Wanru's face was horrified. It had only been a short while, and the Li family had been picking on her one after the other, as if they really thought no one in the Qin family could defend themselves. Jie, you don't need to worry, I can protect myself. Yang Lin called out awkwardly, somewhat uncomfortable. You called me Jie? Qin Wanru said happily, it's so sudden, today is really a good day. Yes, you are my sister, aren't you? I just feel a bit awkward, but I'm not denying it. Okay, I promise you this, when you come to Kyoto, I will take you into the Qin family proudly. Qin Wanru's joy appeared on her face, promising. Wait a few days, Luoxi has not yet fully recovered, when she is well, I will take her to the Qin family together. Okay, you decide. Give me some time. I'll pick you up when the time comes. And, you must be careful. You can't take it lightly. Foreign assassins aren't vegetarians. They must have arranged for someone even more powerful this time after failing last time. Understand? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. You also arranged for 2 people to be by my side, didn't you? Yang Lin said with a smile, reassuring Qin Wanru. It's noon. I wonder if Qin Luoxi is angry or smiling. Yang Lin glanced at the operating room, which showed in progress. He dialed Qin Luoxi's phone. Luoxi, I'm at the hospital, I won't be back for lunch. Hospital, are you hurt? Qin Luoxi was still angry, but when he heard Yang Lin's words, his anger ran away, and he was only worried. I'm fine, my classmate is in the hospital, don't worry. Yang Lin didn't say the specific process, not wanting Qin Luoxi to worry. Oh, how did your classmate get hurt, is it serious? Qin Luoxi calmed down and continued to ask. It's all because of me. I'll tell you about it when I get back tonight. The surgery door has been opened. Talk to you later. Okay. Yang Lin hung up the phone and immediately walked up to Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu, how is it? There is no threat to life, the injuries have been treated, but the internal injuries are more serious, and he will need to rest for at least a month or 2. Dr. Wu sighed and said, that was really a vicious attack. Thank you, Dr. Wu. Yang Lin's fists clenched even tighter. Li Ruizhe, I will repay you double for the injuries on Niu Peng's body. Chapter 206 Chapter 203 Grandpa, what are you going to do? Niu Peng was pushed into the ward. Yang Lin arranged everything and sat aside, waiting for him to wake up. Yang Lin took Niu Peng's pulse. Niu Peng's pulse was weak. The anger in Yang Lin's eyes flared up again, and he couldn't wait to let Li Ruizhe taste Niu Peng's pain immediately. Yang Lin could imagine the pain and serious internal injuries that Niu Peng would have to endure. He pulled the quilt together and sat on the side, observing Niu Peng's condition. Niu Peng's parents were not in Jiangcheng, so he could not stay here every day. Yang Lin walked out of the ward and dialed the phone number of Bai Tianming. Bai Tezu, my student is sick. Arrange for someone to take care of him at the hospital for 2 months. Okay, Mr. Yang, I'll make the arrangements. Are you okay? Bai Tianming asked worriedly. I'm fine, arrange it as soon as possible, I need it in place this afternoon. Okay. Bai Tianming promised. Yang Lin let out a deep breath, turned around and entered the ward. Niu Peng's condition still needed to be observed, so she couldn't be careless. As long as no one was arranged, Yang Lin couldn't leave. The Qin family in Kyoto. Miss, we're here. Fu Bo whispered. Qin Wanru's eyes were closed, but the corners of her mouth were up, which couldn't hide her good mood. She opened her eyes and got off the car. She looked up at the big characters on the Qin family compound. She felt so strange. She didn't know how long it had been since she had set foot here. Today was the beginning of their re-entry into the Qin family. Miss is back. Lu Kai was waiting at the door early in the morning. Uncle Lu, you haven't changed. Qin Wanru said with a smile. Miss, the master is waiting for you in the study. Okay. Just a few steps away, Qin Mota stopped Qin Wanru. Wanru, what do you mean? I called you, why didn't you answer? Ridiculous, why should I answer your calls? Get out of my way. Qin Wanru's face was as cold as ice, and she snapped impatiently. How dare you? I'm your father. Qin Mota's face turned a frightening shade of red. Father? My father died when I was 10, didn't you know? You? How dare you? I'm standing right here, and you're calling me dead. Qin Mota covered his chest, his expression extremely ugly. Lu Kai stood to the side, torn between two stances. Every time they met, the father and daughter would argue and end up in a fight, to the extent that Qin Wanru basically never went home. You are already dead in my heart. If you want to come back to life, get Li Jinjin out of the Qin family and then talk to me again. Qin Wanru said coldly. She had given up on Qin Motai and didn't expect him to do that. It wasn't that Qin Motai had a deep affection for Li Jinjin. The fact that he could support a mistress while he was still out there was enough to show that. Qin Mota still wanted to use Li Jinjin to get close to the Li family and take over the Qin family smoothly. What stupidity! Qin Wanru, what do you mean, as soon as you get home, you provoke my divorce with your father? Li Jinjin angrily questioned. What are you? Qin Wanru asked defiantly. I'm your stepmother. Li Jinjin's momentum obviously weakened a lot. She was really a little scared, especially after Qin Wanru had become an adult. No matter how she targeted Qin Wanru, in the end it was she who suffered. Stepmother? Qin Wanru snorted. What is a stepmother? I don't know, why don't you explain it to me? You. Li Jinjin took 2 steps back. She looked at Qin Mota's indifferent expression and was very angry. She cursed, Qin Mota, this is the kind of daughter you raised. I'm not going to live with you anymore. I'm going to tell my father. Ha ha ha, that's really funny. Someone who's almost 50 years old, when they can't win an argument, they call their parents. It's not a bad idea to tell everyone about it for people to talk about over dinner and drinks. Qin Wanru stepped closer to Li Jinjin and said, Do you think I'm afraid of the Li family? Go back and ask your eldest brother and your father, do they dare? Qin Wanru let her anger loose and spoke loudly. She held back the grievances in her heart and let them out at this moment. Qin Wanru wanted to get back what she had lost, step by step. Just as Qin Motegang was about to say something, Qin Wanru gave him a look, and he immediately shut up. Looking at the two losers, Qin Wanru had already lost interest and said to Lu Kai, Uncle Lu, let's go in. Okay. Lu Kai was also impressed by Qin Wanru's aura. She was worthy of being the first powerful woman in the capital. At the same time, he also felt a moment of silence for Qin Motai in his heart. He had given up a wonderful family and had fallen to this state. Study. Qin Hong already knew what had happened in the front hall and took it in stride. One was his son and the other was his granddaughter, and he couldn't even keep them both in line. In the end, it was still his son who was at fault. He could only turn a blind eye. Moreover, the abilities Qin Wanru had shown were truly amazing. It's a pity she's a girl. Qin Hong is still practicing calligraphy with a brush, and his strokes are powerful. He just hopes to live a few more years, but his health is deteriorating. But outsiders don't notice. This year, he has rarely left the compound. Unless it's something very important. Master, the young lady is here. Lu Kai opened the door and stood to one side. Grandpa. Qin Wanru called out. Although she admired Qin Hong, she still had complaints against him after all these years, and she shielded Qin Mota. If it wasn't for Grandpa's intervention, she would have driven Li Jinjin away long ago. Here you are, sit down. Qin Hong wrote with his own hand, stared at it for a while, put down his pen, and slowly walked over to the armchair and leaned back. Wanru, how long has it been since you last came home? More than a year. Qin Wanru thought silently. She did come home before, but in the past 20 years, the number of times she returned to the Qin family was counted on one hand. You still hate me? Qin Hong asked vaguely. Qin Wanru remained silent. She didn't want to answer against her will. This time, he also had a purpose in returning to the Qin family, and she couldn't be weak. I know that you have always hated me. After Laura was lost, your parents divorced, and in less than a month, I agreed to your father's marriage to Li Jinjin. At that time, I did have selfish motives. I admit that you were wronged in this matter, and this was the spiritual support that sustained you until now, I believe. But I am the head of the Qin family, and I must consider the big picture. According to the situation at the time, this was the best thing for the Qin family. You are now in charge of a large enterprise, and I believe you have also felt it. I don't expect you to forgive, I just hope you can let go of your obsession and be happy, just like. Qin Hong said word by word. Qin Wanru looked at Qin Hong in surprise. He had never said these things before. She admitted that Qin Hong was right to consider the big picture, but it did sacrifice the happiness of their family. Grandpa, where is Lure? Is it fair to him? Qin Hong didn't say anything. Fairness is relative, and there is nothing he can do about it. Grandpa, I have already given Lure the change. I believe you should know. What are you going to do? Chapter 207 Chapter 204 Qin Wanru had a conversation with Qin Hong. What do you want me to do? Qin Hong did not give a direct answer, but instead asked a question in return. Can I do whatever I want? Qin Wanru was not willing to be outdone. Since this was a negotiation, momentum was very important. Tell me? Qin Hong gave an ambiguous answer, neither rejecting nor agreeing. Lure returned to the Qin family in an open and above-board manner, and investigated the matter of Lure's disappearance with all her strength. Qin Wanru said with authority. This is the purpose of her visit to the Qin family today. Lure is a child of the Qin family, so it is only natural that she has returned. As for what happened in the beginning, is it still necessary to mention it? Qin Hong said indifferently. Grandpa, I know what you are thinking. You should know very well that Lure's disappearance was definitely not an accident. You know who did it, don't you? The decision you made at the time was also based on that. But things are different now. Do you still think that an alliance is useful? Maybe it's a burden? Qin Wanru said slowly. Qin Hong suddenly sat up straight and stared at Qin Wanru and asked, Do you know something? He knew that Qin Wanru had always been keeping an eye on the Li family, and no news, big or small, would escape her attention. Grandpa, I do know something that can bring down the Li family, but the timing is not right yet. Qin Wanru smiled and stopped speaking in riddles. Qin Hong leaned back again, waiting for Qin Wanru's words. The Li family has repeatedly dealt with Yuer, and Yuer will not let the Li family go either. I will give Yuer the information I have so that he can bring down the Li family. I just hope that Grandpa can give me a push from behind then. Are you sure? Yes, I can definitely bring the Li family to their knees. Qin Wanru's eyes were full of a ruthless light, as if she wanted to roast the Li family in the fire. Okay, I promise you, if you can do it, I can lend a hand. In the beginning, Qin Hong agreed to the marriage between Qin Mota and Li Jinjin because he was also under pressure from the Li family. Since Qin Wanru is capable of bringing down the Li family, it will be just one less powerful opponent. The Qin family will also be one less threat. Grandpa, keep your word. Keep your word. Okay, no matter what happens in the middle, I hope that Grandpa will remember what he said today. Lure and I will definitely bring down the Li family. Qin Wanru said solemnly. Okay. At this moment, Qin Hong was thinking, if only the other younger members of the Qin family had the same abilities as Qin Wanru. They could carry the banner of the Qin family. Grandpa, Lure and I have already agreed that he will officially join the Qin family at some point, is that okay? Qin Wanru asked tentatively. Bring him back for me to see first. Qin Hong did not agree, at least he wanted to see this person first. Although he had already read the information and knew that he was quite good among the younger generation, he was only quite good. Qin Hong needs to meet him in person, see him in person, and then make a decision. Cough cough. Qin Hong coughed a few times and his face turned pale. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? It's okay, when you get old, you'll have more or less aches and pains. Qin Hong said vaguely. Grandpa, Yang Lin's medical skills are good, when he comes back, let him take a look at you. Qin Wanru suddenly thought of something and said it out loud. I heard that he has saved a lot of people. Her wife can be cured even though she has become a vegetable. It's really good. Let's talk about my illness later. Qin Hong smiled and said, not taking it to heart. His illness has been seen by well-known experts at home and abroad, but it's no use. He's also getting old and can't hold on much longer. Qin Wanru didn't insist, and said we'll talk about it later. No matter what, she hopes that Qin Hong stays healthy. Other things can wait. It's been a long time since you came back, so please have lunch with me. Qin Hong sat up, looking kind. I'm just afraid that some people won't want to, and will make a fuss. Qin Wanru muttered softly. They dare not, I'm not dead yet. Qin Hong snorted. Qin Hong also found the actions of Qin Mota and Li Jinjin a bit hard to accept. But there was nothing he could do. As his own son, as long as he didn't go too far, he could only pretend not to know. Okay, I'll have lunch with you. Qin Wanru laughed lightly. I'm so angry with them. You said that in a bad mood, Qin Hong said. Qin Wanru's little nature is what makes her act that way. Wanru, do you regret it? If you hadn't insisted, you might have already succeeded with that Yun family brat by now, and that brat wouldn't have thrown himself into the army and never come out. Qin Wanru put away her smile and fell silent. Do you regret it? I don't know. Qin Wanru knew that she had hurt Yunfengyi, but she also had her own convictions, and she couldn't give up everything because of love. She still has to find her younger brother and get rid of the people who hurt her family. But it was really beautiful at the beginning. During the most helpless years of her life, Yunfengyi was always by her side. He made her feel warm and loved. Grandpa, it doesn't matter if you regret it or not. It's been so many years, and Yun is doing very well. He's risen through the ranks in the army, and he'll definitely be able to find a woman who can stand by him in the future. You're still being stubborn. If you didn't regret it, you wouldn't have been paying attention to his news all this time. Qin Hong shook his head, feeling sorry for him. The boy is coming back next month, and I'll ask Yun Laoda to go out for tea with me. You can come along too. Qin Wanru would be happy if Yunfengyi and she could reconcile, but if that's not possible, it would be good to untie their knot. After all, Qin Wanru can't stay single forever. The Yun family is a very good choice. Qin Wanru understood Qin Hong's thoughts and didn't object. She had feelings for Yunfengyi, and if she really had to choose someone to be her husband, Yunfengyi would be the best choice. She just doesn't know if Yunfengyi will forgive her. Good. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Lu Kai pushed open the door and walked in. Master, miss, the food is ready. Let's go eat. Qin Wanru got up and helped Qin Hong. No need to help, I'm not too old to walk yet. Qin Hong said with a smile, pulling out his arm. In the dining room. The food was all on the table. Qin Motoite is sitting at the table waiting, but he doesn't see Li Jinjin. Dad, Jinjin doesn't feel well, she's not eating lunch. Qin Hong doesn't say anything, he just sits down. Everyone knows what's going on, they're just not saying anything. Let's eat. Wanru, these are all your favorite dishes from when you were little, eat more. Qin Motoite tries to pass some food to Qin Wanru, but she avoids it. I don't like it anymore. Qin Motoite's hand freezes in place. Okay, help yourself to whatever you want. Qin Hong broke the awkwardness. The whole meal was spent with the sound of chewing. Before long, the meal was over. Grandpa, you take an early lunch break, I still have work this afternoon, I'll go back first. Okay, remember to come home when you have time. Okay. Qin Wanru walked towards the door. Standing in the doorway, she took a deep breath of fresh air. It was really comfortable outside. Qin Wanru was about to get into the car when she suddenly heard a voice. Wanru, wait. Chapter 208 Chapter 205 Qin Motai, do you remember what Laura looks like? Qin Motai ran out of the courtyard and shouted. Qin Wanru naturally frowned, displeased. She had no good impression of this father at all. Qin Wanru was very strange. Why would her mother, who was so outstanding, fall for Qin Mota? Since she was a child, Qin Wanru had rarely seen Qin Mota, and it had always been Yin Yan who kept her company. After Yang Lin's death, she saw Qin Mota's indifference with her own eyes. How could there be such a father in the world, only interested in profit? From then on, Qin Wanru completely gave up on Qin Mota. When she was little, she could find some reason: her father was busy. Now, she couldn't even find a reason. Qin Wanru slowly turned around and looked at Qin Mota coldly. What is it? Wanru, it's been so many years, can't you forgive me yet? Qin Mota looked at Qin Wanru seriously. Forgive? Ha ha. Can you give me back a complete family? Qin Wanru laughed angrily. I have something to say. I don't have time to act out a deep father-daughter love with you. Qin Wanru coldly interrupted Qin Mute's words. She gave Qin Mute a chance, but after a few times, she was already disheartened. Now if anyone mentions it in front of her, and makes her change her attitude towards Qin Mute, Qin Wanru will directly fight back, without considering it. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. When is Lure coming back? Qin Mota didn't beat around the bush anymore. What, are you afraid that Lure will come back and get in your way? Do you even remember what Lure looks like? Qin Wanru stepped closer to Qin Mota and asked him rudely. Qin Mota was speechless when he was asked by Qin Wanru. He really didn't remember what Lure looked like. You're not even worthy of being a father. Qin Wanru left without another word, turning to get into her car and leaving. Qin Mota stood in place. Did he really make a mistake? Yo, chasing after her, Qin Wanru didn't give you a good look either. What a bitch. Li Jingjin was seething with anger and said sarcastically. Qin Mota frowned, glanced at Li Jingjin, and walked inside. Qin Mota, you stop right there. What's your attitude? You explain yourself to me. Li Jingjin yelled, acting like a shrew. Let go. If you don't relent, just get the hell out of the Li family. Qin Mota was perhaps provoked, and for the first time, told Li Jingjin to get the hell out of the Li family. At this moment, Li Jingjin was afraid. The reason why she was able to do whatever she wanted in front of Qin Mota was also because the Li family was backing her up. Qin Mota actually told her to get the hell out of the Li family. Could she go back to the Li family? In the beginning, it was Li Shixing who set up the trap, which allowed him to trap Qin Mota and form a marriage alliance with the Qin family, consolidating the Li family's position. Once she leaves the Qin family, Li Jingjin will not have an easy time in the Li family. She will become a laughingstock of the upper class. Many people know about how she seduced Qin Mota while they were married. Divorce is impossible for her. Li Jingjin let go of her hand, and Qin Mota strode in. Lu Shu, I want to go in and talk to my father about something, so please let me know. Qin Moti lowered his posture. He felt as if his heart was being tickled, and he was curious to know what Qin Wanru had been talking to Qin Hong about. Why had Qin Wanru suddenly returned home? My lord is resting, so why don't you come back later? Lu Kai had just come out of the study and saw that Qin Hong had already closed his eyes. Okay. At this time, Lu Kai, let him in. Qin Hong said loudly. Young master, please. Lu Kai gently pushed open the door and Qin Mota walked in. What do you want? Qin Hong asked with his eyes closed. Dad, is Wanru back this time because of Yuer's matter? Qin Mota asked tactfully. Yes, do you have an opinion? No. Qin Mota hurriedly explained. Mota, put away the thoughts in your head. You should learn to care more about your children, otherwise when you get old, you will regret it. Qin Hong said sternly. He is worried that Qin Mota will end up lonely and old. Although Qin Mota is useless, he is still his child. I hope he can wake up soon. If you're not busy, go out and take care of the things you're working on. Don't mess around, or I'll send you to live out your old age on a remote island. Qin Hong said unceremoniously. Yes, Dad, I know. Qin Mota shrunk his neck. The old man definitely has the power. Get out. Okay. After Qin Mota left, Qin Hong sighed, hoping that Qin Mota would not do anything too extreme and come to his senses. Get in the car. Qin Wanru thought about it for a while and then dialed Yang Lin's phone. Yang Lin, I just left the Qin family mansion. Do you want to know what Grandpa said? Qin Wanru said lazily, which was a complete contrast to her earlier rage. If I say no, will you stop talking? Yang Lin said jokingly, I know a bit about Qin Wanru's character. No, of course I want to talk. Qin Wanru said decisively. Okay then, I have no choice, I'll listen. Yang Lin walked to the door and closed it gently. That's my girl. Grandpa agrees that you can go back to the Qin family, but he needs to see you first. When are you free? Come to the capital. Qin Wanru was serious when she talked about business. This is the first step they have taken. He wants to see what I can do first, I guess. Yang Lin frowned. Yang Lin, you have to understand Grandpa. He is the helmsman of the Qin family and has a lot to consider. To be honest, all these years, he hasn't helped me, but if he wasn't there to support me, I wouldn't have grown up so quickly. Grandpa has his position. He wants perfection, but it's impossible. It's just relatively fair. The Qin family has a huge business, and it's hard for him too. Although Qin Wanru has opinions about Qin Hong, she can also understand them. She doesn't want Yang Lin to meet Qin Hong with hostility. I understand. Yang Lin understands all of this, and he was able to appreciate it during his 2 months at Jiangcheng. Not to mention a big family like the Qings in the capital. Besides, I think Grandpa has a problem with his health. If you come to the capital, you should take a look at him. Qin Wanru's tone was low, and when she thought about the appearance of Qin Hong, she felt a little reluctant. Okay, I'll arrange things here as soon as possible and go to the Qin family to see him. No matter what, Yang Lin didn't want Qin Hong to leave because he was sick. After all, they were still related by blood. At the same time, he also believed in the existence of the system, and he was sure he could cure Qin Hong's illness. Okay, you decide on a time, and I'll arrange the rest. By then, you can bring your younger siblings to Kyoto to take a good look around and exchange feelings. Qin Wanru said with a smile. Sister, are you sure you've never been in love? Yang Lin asked with a face full of embarrassment. What do you mean? Qin Wanru asked without answering. Driving in the invisible, awesome. Yang Lin laughed heartily. After a while, Qin Wanru reacted, her ears turned red, and she said viciously, Yang Lin, you just wait. Chapter 209 Chapter 206 Yang Lin arranged things at the cattle shed. Qin Wanru hung up the phone angrily, touched her flushed face with her hand, and couldn't help but think of Yunfengi. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Qin Wanru couldn't help but think. Yang Lin looked at the hung-up phone and shook his head with a smile. Sister, you're not in a relationship, are you? You can't help but flirt. Forget it, let's talk when we meet. It's time to start making arrangements to go to Kyoto. Yang Lin returned to the ward. Niu Peng opened his eyes. Niu Peng, you're awake? Yang Lin hurriedly went to the bedside and took his pulse. Fortunately. Well. Niu Peng answered with difficulty, his whole body aching. What happened? He remembered that after Guo Xiaolei tricked him into going there, he was beaten by someone while hanging, and there was no room to fight back at all. In the end, he fainted and didn't know what happened. He woke up and found himself in the hospital. He met Yang Lin. Niu Peng, I'm sorry, this matter was Guo Xiaolei and Ruizhe targeting me, and I've implicated you. Yang Lin felt very remorseful, and was very regretful in his heart. If he had taken action sooner, Niu Peng wouldn't have suffered this much. It's okay, it's all in the past. Niu Peng grinned, trying hard to force a smile, his wounds were still hurting. He was also responsible for this himself. If he hadn't been threatened by Guo Xiaolei, this situation wouldn't have arisen. Are you okay? Niu Peng asked weakly. Since it was aimed at Yang Lin, he must have arrived at the villa. The bodyguards in the villa are big and strong, how can Yang Lin do it? Niu Peng nervously surveyed Yang Lin. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yang Lin was very moved. Even though Niu Peng was like this, he was still thinking about him. Guo Xiaolei and Ruizhe have been caught by the police, and they will definitely get the punishment they deserve, so don't worry. That's good. Niu Peng thought about the scene of being beaten at that time, and his heart still feels tight. He doesn't want to experience it again. I want to drink water. Okay. Yang Lin immediately gave Niu Peng warm boiled water to drink. Niu Peng, I have arranged for someone to take care of you. You can rest assured and stay in the hospital. Don't worry about anything else. When you get better, come work at Jiangcheng. Yang Lin has already thought about everything. Okay. Niu Peng, thinking about his own physical condition, did not refuse. As for his current job, he definitely could not do it, no matter which unit would wait for him, and he did not belong to a work-related injury either. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came from the door. Yang Lin opened the door and a sweet-looking young girl stood in the doorway. "Hello, Mr. Yang, I'm Mika, assistant Bai asked me to come over." "Come in." Yang Lin looked at Mika. "Can you do it? Have you taken care of patients before?" "Mr. Yang, my mother has been sick in bed for more than a year, and I have been taking care of her." Mika said this with an unassuming tone, which was still very different from her appearance. "Okay." Yang Lin didn't say anything, since it was arranged by Tian Ming, he must have done his research. "Niu Peng, this is Mika, for the time being, she will take care of you, just rest assured and recover, don't worry about anything else, leave it to me." "Okay." Niu Peng was about to say something, as if this was the best solution so far. "Mika, this is my phone number. If anything happens to Niu Peng, call me first, no matter what time it is, understand?" "Understood, President Yang." Yang Lin nodded. It wasn't early, so he was going to go back and see Qin Luoxi first. "Niu Peng, I'll go back first, and I'll come back to see you when I have time. Don't worry about anything, just focus on getting better." "Okay." Niu Peng nodded. Yushu Electronics. "Li Xiao, it's bad, Li Ruizhe has been arrested by the police." Li Tong anxiously walked in. Li Yushu asked him to keep an eye on Li Ruizhe, worried that Li Ruizhe would mess things up. He didn't expect such a big commotion in just one morning. "What's going on? Didn't I ask you to arrange someone to keep an eye on him?" Li Yushu's face was gloomy. He understood Li Ruizhe. He was good for nothing but making trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Li Tong to arrange someone to keep an eye on him. "Li Xiao, I'm sorry, I went to handle other things this morning." Li Ruizhe has been very calm for a while, and has been in the villa without coming out. "So relax your guard." Li Tong hung her head, very annoyed, this time it was her responsibility. Getting angry won't help, just hope Li Ruizhe doesn't cause him too much trouble. "What's going on?" Li Yushu continued to ask. After this, he plans to transfer Li Ruizhe from Jiangcheng and send him to Africa, so as not to get in the way. "I'm not sure exactly, but according to the surveillance footage from the villa, Li Ruizhe tied up Yang Lin's friend and beat him up. When Yang Lin arrived, Li Ruizhe was beaten up, and the police arrived shortly after." "Li Tong sent you the surveillance video." "Idiot, stupid pig." Li Yushu shouted. "What did the police say?" "No news yet, it seems to have been blocked." Li Tong frowned. "This is very abnormal. Keep an eye on it." "Yes." Li Tong did not dare to be careless and immediately walked out. Li Yushu thought about it and dialed Li Guanhai's phone. "Yushu, what happened? Calling him at this point is not normal." Li Guanhai asked with a frown. "Dad, Ruizhe has had an accident. If it can't be solved, should we give up? Li Ruizhe is dispensable to them, the most important thing is that it damages the Li family's reputation. In this period of time, a lot of things have happened to the Li family one after the other, and they have to nip it in the bud. It's that serious. The specific situation is still unclear, we're waiting for news. You're in Jiangcheng, make specific arrangements for specific things. If there's no other way, just give up. Li Ruizhe is stirring up trouble under the Li family banner, so it's fine. But if it affects the Li family, it's not okay. But we must maintain the Li family's face, understand?" "I understand, Dad, don't worry." "That's good, I'm relieved that you're in charge. Has there been any progress on the chip?" "I'm already making arrangements. I'll let you know when I have news." "Okay, take care of yourself." "Thanks, Dad, you too." Li Yushu hung up the phone and twisted her neck. "I wonder how Feng Tian is doing. Have you made the arrangements yet?" Li Yushu didn't want to make her feel too anxious, so she could only wait patiently. Ding dong. The ringtone of a text message sounded. "Yushu, my father and I have already agreed to meet at the Jiangcheng Hotel tomorrow night at 6 o'clock for dinner." "It really is whatever you think." Li Yushu's mouth corners rose slightly, and her mood improved. "Okay, I will definitely be there on time, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Feng Tian held the phone and smiled happily. Then she sent a message to Dean Feng. "Tomorrow night at 6 o'clock, Jiangcheng Hotel, if you don't come, don't contact me in the future." After sending it, Feng Tian put down the phone and started looking in the closet for clothes to wear tomorrow. Chapter 210 Chapter 207 Wife, come home with me. Yang Lin got into the car, thinking about what had happened at lunchtime. He took out his phone and dialed Zhao Ling's number. There was no answer. Was she still busy? It had been a few hours, and the interrogation wasn't over yet? Was Li Ruizhe being too stubborn? If Zhao Ling couldn't withstand the Li family and Li Ruizhe walked out of the police station, he would settle things his way. He would never leave this hidden danger behind. He can't help but think that at some point, Li Ruizhe will stab him in the back again. Thinking about this, Yang Lin dialed Feng Tian's phone. Young master! Feng Tian exclaimed excitedly. During this time, he has been preparing for the fight against Su Fan, and has paid much less attention to Yang Lin. The main reason is that he knows that Qin Wanru has arranged for someone to protect Yang Lin, so Yang Lin's safety is definitely not a problem. You knew my identity a long time ago? Yang Lin suddenly realized, and the events before and after made sense. Yes, when I first saw you, you looked so much like the Qin family heir, that I immediately recognized you as the young master I've been looking for. But I was afraid to admit it because I was so weak on my own. Feng Tian's voice trembled as he finished speaking. Young master, you and I have already begun preparing to deal with Su Fan. I believe it won't be long before we can rule the Jiangcheng underworld. Feng Tian turned resolute and said, although it doesn't mean much for Yang Lin to enter the Qin family, it is something he can do. Good, thank you. Yang Lin felt Feng Tian's determination and was very moved. A group of people with no blood ties were able to work wholeheartedly for him. Young master, you never need to say thank you to me. Young master, what is the matter that you called me? Yang Lin wouldn't have called him for no reason, something must have happened. I do have something that I need you to keep an eye on for me. Young master, you speak. When it came to business, Feng Tian became serious. You immediately arranged someone to keep an eye on me at the police station. Once you find out that Li Ruizhe is leaving the police station, tie him up and then call me. Okay, I'll get right on it. Feng Tian said without any hesitation. Well, I'll hang up first. Yang Lin leaned back in his chair. It turns out that there are still so many people working hard for him. What reason do I have to be a salty fish? Yang Lin glanced in the direction of the hospital ward and drove away. His thoughts once again changed. Feng Tian hung up the phone and immediately arranged for someone to go to the police station and keep an eye on Li Ruizhe. At the same time, he asked someone to look into what had happened to Yang Lin in the past 2 days. Yang Lin could not have asked him to cause trouble for Li Ruizhe for no reason. It must be Li Ruizhe who had offended him. Rose Manor. Qin Luoxi was very worried all afternoon. She sat in the courtyard outside, her eyes occasionally looking towards the door. Yang Lin's car pulled into the driveway, and Qin Luoxi stood up. He can still drive, so he should be fine. Yang Lin got out of the car and saw Qin Luoxi at a glance. He was moved again. Having so many people around him care about him strengthened his resolve to protect them. Yang Lin smiled and walked towards Qin Luoxi. You can still smile, are you hurt? Qin Luoxi said crossly, carefully examining Yang Lin. I already said, I'm fine, it's just that my best friend is in the hospital, and I came back as soon as I made the arrangements. That's good. What exactly happened? Qin Luoxi couldn't figure it out. How could it be that just as she was leaving, something like this happened? Yang Lin put away his smile and told her everything. How despicable, how could there be such a person? Qin Luoxi was so angry that her face turned red. Fortunately, Yang Lin was able to defend himself, otherwise his end would definitely be worse than his best friend's. Wife, don't worry, he won't get away. What are you going to do? Qin Luoxi was stunned and heard the undertones in Yang Lin's words. I haven't thought about it specifically, just wait for now. Yang Lin had already sentenced Li Ruizhe to death in his heart, either prison or death. Okay, no matter what decision you make, you must tell me. Okay, you're my boss, I'll tell no one else. Yang Lin said with a smile. Who's your boss? Qin Luoxi was happy inside, but retorted with her mouth. Of course it's you. Yang Lin took hold of Qin Luoxi. Qin Luoxi's body stiffened, her hands were placed vertically, and finally slowly raised, holding Yang Lin. Wife, I've decided to go to the Qin family. Good. Qin Luoxi didn't ask for a reason, she would always be by Yang Lin's side. You go with me, I've already spoken to my sister, as soon as you recover, we'll go to Kyoto. Qin Luoxi was very happy Yang Lin was taking her with him, so that the Qin family in Kyoto would accept her as their daughter-in-law. The Qin family in the capital city was very powerful, but in the eyes of the Qin family in Kyoto, they were just a little brat. Good, I heard from the doctor today that I will be able to move around freely in about a week. That's good, you don't need to exert yourself too much, take it easy. Yang Lin knows that Qin Luoxi has been working very hard, but he doesn't want Qin Luoxi to work too hard. Don't worry, I can do it. Qin Luoxi said with a smile, continuing to rest her head on Yang Lin's shoulder. I feel so safe. This feels so good. Before that, I want to go home first. Ever since learning about his family background, Yang Lin has wanted to go home. First, he wants to take Qin Luoxi back to meet his parents so they don't have to worry about his marriage. Second, he wants to tell them about going to the Qin family in Kyoto by himself. Whether he is their biological child or not, he has always treated them as his real parents and will take care of them in their old age. You should come back with me. My mother is always worried that I won't find a wife. If they knew that I found such a beautiful wife as you, they would smile in their sleep. Yang Lin pinched Qin Luoxi's face. It felt so good. Okay, will your parents not like me? Qin Luoxi was a little worried. After all, she had never experienced it before, and she didn't know if Yang Lin's parents were easy to get along with. Her encounter with Yang Lin was so strange. If Yang Lin's parents knew that she was originally a vegetable, would they dislike her? For a moment, Qin Luoxi became anxious. No, my parents are easygoing, you don't need to worry. My parents will just say that I was blessed in my past life, and that I married you in this life. Yang Lin reassured her. What are you going to say about us? Just the important bits, and I'm going to keep the middle bit a secret. I don't want my parents to worry. We'll just live a good life together, that's what they want to see. Okay, do as you wish. Qin Luoxi let out a sigh of relief. She would definitely live a happy life with Yang Lin. Honey, look, the sky is so beautiful. Yang Lin suddenly pointed at the clouds in the distance. Qin Luoxi was also attracted. Suddenly, Yang Lin kissed Qin Luoxi's lips. It was so sweet and soft. Chapter 211 Chapter 208 Ruizhe refused to plead guilty. Qin Luoxi's face turned red, her body stiffened again, and she didn't dare to move a muscle. This was considered a real kiss between them. The first time was purely accidental. But this time it was initiated. A minute later, Yang Lin let go of her mouth and said with a smile, if I keep kissing, will you eventually suffocate to death? Qin Luoxi's face turned even redder. Her tender hand hung down on Yang Lin's shoulder. She really had forgotten to breathe, and she really was inexperienced. The sight of her blushing shyly made Yang Lin's heart itch. Qin Luoxi was still just a little white rabbit. Auntie Lan. Qin Luoxi suddenly looked at Auntie Lan standing nearby, and her face turned red again. She was so shy that she buried her face in Yang Lin's arms. Auntie Lan's face broke into a smile. I just got here, I didn't see anything. Cough cough. It's not a problem if you don't say anything, but once you do, Yang Lin suddenly felt bad. Auntie Lan, is there something wrong? Dinner is ready, you can eat. Okay, we'll be right there. Yang Lin said immediately. Okay. Auntie Lan didn't linger, smiling as she left. It's so nice to be young. It's all your fault. Qin Luoxi said coquettishly. Yang Lin smiled and stroked Qin Luoxi's hair, saying, yes, it's all my fault, but you have a sweet mouth. It would be nice if you came once a day in the future. Dream on. Qin Luoxi pushed Yang Lin away, lowered her head, and slowly walked towards the villa. Her heart was pounding non-stop. The blush on her face never faded. Yang Lin looked at Qin Luoxi and shook his head. He really couldn't help teasing her. There's still time, take your time. At this moment, a mechanical sound rang in his head. Ding, the host and Qin Luoxi really kissed, rewarding top hacking skills. What? There's a reward for this. It's obviously a benefit. The system is so good. What will top hacking skills be like? I'll try it tonight when I have some time. A series of hacking techniques all flooded into Yang Lin's mind. Yang Lin was reminiscing, and Qin Luoxi turned around and said, aren't you going to eat? Looking at Yang Lin's expression, it was obvious that he was reminiscing. What was it? The kiss just now? Qin Luoxi thought about this, and her face turned red again. Here it comes. Yang Lin followed and ran over. Jiangcheng Airport. Bai Jing walked out of the airport in flip-flops and a beach outfit. Wanhua is really useless, let me make the trip. Bai Jing put on his glasses and watched the cars coming and going. He casually hailed a taxi and got in. Mayside Hotel. Good. Bai Jing leaned back in the back seat, thinking about the information given to him by the organization. He didn't take it lightly, thinking about Yang Lin's past performance. He decided to snipe remotely. First, he had to get a gun. According to the phone number of the contact person in the Jiangcheng underworld given by the organization, there was no problem with the gun. Bai Jing was still a little scared of this place. In his 8 years as a killer, he had only missed once here. If it wasn't for the organization's mercy, he would already be a dead man. Coming here again, one is to complete the mission, and the most important thing is to overcome the demons in your heart. 40 minutes later. The hotel master arrived. Bai Jing opened his eyes, paid the fare, got off the car quickly, and walked into the hotel. No matter where he goes on a mission, he has to stay at the best hotel, never treating himself badly. This time is no different. Before coming, he had already checked it out and knew that Yang Lin is the largest shareholder of the hotel master. If he could meet him at the hotel, even better. Bai Jing walked into the hotel, and many people looked at him. A man wearing a beach suit and clutching flip-flops had booked a presidential suite. 80,000 a night. It didn't look at all like his image. After entering his room, he took a comfortable shower. Pouring a glass of red wine, he sat on the sofa, took out his phone, and made a call. I want to buy a gun. Bai Jing said. Who is this? Su Fan asked in shock, without answering. Good guy, the first thing you say is for a gun. This is China. I'm Bai Jing, someone told me to contact you, saying that you can get the most advanced sniper rifle. Who told you to contact me? Su Fan still didn't answer, cautiously asking. Director Qin. Su Fan knew in his heart and let out a sigh of relief. Okay, I'll get the stuff ready for you, whenever you want it. Tomorrow. Bai Jing didn't want to stay here any longer, and wanted to get it over with quickly. Okay, I'll contact you tomorrow. Su Fan finished and hung up the phone. Interpol. Zhao Ling walked out of the interrogation room with a frown. Captain Ruizhe admitted to beating up the bullpen, but he didn't admit to the kidnapping. He only said that Guo Xiaolei did it. The most important thing is that he is now silent about the killer, no matter how we ask. He is very smart. I watched the surveillance video and saw that he really walked into the bullpen by himself. The beating is a serious matter, but arranging for a foreign killer to enter the country to commit a crime is a big deal. Captain, what should we do? Can we testify? We heard it all. Zhao Ling promised Yang Lin that she would handle the case impartially, and she will do her best. We can testify, but it's not the best evidence. Ruizhe can find a reason to refute it at any time. Zhao Ling understands that too. Zhao Ling, don't worry, we still have time. My colleagues are already looking for evidence. You've been busy for so long, take a break and eat something. Thank you, Captain. Also, you call Yang Lin and ask him to come to the police station to make a statement. Okay. Zhao Ling returned to her seat in a daze. Where should she start looking? She took out her phone from the drawer. She looked at Yang Lin's caller ID. Zhao Ling quickly called Yang Lin back. Yang Lin, you called me this afternoon, I was busy. It's okay, I just want to know what's going on. Yang Lin was sitting in his study, preparing to try the top hacking techniques rewarded by the system. Ruizhe admitted to the assault, but denied everything else. Zhao Ling clenched her fists, feeling very angry, but there was nothing she could do. He's got a big face. Yang Lin sneered. Yang Lin, don't get worked up, everyone is looking for evidence, and Ruizhe will definitely be convicted. Zhao Ling was worried that Yang Lin was breaking the law. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Yang Lin said coldly, if the law can't deal with Ruizhe, he won't be the first person to end up in the Huangpu River. Yang Lin. Zhao Ling was very anxious and shouted. If it's nothing, I'll hang up, I have things to do. Yang Lin had no intention of wasting any more words. Wait, I need you to come to the police station tomorrow morning to make a statement. Okay, I'll be there tomorrow. Yang Lin hung up after saying that. He had already sentenced Ruizhe to death and didn't think about it anymore. He turned on the computer and began experimenting. What the hell is going on? Ruizhe? He suddenly thought of it. So, he hacked into the online system and all the news about Ruizhe was laid bare. Yang Lin automatically filtered the useless news and automatically saved the useful news to a folder. 2 hours later. Yang Lin leaned lazily back in his chair, pinching his nose with his hand. It was tiring, but it was worth it. Chapter 212 Chapter 209 Yang Lin, are you not at all interested in me? After Zhao Ling returned home, she lay in bed and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. She felt around under the pillow and took out her phone, dialing Zhao Jing's number. Ling, you're still up so late. You're the same, you must be staying up late too. Ha, I'm used to it, what's up? Zhao Jinggang put down the documents in his hands, found a comfortable position and leaned back in his chair. Dad, here's what happened. Zhao Ling frowned and told him the whole story. You have to see the essence of this matter. Ruizhe relies on the Li family, and the Li family's attitude is his last straw. As for what will happen, it all depends on his mouth. Yang Lin, you don't have to worry. From his few incidents, he seems very stable and knows what he's doing. Zhao Jinggang analyzed. Zhao Ling thought about it and it seemed to make sense. You can reveal the Li family's attitude at the trial tomorrow. Let's do it. Dad, thank you. Ling, do you like Yang Lin? Zhao Ling has never felt this way about a boy before, it's so abnormal. Dad, what are you talking about? I just think of Yang Lin as a normal friend. Okay, I'm tired, I'm hanging up. Zhao Ling put down the phone and touched her hot face. Do I like Yang Lin? She didn't know. To be honest, they haven't had much contact. It's not like I can say I like him. Maybe it's admiration. Zhao Jinggang frowned as he looked at the phone that had been hung up. He had only made a simple test, and it had provoked such a reaction. No, Yang Lin has a wife. Zhao Ling must be transferred back quickly, and her emotions must be nipped in the bud. If Yang Lin wasn't married, Zhao Jinggang wouldn't stand in the way. Yang Lin is still excellent. Thinking of this, he immediately made a phone call. Rose Manor. Yang Lin organized the information and packaged it in categories. A call from abroad caught Yang Lin's attention, and it appeared a total of 2 times. Could it be related to the killer? Yang Lin sent the evidence related to Ruizhe's crimes and the phone number to Zhao Ling. Before there was a system reward, Yang Lin did want to use violence to counter violence. But with this evidence, it would be more appropriate to give it to Zhao Ling. No need to dirty your own hands. With this evidence, Ruizhe will never get out of the police station. If he does, it will only show that the police station is useless and the Li family is on the path to self-destruction. Not to mention Zhao Ling, whose connections are not to be trifled with. Yang Lin ran a hand over his nose. Was the kiss in the afternoon too sudden? Qin Luoxi still avoids him. Sigh. Good fortune is not that easy to come by. Zhao Ling stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. Could it be that she really likes Yang Lin? But he's already married. Ding dong. The sound of a text message alert startled Zhao Ling, sending a shock through her body. She reached for her phone, and it was from Yang Lin. Zhao Ling immediately perked up. Yang Lin, you're amazing. She quickly got dressed and wanted to interrogate Ruizhe that very night, to find out the information about this number. This is really annoying, Ruizhe has done so many evil things. If you let yourself walk out of the police station, my surname will not be Xiao. Yang Lin pushed open the room door, and the lights were already out. He slowly felt his way to the edge of the bed. Qin Luoxi's body was stiff, and she kept pretending to close her eyes. What a shame. Yang Lin covered himself with the quilt and lay down comfortably. He had just used his brain too much and was so sleepy. In no time, Yang Lin fell asleep. What, he fell asleep already? Qin Luoxi sat up with a bang. This is not what the plot inside the novel is written. Could it be that he really has no charm? The more Qin Luoxi thought about it, the more she felt aggrieved. She kicked Yang Lin hard with her foot. What's wrong, honey? Are you feeling unwell? Yang Lin switched on the light and looked at Qin Luoxi, who was fuming with anger. He was very puzzled. Yang Lin, are you not at all interested in me? What's going on? What was going through Qin Luoxi's mind? How could she not be interested in her? She was simply a sight to behold. No. Yang Lin's eyes drifted to Qin Luoxi's up and down breasts. Qin Luoxi blushed again when she saw this. Then why are you? Qin Luoxi lowered her head, her voice getting smaller and smaller, her face as red as a big apple. Yang Lin only reacted then. He felt speechless, and he had to act the rascal. Yang Lin moved closer to Qin Luoxi and embraced her in his arms. My dear, you are very tempting, but your body is still not fully recovered. I can't do this. Oh, it's the novel's fault. Qin Luoxi looked up, and her eyes met Yang Lin's. Read less novels. If you need to know something, just ask me. I'll teach you everything. Yang Lin laughed. Who told you to read novels to me while I was unconscious? Qin Luoxi's words lacked conviction. My dear, I didn't read you such a plot, did I? After saying that, Yang Lin unconsciously kissed the soft, tender little mouth that was close at hand. Ugh. Luckily, this time I knew to breathe. Yang Lin nodded with satisfaction. You. Qin Luoxi nestled coyly in his arms. So comfortable. Honey, get some rest early, you still have to do rehabilitation training tomorrow, so you need to keep up your strength. Okay. Yang Lin naturally embraced Qin Luoxi. Soon, they both fell into a deep sleep. The next day. Li Tong quickly walked into Li Yushu's office early in the morning with some documents in her hands. Li Xiao, it's bad, I got news from inside the police station, everything about Li Ruizhe's past affairs has been revealed, and it has been confirmed that he contacted foreign assassins to deal with Yang Lin. What a waste, contacting foreign assassins, he doesn't know when to die. Li Yushu angrily slammed the pen in his hand on the table. Li Xiao, next. Li Tong is waiting for Li Yushu's orders. Don't worry about it, just have someone pass on the message. You take responsibility for your own actions. If you dare to implicate the Li family, his entire family will die. Li Yushu said menacingly. Okay, I'll get right on it. Li Tong silently mourned for Li Ruizhe in his heart. The Li family had abandoned him. What a fucking waste. Li Yushu's good mood from earlier was gone in an instant. Houting Villa. Brother Tim, the matter has been investigated and Li Ruizhe has found Yang Lin's university classmate and injured him, and he is lying in the hospital. Su Huan handed over the information to Feng Tian. He really is looking for death. Feng Tian placed the information on the table with force. The person you send must keep a close eye on him. Once Li Ruizhe comes out of the police station, you must not bring him back, understand? Understood, I will go in person and make sure he doesn't escape. HM. Feng Tian nodded, really digging in the ground on the head of the god of wealth, looking for death. Brother Yu, will you personally protect the young master? Feng Tian thought about it, Yang Lin's life safety is the most important. Okay, the time to behead Su Fan is set for the night. The sooner I get rid of Su Fan, the easier it will be for me to protect the young master. Okay. This matter has been planned for some time, and we can start the operation. Chapter 213 Chapter 210 Killer, I'm waiting for you. Interrogation room. Li Ruizhe was mentally dispirited and was interrogated all night. How could this be? He still insisted and refused to confess. Why did the police have all this evidence? While no one was looking, Li Ruizhe quietly opened the note in his hand. His eyes were vacant. My family has given up on me. Li Ruizhe muttered incessantly. He stuffed the note in his mouth and swallowed it. For the sake of his family, Li Ruizhe had made his choice. His eyes were vacant. According to the current charges, he would have to serve his sentence in prison. That would be better than death. As if making a big decision, he shouted, I want to see your leader. 5 minutes later. Zhao Ling and the team leader Zhou Yi walked in together. Say it, what do you want from us? Zhou Yi said sternly, the evidence in our hands is already sufficient for a conviction. It doesn't matter whether Li Ruizhe confesses or not. Of course, if Li Ruizhe confesses voluntarily, the matter will become clearer and the process can be carried out directly. I did everything personally, and I arranged for the hitman. Who told Yang Lin to humiliate me? How dare you? Just because he humiliated you, you had someone kill him. Human life is trampled on in your eyes like this. Zhao Ling snapped angrily. Ha, in my eyes, life is like this. Whoever makes me unhappy, I'll let them die. What, is there a problem? Li Ruizhe laughed out loud. He looked like a pig about to be boiled alive, with a broken pot and a broken will. Zhao Ling and Zhou Yi glanced at each other, something was wrong. Zhao Ling recorded the statement and handed it to Ruizhe to sign. Then they walked out of the interrogation room together. Captain, do you feel something is wrong? The contrast between Ruizhe's attitudes before and after is too great. Has he been stimulated by something? Zhao Ling frowned as she looked at the testimony in her hands. Her head was spinning. She had been awake for only 2 hours since last night. Did someone just enter the interrogation room? Zhou Yi asked seriously. Ruizhe's transformation was obviously due to some information he received. Otherwise, it's inexplicable. No one went in. Zhao Ling shook her head. Zhao Ling, you're tired too, get some rest early, I'll go check the surveillance. Zhou Yi took the testimony and left. Zhao Ling pinched her neck, which was sore, sat in a chair and drank yogurt. She took out her phone and sent a text message to Yang Lin. Ruizhe has admitted his crime. Be careful. According to his confession, there are still killers trying to assassinate you. Yang Lin took the soup prepared by Auntie Lan and was going to go to the hospital first to check on the cowshed. As soon as he got into the car, he received a text message from Zhao Ling. He smiled, it seems that he was not too busy last night. Yang Lin replied, I know, thank you. Killer, I'm waiting for you. Yushu Electronics. Xiao, Ruizhe has confessed and taken responsibility for all the crimes himself. Li Tong received the news and reported immediately. Okay, keep an eye on him, don't let him ruin things. Understood, Xiao, the gifts you asked to be prepared are ready, are they in the trunk? Ruizhe put away his pen and nodded. Good. Li Tong exited the office. How do you get the chip information from President Feng? This question has been haunting him. The only way to get it is to go to his house, but it seems difficult for the research institute to get in. Looking at the information on Yang Lin on the table, Yushu frowned. If Yang Lin did not have the title of Qin's grandson, he would have 100 ways to make Yang Lin disappear. But now, he had to reconsider how to let Yang Lin leave quietly without attracting any trouble. It was worth thinking about. Xieji Hospital. Yang Lin observed along the way and didn't notice that he was being followed. After getting off the bus, he took the soup and walked into the hospital. He ran into Qin Chengwan. Yang Lin, why are you here as a patient? Yang Lin raised the thermos cup in his hand and said, my classmate is sick and hospitalized, I came to visit. Oh, I thought your cousin wasn't feeling well. No, Luoxi is fine. How is Uncle San? Yang Lin thought of Qin Changming. His position shouldn't be a problem. My father, he's a busy man, I can't see him often. Last time he said he might be transferred out of Jiangcheng, I don't know what's going on, it seems like he won't leave, I don't understand. Qin Xingwan had an expression of confusion on her face. That's good, it means that Uncle San's performance is good and the people of Jiangcheng won't let him go. Yang Lin said with a smile, not intending to tell her the truth. This happy life is pretty good. But, do you think I'm stupid? Qin Xingwan rolled her eyes, then looked at Yang Lin with eager eyes and said, Yang Lin, I told you last time that I work at Jiangcheng Medical College, researching the spiritual aspects. We have a project now, do you have time to participate? Yang Lin shook his head, he didn't want to get himself into trouble. I don't have time. Qin Xingwan was very disappointed, but she was not willing to give up and said, it won't take long. The fact that your cousin is able to wake up shows that you have extraordinary accomplishments in the field of neurology. Please, help. She held her hands up in supplication, looking pitiful. Well, I really am busy. I'm not just saying this. When I have some time, we can talk about it, okay? Yang Lin was very helpless. Then I'll take that as a yes. If you dare to go back on your word, I'll go tell your cousin everything and leave. Without waiting for Yang Lin to refuse, Qin Xingwan simply left. How can this be? Yang Lin smiled bitterly and ignored it, leaving the rest for later. He walked towards the ward. Niu Peng, how are you feeling? Yang Lin asked with a smile as he placed the thermos on the table. Much better, you don't need to come over if you're busy. Niu Peng's mouth curled up slightly, his body still aching. Never mind, I stopped by on my way here, how is Mika taking care of you? Yang Lin looked up at the room and didn't see Mika's figure. It's pretty good. Niu Peng froze for a moment, thinking about yesterday's situation, and his ears turned red. Something's wrong. Yang Lin sensed Niu Peng's reaction. If there's a problem, you can tell me in time. It's really pretty good, so don't worry. Okay. Yang Lin kept a close eye on things, and after chatting for a while, he left. Outside the ward. Mika, did something happen yesterday? Yang Lin asked seriously. Mr. Yang, nothing happened. Mika thought carefully. I just talked to Niu Peng, and I could tell that he was acting unnatural. Are you sure nothing happened? Yang Lin's expression was grim. He already felt that he owed Niu Peng, and if there was a problem in taking care of him, Yang Lin would feel even more self-blame. Mr. Yang, you've misunderstood. It's possible that yesterday, when I was washing Niu Peng's body, he felt embarrassed. Mika hurriedly explained. Embarrassed? Yang Lin was stunned. Come on. Is the cowshed that innocent? I can't tell. Ahem. I'll go first. If anything happens, call me first. Okay. Yang Lin fled from the hospital, looked back in the direction of the ward, and smiled wickedly. Chapter 214. Chapter 211. Bai Jing started moving. Mayside Hotel. After Bai Jing had rested, he dialed Su Fan's phone again. Is what I want ready? It's almost ready. Wait until this afternoon. I'll put it in the safe. You go get it. I'll let you know the exact time and place. Su Fan said seriously. Sniper rifles are hard to come by, and he will have to go through a lot of trouble. After all, guns are strictly prohibited in the country. Okay, don't keep me waiting too long. Also, I need to know Yang Lin's whereabouts. You guys are good at that. Su Fan frowned. How is this related to Yang Lin again? I am not obliged to cooperate with your actions. Su Fan didn't want to be commanded by Bai Jing and led by the nose. Do you need me to come find you? Bai Jing threatened, and then said again, I just need to know Yang Lin's whereabouts, and I don't need you to do anything else. Su Fan was threatened and felt very uncomfortable. But it is unwise to provoke a professional killer. Fine, I will only provide Yang Lin's whereabouts, and I will not be responsible for anything else. Bai Jing killed Yang Lin, which will definitely cause a series of reactions. Su Fan does not want to get into trouble. No problem, don't keep me waiting too long. Bai Jing hung up the phone, stretched his arms and legs, and began to plan the next move. Oh no, Ruizhe has committed suicide. Lu Xiao opened the door of the detention center to deliver food to Ruizhe, and shouted in shock. What, suicide? Zhao Ling immediately ran over, only to see blood all over the floor. She walked over and placed her hand in front of Ruizhe's nose. There was no breathing. Her chest felt like there was a big stone pressing down on it, making it hard to breathe. Zhou Yi also ran in. Zhao Ling shook her head, there was no hope. She slowly walked out, and Zhou Yi took care of the aftermath. How could this be? Zhao Ling was at a loss for an answer. How could a playboy like Ruizhe choose to commit suicide? Even if he had to go to prison, with the Li family's connections, he could have been released early. This is so abnormal. Someone must have sent him some kind of secret message. Zhao Ling's eyes were wide open, and the bloodshot circles around them were clearly visible. She hadn't slept all night, and her nerves had been on edge, and yet this had happened. She felt like she was falling apart. Zhao Ling was in a very bad mood. She staggered out of the police station alone and got into the car. She leaned over the steering wheel, trying hard to keep herself calm. 10 minutes later, Zhao Ling dialed Yang Lin's phone. Yang Lin, Ruizhe has committed suicide. How could he commit suicide? Anyone can commit suicide, but Ruizhe is impossible. Yang Lin asked puzzledly, someone like Ruizhe is most afraid of death. Unless there is a reason that makes him have to die. The answer is obvious, only the Li family. After thinking it through, Yang Lin also felt relieved. As long as this hidden danger is resolved, that's fine. As for why the Li family wanted Ruizhe dead, he doesn't care. That's good, too. You don't have to dirty your hands. I'm not sure about that. There's a problem within our police department. I'm sorry. Zhao Ling sincerely apologized. You don't have to blame yourself. It's not your fault. Yang Lin comforted, being betrayed by someone close to you is really quite difficult. I'll hang up first. Zhao Ling hung up the phone casually and adjusted her state of mind. Yang Lin listened to the beep sound of the phone hanging up. Taking a deep breath. He wasn't in charge of it, and this matter could only be resolved by Zhao Ling herself. From this matter, it can be seen that the Li family does have extensive connections. It seems that it will be difficult to bring down the Li family for the time being, and we can only wait until we get to the Qin family in Kyoto to talk about it. Yushing Electronics. Li Xiao, I just got the news, Li Ruizhe committed suicide. Li Tong said expressionlessly. I see. You can deal with the corpse with them. Li Yushu didn't even look up, as if Li Ruizhe was a complete stranger, and whether he died or not had nothing to do with him. I'll get right on it. Li Xiao, it's almost time, shall we get the car ready? Li Tong pushed up his eyes and reminded him. Get the car ready. Li Yushu put down the pen in his hand and closed the folder. Okay. After Li Tong turned and left, Li Yushu took out a small box from the drawer. Inside was the latest pinhole listening device, which could not be detected by security checks. He had bought it from abroad overnight, just in case he needed it for his meeting with President Feng that night. He put the box in his pocket, made sure there were no problems, and walked out of the office. After receiving the call, Bai Jing went to the designated location, got the item, and kept moving while watching Yang Lin's whereabouts on his phone. He rented a car and drove in the direction of Yang Lin. Jiangcheng's rush hour was over, and the roads were gridlocked. Damn, I shouldn't have followed him at this time. Bai Jing was about to lose his mind in the traffic jam. Yang Lin got into the car leisurely. He didn't drive home directly, but went to the pastry shop. He chose a few pastries that Qin Luoxi liked. This kind of little surprise was still very necessary. His relationship with Qin Luoxi had changed a lot. Honey, you're going to love these. Yang Lin smiled as he looked at the cute-looking pastries, and his appetite grew. Half an hour later, Yang Lin drove out of the downtown area and headed towards the villa. Bai Jing was getting closer and closer to Yang Lin's position. 500 meters. Bai Jing always maintained this distance. Yang Lin noticed something was wrong and started to slow down, but the car behind him kept following him. A killer? This question had been troubling Yang Lin, and he had been on alert for the past 2 days. Bai Jing didn't slow down, he overtook him directly. Good alertness. Bai Jing grinned. Yang Lin was a dead man in his eyes. He had never failed to assassinate someone before. Could it be an illusion? Yang Lin blinked as he watched the car drive away. 5 minutes later. Rose Manor. Honey, I'm home, look what I brought you. Yang Lin handed the pastry to Qin Luoxi and smiled happily. So cute, thank you. Qin Luoxi smiled sweetly, took the pastry, and couldn't wait to open it and try it. It's so sweet. Qin Luoxi couldn't help but lick her lips. So tempting. Yang Lin felt it tickle his heart, and he really wanted to lick it. Phew. Yang Lin let out a deep breath, turned his head to the other side, and tried hard to adjust his breathing. A flash of light. Yang Lin looked vigilantly into the distance, sensing danger. His heart was pounding rapidly, and he picked up Qin Luoxi, who was nearby, and ran towards the villa. Yang Lin, what are you doing? Qin Luoxi was shocked, and the pastries were falling everywhere. Luoxi, don't go out while you're at home, there are gunmen outside, I'll go take a look. Yang Lin said calmly. What? You don't go, we'll call the police. Qin Luoxi couldn't care less about the cream on her body, and hugged Yang Lin. It's too late, wife, don't worry, I'm very good, it's fine, remember, don't go out. After saying that, Yang Lin broke free from Qin Luoxi, the killer's target was himself. He absolutely could not hold Qin Luoxi back. Chapter 215. Chapter 212. Bai Jing was arrested. Bai Jing watched Yang Lin's movements and knew that he had been exposed. But he did not leave immediately. Yang Lin was too insignificant in his eyes to be of any interest. He continued to take aim, searching for the others inside the villa. Yang Lin jumped out of the window of the villa, hid behind the wall, took out his phone, and dialed Qin Wanru's phone. He remembered that Qin Wanru had said that she had arranged for experts to be by his side. Yang Lin, have you eaten yet? Qin Wanru asked with a smile, very happy about Yang Lin's frequent contact with her over the past 2 days. There are gunmen opposite my house, didn't you say you had someone by my side? Yang Lin had no time to bullshit with Qin Wanru, Qin Luoxi, and the others were still at the villa, and a quick resolution was needed. Gunmen? Yang Lin, hide well, I'll contact someone immediately. Qin Wanru didn't dare to be careless, and immediately asked Uncle Fu to contact the people protecting Yang Lin. Young lady, I have already contacted the Wolf brothers. They have already discovered the gunmen and have begun their operation. That's good. You must ensure Yang Lin's safety. Understood. Uncle Fu immediately left to monitor the situation. Qin Wanru dialed Yang Lin's phone again and said, "They have discovered the gunman and are handling it. Find a place to hide and they will contact you after it is over." "Okay, thank you, sister," Yang Lin said from the bottom of his heart. "No need to thank me, just ensure your own safety." "Okay." Yang Lin didn't say much else, and he stared intently at Bai Jing's position. Bai Jing relied on his instincts and rolled his body, and a knife appeared where he had been lying. "Who are you?" Bai Jing stared vigilantly at the two people in front of him. They came over, and he didn't even notice. They were definitely experts. Even if they were placed in the organization, they would be among the top 5. There's no need for a dead man to know so much. After saying that, the big and small wolves attacked at the same time. One attacked the upper body, the other the lower body, and they worked in perfect harmony. They beat Bai Jing until he could no longer fight back. Bang! The older wolf punched Bai Jing in the chest. Bai Jing curled up like a boiled shrimp and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. "Who the hell are you? I have no grudges against you. Yang Lin is our young master, and you want to kill him and say you have no grudges." Xiao Ling sneered, walked quickly to Bai Jing's face, and slapped him hard on the neck. Bai Jing's head tilted and he fainted. "Xiao Ling, take him to our place and keep him locked up. I'll contact the young master and wait for his instructions." "Okay." After saying that, Xiao Ling picked up Bai Jing, took the sniper rifle on the ground, and quickly left. De Lang called the number that Fu Bo sent him. "Young master, I'm speaking to De Lang. The sniper has been captured." "Good, where is the person?" "Little Wolf has already taken him away and is holding him in our place." "Good, I'll contact you later." Yang Lin stood up, stretched his legs, walked to the front door of the villa, pushed open the door and walked in. When Qin Luoxi saw Yang Lin, tears welled up in her eyes. She ran over and hugged Yang Lin. "My dear, I'm fine, look," Yang Lin said with a smile, as he wrapped his arms around Qin Luoxi's face. Qin Luoxi nodded vigorously. "It's okay, that's good. Auntie Lan, Auntie Lu, it's fine, let's prepare dinner." "Okay." They were also highly nervous, having never encountered anything like this before. "Honey, let's go upstairs and take a shower first, to get rid of the milk on our bodies." Qin Luoxi glanced at the pastries all over her body and nodded. They really were very dirty. 20 minutes later. Qin Luoxi finished cleaning up and walked to the balcony, sitting down next to Yang Lin. "The person has already been caught, what are you looking at?" Qin Luoxi nervously looked around. "Don't be nervous, really nothing happened, I'm just thinking about something." "Who is the killer?" "It's the same organization as the last time, although Ruizhe is dead, they haven't given up the assassination. Yang Lin doesn't know if such an organization will send other killers over. He must go tonight to figure this out." Yang Lin just contacted Qin Wanru and learned that Qin Wanru was already investigating the killer organization. But he can't just sit around and wait for something to happen, completely relying on others. "Yang Lin, is there still danger?" After Qin Luoxi calmed down, he thought of the key issue. "I don't know, during this period of time, if you have to go out, you must arrange for more people to follow and protect you." Yang Lin thought about it and decided that he still had to tell Qin Changxing about this. What if the assassin organization targets them? It's better to take precautions. "Luoxi, it's best to tell your parents about this and ask them to pay attention to it these few days." "Okay, I'll go tell them." "Honey, I'm sorry." Yang Lin hugged Qin Luoxi, and if it wasn't for him, Qin Luoxi wouldn't have to be so worried. "Humph. I'm sorry. Don't say that again." Qin Luoxi pouted, pretending to be angry, and then said, "I'm your wife." "Good." Yang Lin grinned from ear to ear. "Let's eat. You should get an early night. I'm going out for a bit." "Okay." Qin Luoxi didn't ask any more questions. She trusted Yang Lin. "Uncle Fu, have you found any information on the assassin?" "The killer is called Bai Jing, and he belongs to the Devil's Murder Organization. This organization and the spy organization have the same boss behind them, and we are still investigating the rest." "Continue investigating and get the people abroad to cooperate," Qin Wanru said coldly, as if she really thought no one was in the country. "The Li family really has a lot of nerve, no wonder Ruizhe was able to contact the Devil's Murder Organization. Who would believe that there is no selfishness in the Li family?" "Oof. Since you want to die, then I will send you to die. Jinjiang Hotel. Li Yushu arrived 10 minutes early. He booked a private room, ordered the food, and sat inside waiting. In a moment, Feng Tiantian pushed open the door, smiled at Li Yushu, and was overjoyed. Yushu, you're here so early. Tiantian, I just got here too. Li Yushu looked behind Feng Tiantian and didn't see the figure of Dean Feng. Yushu, I just contacted my dad, he's on his way, but got stuck in traffic, he might be late. Feng Tiantian said apologetically. She had just called Dean Feng and angrily accused him of why he didn't leave early. It made her lose face in front of Li Yushu. It's okay, the work at the research institute is busy, it's understandable, you sit first, I've already ordered the food, you can eat it when Dean Feng arrives. Yushu, you're so nice. Feng Tiantian sat on the chair Li Yushu pulled out for him with a happy face. Have some water, Dean Feng is usually very busy, right? Well, basically the research institute is his home. When Feng Tiantian thought about this, the smile on her face disappeared, and she looked lost. Tiantian, I'm here for you. Li Yushu held Feng Tiantian's hand, and her heart gained a deeper understanding of Dean Feng. Good. Feng Tiantian's heart felt like it had been filled with honey, sweet and delicious. Tiantian, I'm late because of traffic. Dean Feng pushed open the door and said with a smile, but his eyes saw Li Yushu holding Feng Tiantian's hand, and the smile on his face froze. Chapter 216 Chapter 213 Li Yushu meets with Dean Feng. Li Yushu quickly took his hand away and stood up. Feng Tiantian put away her smile, walked up to Dean Feng, and said, Dad, Yushu has already ordered the food, sit. Dean Feng mechanically walked over to the table, and his own little cabbage was just taken by someone else. He felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Looking at Li Yushu's clothes, his family must be well off. Will Tian suffer if she becomes his friend? Uncle, I'm Li Yushu. Li Yushu broke the ice and introduced himself. Hello, there was traffic on the way, so I'm late. Uncle, we just got here too. That's good, what do you do, and where do your parents work? Feng Tiantian interrupted Feng's Dean before he could finish. Dad, you're investigating the family register. Tiantian, I was just asking casually. Feng's Dean finally had a smile on his face. Li Yushu felt more at ease, he had bet right. Uncle, I have a company in Jiangcheng. My father works in a government office, my mother doesn't work and stays at home full time, and there is also a younger sister at home. Li Yushu said half obscurely. Very good. Li Yushu's good upbringing made President Feng satisfied. At least it shows that the family education is good. Uncle, let's eat, the food will be bad for your stomach if it gets cold. Okay. Feng Tiantian watched from the side, and her admiration for Li Yushu grew even more. Tiantian, you eat more. Last time I saw you really like fish soup, have some more. Li Yushu took the initiative to help Feng Tiantian ladle a bowl. Thank you. Feng Tiantian shyly picked up the bowl and drank it. Seeing this, President Feng sighed in his heart, a girl of age is not to be kept at home, her soul has been hooked. The meal passed uneventfully. What business does your company mainly operate in? President Feng put down his chopsticks and wanted to know more about Li Yushu's work situation. Our company mainly deals in electronic products and their peripherals, which is very broad. Electronic products are updated quickly, and the competitive pressure must be great. Well, it's a bit too much, but it's okay. Li Yushu pretended to be in a difficult situation. Dad, Yushu's company has been stuck because of chip-related factors recently, can you help him too? Feng Tiantian looked at President Feng with a serious face. It was as if he refused, he would cut off his relationship with President Feng. President Feng's heart alerted when he heard this. Li Yushu hurriedly said, Uncle, don't get me wrong, I can solve the problem myself. Oh, I'll help you when I have time. President Feng gave an ambiguous answer. Thank you, Uncle. Li Yushu knew that President Feng was just paying him lip service. It didn't matter, there was still plenty of time. Feng Tiantian giggled as she looked at Li Yushu, feeling so happy inside. Just as I said, my dad will definitely help. Li Yushu picked up the teapot on the table and got up to pour President Feng a cup of tea. Pretending to accidentally touch Feng Tiantian with his hand, he spilled the tea on Feng Yuan Jin. Uncle, I'm sorry. Dad, Yushu didn't mean it. Feng Tiantian saw this and hurriedly explained. I know, I'll go to the bathroom to deal with it. Feng Yuanzhan got up and left. Tian, I'm really sorry, I didn't mean it. I know, you don't have to blame yourself, my dad won't blame you. Tian, go and see your uncle and apologize to him for me. Li Yushu pretended to blame himself and said. Okay, I'll go and see. Feng Tian planned to speak up for Li Yushu in front of President Feng. As she watched the door to the compartment close, Li Yushu immediately took out the box and attached the device to the bag that President Feng carried with him, making sure that he would not notice. After finishing, he looked around to make sure that everything was fine, sat down and waited for President Feng. Dad, Yushu didn't mean it, you mustn't be mad at him, or I won't recognize you. Feng Tian threatened. I know, as long as his character is fine and he is good to you, all of this is fine. President Feng tidied himself up and said helplessly. You haven't even married into the family yet, and you're already turning your back on me. But President Feng felt guilty, so no matter what, as long as Feng Tian was happy, that was fine. That's good, when we get back to the box, you can explain. Okay, whatever you say. President Feng nodded. Box. Uncle, are you okay? Li Yushu stood up and said nervously. It's a trivial matter, don't worry about it. It's getting late, we can get together again some other time. President Feng picked up his bag, he still had things to take care of tonight. Okay, uncle, let me walk you home. No, you go ahead, I'll walk around and get some exercise. President Feng said with a smile, then turned to Feng Tian and asked, Are you coming back with me? No, I've got a friend I'm meeting, I'll be back later. Okay. President Feng didn't interfere, and he couldn't decide anyway. Ming Hu howling. Brother Yu, I'll be outside with my men to provide backup. If it's successful, give me the signal. Feng Tian said seriously. Don't worry, I know. Guan Yu led the 5 men under him and set off. Brother Su, Feng Tian hasn't made a move for a while, which is abnormal. Wu Shi frowned. Recently, he has been paying close attention to Feng Tian's movements. They have already integrated all their businesses, and all the personnel have been incorporated. He's just a coward who is definitely afraid of our strength. Yu Dong said nonchalantly, his hand itching to spar with someone. Su Fan gave him a look. Wu Shi, if we take the initiative, what are the chances of winning? According to the information collected, our chances of winning are 50%. That's so low. Su Fan lowered his head, frowning. Brother Su, we can talk first, and if we can't agree, we'll fight. Wu Shi suggested. This will buy us time to recruit more experts. If we really fight later, our chances of winning will be higher. Okay, do as you like, go communicate. Su Fan trusts Wu Shi's judgment. Okay. Wu Shi put away the information on the table. Wu Shi, when you talk to Feng Tian and the others, you can reveal that there are killers who want to kill Yang Lin in the next 2 days. Su Fan took into account Feng Tian's past behavior towards Yang Lin and did him a personal favor. Okay. At this moment, the door was pushed open. Guan Yu walked in with 5 men. How did you get in here? Su Fan and the others looked at Guan Yu and his men in shock. Are the brothers outside just eating for nothing? There is only one possibility for them to come in, everyone outside has lost their fighting spirit. That's terrible. Are you blind when you walk in? Gudong said disdainfully. You. Su Fan, how do you know who wants to kill Yang Lin? Guan Yu asked nervously. Remember, don't lie, or I'll let you experience what it means to be in a worse situation than death. Su Fan calmed down and glanced at Wu Shi and Yu Dong. They instantly understood. Don't try any tricks, you won't get away. Guan Yu warned as he watched their little movements. I'll ask you one last time, how did you know someone was going to kill Yang Lin, and when? Chapter 217 Chapter 214 Su Fan, Bai Jing is dead. Why should I tell you? Even if I die, I'll take Yang Lin with me. Su Fan calmed down and stared carefully at Xuan Yu's expression. He had bet correctly, Yang Lin was very important to them. This was the only bargaining chip he had in his hands now. It was no longer possible to count on the people outside. He could only think of a way to save himself. Good, very good, then you can go to hell. Xuan Yu was very anxious, he wanted a quick resolution, and dared to protect Yang Lin. I just hope the killer doesn't make a move today. Wait, how about we make a deal? Su Fan's palms were sweating, but he said calmly on the surface. Big brother, What's the point of talking to them? I'll just kill them. Yudong looked at Su Fan's submissive appearance and was furious. Wuxi pulled Yudong's clothes. What an idiot, they were obviously prepared to come. Whether they can win or not is a big question. Moreover, they silently resolved everyone outside. Su Fan glared at Yudong and said, "Shut up. I'm so angry my heart hurts. How could there be such a moron? Guan Yu, we can withdraw from the Jiangcheng underworld, give up all our territory, and tell you about the killer, and we can ensure that Yang Lin will not be harmed. What do you think?" Su Fan had his own plan. As long as he could keep his head above water, with his connections and roots in Jiangcheng, he could definitely make a comeback in the future. The prerequisite was to stay alive. Guan Yu frowned. Then he said, "I will take care of the killer, but as for you, you must die. Only the dead are safest." After saying that, Guan Yu waved his hand, and the 5 people behind him started to rush up. "You want to die? I can't wait." Yudong jumped out, picked up the knife next to him, and started fighting back. Die. Gudong slashed down with a single stroke. Pop. Yudong looked at him in surprise, kneeling on one knee. How strong he is. Guan Yu stood in the doorway, not intervening, and watched the situation unfold. Yudong really is something. He knew Gudong's strength well, and it was no less than his own. Yudong was able to block a sword attack, no wonder he is Su Fan's top general. But he met Gudong. Still dead. Pop. Su Fan was the first to spit out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide open, unable to die in peace. Big brother. Wuxi let out a loud cry, and after taking several blows to the body, he also collapsed, his eyes red and bulging, and he fell to the ground without moving. His eyes fixedly stared in the direction of Su Fan. Yudong supported himself with great difficulty, watching Su Fan and Wuxi fall to the ground one after the other. He roared, "I'll fight you to the death." Yudong attacked Gudong recklessly, swinging his sword wildly. "Gudong, end the battle in 1 minute." Guan Yu ordered. Yes. After saying that, Gudong's movements became even faster. 1 minute later. Yudong had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and a knife stuck in his chest. He couldn't have died anymore. Guan Yu immediately took out his phone and dialed Feng Tian's number. Su Fan and the other 2 were already dead. Also, you must immediately contact Yang Lin and tell him that there are killers trying to kill him, and to be careful. I'm bringing people over to protect him now. Good. Feng Tian didn't have any suspicions and immediately called Yang Lin. Young master, Juan Yu has received news that there are killers trying to kill you. You be careful. Juan Yu will immediately bring people to protect you. The killers have been captured, so you don't have to worry. How do you know? Yang Lin glanced at Bai Jing, who was covered in blood, and his eyes were cold. Juan Yu had just killed Su Fan, Bai Jing, and Su Ji with his men and learned about it from them. Feng Tian let go of his worried heart. I know, you can rest assured and do your own thing, I have someone protecting me. Yang Lin looked at the sniper rifle next to him and tried to figure it out. I didn't think Su Fan, the world's #1 gang in the Jiangcheng underworld, would help you get a gun, you guys really have some nerve. Bai Jing looked at Yang Lin in surprise. How did he know? Was it just the phone call? Did Su Fan betray him? No, Su Fan wouldn't dare. Su Fan is dead. Yang Lin continued. Bai Jing's eyes widened. When he arrived, he heard Director Tan say that Su Fan's influence was too great to just die. Who exactly is Yang Lin? Impossible. You got your gun from Su Fan, didn't you? Yang Lin said with certainty. His eyes kept staring at him. You must have his phone number, try calling him. Yang Lin continued, his face expressionless. Bai Jing began to waver. He lowered his head. Then he laughed out loud. So what if I die? We are just small fry in the organization. Suddenly, black blood flowed from Bai Jing's mouth, his head drooped, and he died. De Lang hurried over and pinched his mouth. Young master, he had poison hidden in his teeth. I'm sorry, we didn't check beforehand. De Lang said apologetically. Forget it, someone like him won't tell you anything anyway, so just let him die. Yang Lin stood up and continued, do you have any information on this killer organization? You need to ask Uncle Fu for the details. Wolf's job is to protect, not gather information. Understood. Yang Lin turned and left, and would contact Uncle Fu tomorrow. Devil's Murder Organization. Director Qin, Bai Jing is dead. Director Qin's face was gloomy, as both of the assassins he had sent out had died. Understood. Director Qin picked up his phone and dialed Su Fan's number. He dialed twice in a row, but there was no answer. This is so unusual. What's going on? He dialed another number. Mr. Li, I've lost 2 assassins in the country, I want to know the details. Director Qin said unceremoniously. You arranged for someone to go to the country? Li Guanhai asked in surprise, having sent everyone away. Your family paid me to kill someone, of course I'll give you face. Director Qin knew from Li Guanhai's words that he didn't know about the hired assassins. Who? Li Guanhai said with clenched teeth. Someone has gone over his head and invited the Devil Killer Organization into the country, looking for death. If something like this breaks out, it will be a blow to the Li family. Li Ruizhe. Li Guanhai cursed in his heart, what a fucking waste. Okay, I'll have someone investigate. Director Qin didn't say much and hung up the phone directly. Li Guanhai was furious and broke his phone. What the fuck is the matter? He paced back and forth. He received a phone call from Li Yushu 2 days ago, saying that Li Ruizhe had been arrested, but he didn't expect him to have anything to do with the killer. Has he been exposed? What if he has been exposed? He hasn't heard anything yet. A series of questions came to his mind. He tried hard to calm himself down. He pondered over the countermeasures. The most important thing at the moment is to understand the situation and then make the next plan. Chapter 218 Chapter 215 Yang Lin took Qin Luoxi to see Yang Lu. 5 minutes later, he dialed Li Yushu's phone. Dad, is something wrong this late at night? Li Yushu had adjusted the surveillance equipment and was about to go back to rest. Who is Li Ruizhe looking for a foreign hitman to deal with? Yang Lin. Li Yushu answered immediately. Do you know about this? Yes, after Li Ruizhe was arrested, I investigated the situation in detail. Dad, don't worry, the reason Li Ruizhe is dead is because I had someone send him a message, he definitely didn't blabber. Li Yushu sat down and crossed his legs on the table in front of him. That's good, what a useless thing, it's better if he dies. Li Guanhai suddenly felt relieved. Dad, are we just going to keep letting them lead us around by the nose like this? For the time being, we have to, you gangs people are still inexperienced, there's no way they can fight against the assassin organization right now, just bear with it for a little while longer. Li Guanhai explained. He also feels very disgusted with the people in the killer organization. But now is not the time to turn your back on them, they don't have the strength yet. We can only wait for news from Li Yugang. Okay, it's been a long time since we heard from Yugang, how is he? He's doing well, don't worry, and how are you doing? The first step has been taken, just wait for the harvest. Li Yushu glanced at the listening device and said slowly. That's good, take care of your health in Jiangcheng, do you want me to ask Man Yun to go over there and keep you company? No, she'll just get in the way if she comes over. Li Yushu didn't say it explicitly, but he didn't dislike or like Han Man Yun. It was a family marriage, and anyone would do. A long time ago, Li Yushu had already thought about this matter clearly. But now it's not possible, Feng Tian is still useful, and Han Man Yun cannot be allowed to come over. Okay, just handle things in Jiangcheng, and don't make Man Yun feel embarrassed, and maintain a good relationship with the Han family. I understand. Li Guanhai gave some instructions for a while, and then hung up the phone. Li Yushu stood up and looked at the lights outside the window. There were no waves in his heart. He had no expectations for relationships. When he was at school, he had a crush on someone. After growing up, he knew that he couldn't make decisions about his marriage. Over time, he had forgotten what relationships were all about. He only had ambitions in his heart, for the Li family. The next day, Qin Luoxi opened his eyes. Yang Lin was lying next to him, still asleep. So handsome. Qin Luoxi observed him quietly, and his hand unconsciously reached up to stroke Yang Lin's eyebrows. It felt so good. As he stroked, his hand reached his mouth. It felt so soft. Yang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. Qin Luoxi was startled, his face flushing red, and he immediately pulled the quilt up over his head. This is so embarrassing. Yang Lin touched his lips with his hand and laughed. Wife, you covet my beauty, just say so, I don't mind. Yang Lin felt only an itch on his face while he was sleeping, and didn't realize that it was Qin Luoxi's hand sliding again. Qin Luoxi was covered in the quilt, her face so red it could drip blood. What on earth am I doing? This is so embarrassing. Yang Lin sat up and smiled as he looked at Qin Luoxi, who was curled up in the quilt. My dear, don't be shy, it's okay, it's very normal, I'm right here, I don't mind if you continue to touch me. Yang Lin continued to tease her. Yang Lin, stop talking. I was wrong to touch you while you were sleeping. It's your fault for being so handsome. Qin Luoxi said angrily. There's no sign of an apology. Is it my fault for being handsome? Yang Lin touched his nose. What kind of reasoning is this? It's your fault. Qin Luoxi opened the quilt and covered himself again. He said with righteous indignation. Yang Lin laughed unkindly, pulled back the quilt and said, Fine, it's my fault. I shouldn't have been so handsome, making my wife covet. Stop covering yourself with the quilt, it doesn't breathe. Poof. Qin Luoxi turned his head away, not looking at Yang Lin. When I'm old, you won't be able to see someone as handsome as me. You can touch me if you want, I won't stop you. Yang Lin looked like a thief, he really deserved a beating. You'll still be handsome when you're old. Qin Luoxi turned his head and said seriously. At that moment, Yang Lin's phone rang. Brother, you really have no conscience. I've been at school for so long, and you haven't even come to see me. I'll tell Mom and Dad. Yang Lu said angrily. It's the weekend today, and all my roommates have gone out. Yang Lu was very bored in the dormitory by herself. Yang Lu, I've been busy recently, I'm sorry. It's the weekend today, I'm free, I'll take you out for a walk. Yang Lin thought about it and realized that he had indeed neglected Yang Lu during this period of time. Really? That's great, brother, I knew you'd be the best for me. I'll wait for you at school. Yang Lin said with a smile, instantly feeling better. Okay, I'll be there in an hour. Yang Lin hung up the phone with a smile and said to Qin Luoxi, Honey, you've been recovering for so long, let's go out and meet my sister today. This. Qin Luoxi looked at Yang Lin worriedly. She had done a good job with her rehabilitation training, but she wasn't exactly like a normal person. Would Yang Lin's sister dislike her? Don't worry, Yang Lu is easy to get along with. Luoxi, sooner or later you have to meet my family, so today you'll meet my sister first. Okay. Qin Luoxi didn't want to avoid it anymore. She and Yang Lin were husband and wife, a fact that could not be changed. What does your sister like? I don't know. Yang Lin said apologetically, as if he didn't know Yang Lu. Don't you girls like to go shopping? Today I'll be your entourage, help you carry things, and you can shop to your heart's content. Yang Lu, if you see something you like, just buy it for her as a gift. That's fine. Qin Luoxi let go of his worries. Let's get up, Yang Lu will wait for us at school. Okay. Yang Lin and Qin Luoxi quickly washed up, had a quick breakfast, and set off. Jiangcheng University of Political Science and Law. Yang Lu packed her things, put on some light makeup, and walked out of the dormitory. Wow, I thought she was pure, but she's just a bitch. Guling looked at Yang Lu with contempt. Han Mangxing, she was even voted school flower, that's really funny, she's no match for you. Guling fawned over Han Mangxing. You. Yang Lu was very angry, all this time Han Mangxing and her gang had been targeting her because of an inexplicable school flower title. Just country bumpkins, ignore her, let's go. Han Mangxing bumped into Yang Lu and walked past her. Yang Lu, don't pay any attention to them, they're like mad dogs, biting people everywhere. Yu Qinyan took Yang Lu's arm and said reassuringly. Because of Yu Bin, they got to know each other and got along very well. Qinyan, I'm fine. Yang Lu tried hard to hide her emotions and didn't want others to worry. Where are you going? Yu Qinyan changed the subject. My brother went to school and took me out for a walk, do you want to go? Is that okay? Yu Qinyan said excitedly. Yu Bin had mythologized Yang Lin in front of her, and she had long been impatient to meet him. Yes. Okay, let's go. They walked out with long strides. Chapter 219 Chapter 216 Yang Lu, this is Qin Luoxi, your sister-in-law. Jiangcheng University of Political Science and Law. Yang Lin and Qin Luoxi waited at the door for 10 minutes, but they never saw Yang Lu appear. Luoxi, let me hurry you up. No rush, girls are slower when they go out. Qin Luoxi said with a smile, wanting to make a good impression on their first meeting. Okay. Yang Lin leaned back in his seat and looked in the direction of the door. In a moment, he saw Yang Lu and a girl running out quickly, looking around. Yang Lin got out of the car and immediately waved and called out, "Yang Lu, over here." Yang Lu and Yu Qingyan hurried over. "Brother, I'm sorry, I was just delayed by something." Yang Lu did not mention anything about Han Manxing. She didn't want Yang Lin to worry. "It's okay, we just got here not long ago either." Yang Lin looked at Yu Qingyan next to him. "Hello brother Yang, I'm Yu Qingyan, Yu Bin is my brother, he's praised you to the skies in front of me. I begged Yang Lu to take me with you, you don't mind, do you?" Yu Qingyan said generously, his eyes full of inquiring glances. "No, I don't mind, you girls are going shopping today, I'll just be a follower, carrying things." Yang Lin said with a smile. "That's good, brother Yang, you're so handsome." Yu Qingyan said enthusiastically. "Well, I admit I'm handsome, and you're not the only one who praises me." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. "Brother, I didn't know you were so narcissistic." Yang Lu's smile almost made her tears come out. Qin Luoxi couldn't sit still when she heard the bursts of laughter outside. She had to declare her sovereignty. So, Qin Luoxi got off the car, walked slowly to Yang Lin's side, and took Yang Lin's arm. Yang Lu opened her eyes wide and looked at Qin Luoxi, unable to believe it. It was mainly because Qin Luoxi was so beautiful. When did her brother get such a beautiful girlfriend? A fairy from heaven. Ahem. Qin Luoxi gave Yang Lin a look, flirting with the butterflies outside. Yang Lin put a stop to the joking, his smile fading. "Yang Lu, let me introduce you, this is your sister-in-law, Qin Luoxi." "What? Sister-in-law? Brother, you're married." Yang Lu's jaw dropped in surprise. Her family had no idea about such a big event. "Yang Lu, this is a long story, I'll explain it to you later." "Yang Lu, meet Qin Luoxi." Qin Luoxi greeted her graciously, and didn't forget to take a look at Yu Qingyan next to her. "You're Qin Luoxi, the female warlord of the business world." Yu Qingyan's feet kept jumping with excitement. "Female warlord?" Qin Luoxi wondered in her heart, when did I get this title? "I am indeed Qin Luoxi, but I don't know if I am the female warlord you were talking about." "Of course you are. My family is in business, and my brothers and sisters often mention you. You are a force to be reckoned with in the business world, and you are full of resourcefulness. I have long wanted to meet you, but I never had the chance. However, I heard from my cousin that you became a vegetable due to an accident." After Yu Qingyan calmed down, she looked at Qin Luoxi carefully. "Didn't she become a vegetable?" "I did become a vegetable, but I cured Yang Lin." Qin Luoxi looked at Yang Lin affectionately. "We are both still single, Yang Lu, will go first, I don't want to eat dog food." Yu Qingyan said with a sour expression, covering her eyes with her hand. Yang Lu was still in a daze. What the hell is going on? Qin Luoxi looked at Yang Lu, who was still in a daze, and nudged Yang Lin. If this matter is not explained clearly, today's shopping trip will definitely not be happy. Yang Lin understood the meaning and said, "Yang Lu, come with me for a moment." "Okay." Yang Lu followed, confused. "Sister Luoxi, is it okay for me to call you like this? I really admire you." Yu Qingyan continued excitedly. "Okay, as long as you're happy." Qin Luoxi quite liked Yu Qingyan's personality, which was carefree and pleasing. She was also relieved about what she had just said about Yang Lin being very handsome, which was just the admiration of a younger sister. "Yang Lu, I was going to wait a while before I took Luoxi back and talked about this, but seeing how you are now, I'll give you the general idea." Yang Lin has already thought of the best way to put it. Here's what happened. How despicable, how could there be someone like this? Your sister-in-law is really pitiful. After Yang Lu heard this, her attitude immediately changed. She only felt sorry for Qin Luoxi. "Yang Lu, everything is fine, later you guys go shopping happily, I'll be responsible for paying the bill and carrying things." "Okay, I will definitely take care of my sister-in-law," Yang Lu said firmly. "Yang Lu, please do me a favor, when I tell my parents about marrying Luoxi, you must stand by my side and help me." "Brother, you worry for nothing, as long as you can get married, my parents will be overjoyed." Yang Lu said with a smile, "Back home, my parents have always worried that Yang Lin would never find a wife, it's just that Yang Lin has just graduated, and in a few years, they will definitely start pressuring him." "That's how my parents see me?" Yang Lin asked incredulously. "I'm a talented person, how can I not find a wife?" "Brother, why don't I talk to your wife?" Yang Lu said with a smile, blinking his eyes. That's fine, Luoxi is pretty good. Yang Lin looked over to Qin Luoxi like a dog's leg. Yu Qinyan happily chatted away. I'm going over there. Yang Lu hurriedly walked over. Sister-in-law, let's go shopping. Yang Lu took the initiative to hold Qin Luoxi's hand. Good. Qin Luoxi replied with a smile, giving Yang Lin a approving glance. Yang Lin tilted her chin, looking confidently at Qin Luoxi, begging for praise. It was written all over her face. Let's go shopping. Yu Qinyan was also very happy, and got into the car with them. Where are we going to go shopping? Yang Lin fastened her seatbelt, turned her head and looked at the three people sitting in the back of the car. Dream times, I guess. Qin Luoxi said, if you're going shopping with Yang Lu, you have to buy good stuff. Good. Yang Lin understood Qin Luoxi's thoughts and smiled as she started the car. Sister Luoxi, I heard that Dream Mall is quite big. I've wanted to go there many times, but I haven't been able to go shopping there. Today, I can finally go and have a good look around. I heard from a friend that you can't finish exploring it in 3 days and 3 nights. I don't know if that's true. Yu Qinyan thought about it. Let's go and have a look. I haven't been there since it was built, but it is quite big. Sister-in-law, how do you know? Dream Mall was designed and built by our company, but I was still asleep when it opened. Qin Luoxi's mouth curled up slightly as she explained simply. Luoxi, you're amazing. Yu Qinyan looked at her with admiration. Of course, my sister-in-law is amazing. Yang Lu added. It's great to be young, carefree, and happy. Qin Luoxi's mood improved along with it. Going out for a stroll really relieves stress. Yang Lin listened to the chattering voices behind him, mixed with hearty laughter, and his heart was very happy. I should have brought Qin Luoxi out earlier so they could meet. Today's decision was so correct. Chapter 220 Chapter 217 A Conflict in the Mall. Dream Era. Today you can shop to your heart's content, I'll carry the bags and pay the bills. Yang Lin said heroically. Brother Yang, mighty. Yu Qinyan said happily. No wonder my cousin admires Yang Lin so much. Thanks, brother. Yang Lu laughed lightly, feeling warm inside. Then it's hard work for Mr. Yang, let's go. Qin Luoxi teased, his happiness evident. It's most important that you're happy, let's go. Yang Lin followed behind, very happy. What's said online isn't always right, and it's also quite fun to accompany a woman shopping. An hour later, Yang Lin finally realized that women's physical strength when shopping is really amazing. Yang Lin was in awe. Yang Lin, what are you doing here? Yang Fan was on patrol and suddenly saw Yang Lin, exclaiming in surprise. Yang Fan, I went shopping with Yang Lu, and you're still working, how's work? Yang Fan was dressed in full uniform and looked full of energy. Work is going pretty well, I want to thank you properly. If it wasn't for you, I'd just be a small security guard standing at the door. Yang Fan, we grew up together, and I didn't do much. If you don't have the ability, you won't be able to do the job. Believe in yourself, because gold always shines. Yang Lin patted Yang Fan on the shoulder and encouraged him. Thank you. I won't say any more polite things. I'm almost off work. I'll treat you to lunch at noon. Bring Yang Lu. Don't say no. Yang Fan said firmly. He had wanted to find an opportunity to treat Yang Lin to lunch for a long time, but had never found the right opportunity. Today is a good day, so I might as well do it today. This. Yang Lin was a bit embarrassed. Yang Lu was one person, but there were 2 women. Yang Lin, if you refuse, I'm going to be angry. Yang Fan said seriously. Okay, today, there's not just Yang Lu, there are 2 more people. Don't mind the noise. Yang Lin knew Yang Fan, he was very righteous and knew how to repay kindness. If he didn't agree, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. No problem, Yang Lin, you're a lucky guy. Yang Fan lightly punched Yang Lin in the arm, his eyes dancing. Don't get any ideas, one is Yang Lu's classmate, and the other is my wife, I'll introduce you to her later. Yang Lin said proudly, beaming with pride. When did you get a wife, and why didn't you invite me to the wedding? You don't consider me a friend, do you? Yang Fan said in surprise, he hadn't heard about this. The last time he went home, he even went to see Yang Lin's parents. It's a long story, I'll tell you some other time when I have time, you're still working, don't waste time. Yang Lin couldn't explain, so he had to leave it at that. Okay, I'll get in touch later. Yang Fan looked at the time, he did have things to arrange. At that moment, a quarrel broke out. Yang Lin suddenly felt that it wasn't good, it was Yu Qingyan's voice. He ran over. Guling, you're shameless. Yan Lu liked this dress first, but you two snatched it right away. You're like bandits. Yu Qingyan put her arms on her hips, looking like she wanted to eat someone. You're shameless. Did you buy the dress? Besides, do you know how much this dress costs? 5,888. Yang Lu is just a stupid country girl. You tell her to buy it. I'm just trying to help her out. She should be thanking us. Guling looked at Yang Lu with scorn and derision. What did you say? Yang Lin happened to hear this and was extremely angry. Who are you to meddle in other people's business? Guling asked impatiently. Who am I? You're not worthy to know. Waiter, pick up the clothes. Yang Lin handed the card directly to the waiter. The waiter was about to pick it up when Han Mangsing walked over arrogantly and said coldly, I want this dress, and no one is allowed to sell it to him. This. The waitress was in a dilemma, as she could offend neither side. Her hands were in the air, at a loss as to what to do. It's really funny, if you don't let it be sold, no one else will. Yang Lin took back the card, walked up to Han Mangsing, and looked down at her. You can try. Han Mangsing was used to being arrogant and domineering, and she did whatever she wanted, as she had the Han family backing her up. Besides, her sister was about to marry into the Li family, and their family's influence was getting stronger and stronger, so who in the country would dare offend her? She really is arrogant. Brother, just forget about it. Yang Lu was a little anxious. She had heard at school that Han Mangsing's family was not simple, and that they came from the capital. It's okay, your brother can handle it. Qin Luoxi walked over to Yang Lu, put his arms around her shoulders, and comforted her. Yang Lin is the grandson of the Qin family from the capital, and no one in the country dares to offend him. Moreover, he is quite capable himself, and Qin Luoxi was not worried at all that he could not handle the two girls. This. Listen to Luoxi, go sit over there, I'll handle it. Yang Lin said with a smile, his sister can't let people bully her. Yu Qingyan was originally very depressed, but when she saw Yang Lin's performance, she instantly became excited. She had long heard about Yang Lin's great achievements from her cousin, and she was especially eager to see it for herself. Oh, so it's his brother, the boyfriend. Guling said weirdly, just because of his face, many boys at school revolve around Yang Lu, it makes me angry just looking at him. His expression is pure, but he must be very flirtatious. Say that again. Yang Lin was furious, the temperature around him dropped, and the people around him couldn't stop shivering. Why would I say that? Guling was shocked by Yang Lin's aura and backed away to Han Mangsing's side, stammering. What do you want? I am the young lady of the Han family of Kyoto. Weigh your own status and see if it is enough. Han Mangsing introduced herself, saying that she had seen people like Yang Lin many times before and that they were just paper tigers. Is the Han family really that impressive? Yang Lin asked disdainfully. You country bumpkin, you don't even know the Han family, and you're still sticking your nose in it, you won't even know how you died. Han Mangsing ignored Yang Lin, assuming that he wouldn't dare to do anything. She turned to the waiter and said, pick up my clothes and take them to school. Miss Han family, interesting, you let someone pack it now, and then you want to return it, it's not that easy. Yang Lin took a step forward and looked calmly at Han Manyun. He didn't want to let Yan Lu know his identity so early, but now only Qin Wanru could quickly solve this matter. The waiter was about to go wrap the clothes, and upon hearing Yang Lin's words, he froze again. It's really funny, no one has been able to take what I, Han Manyun, want. Han Manyun looked coldly at her, and she must get this dress today. Okay, I'll remember what you said. Yang Lin took a step back, took out her phone, and dialed Qin Wanru's number. Yang Lin, you've been thinking about me so much these past 2 days, always calling me. Qin Wanru knew that something must have happened to Yang Lin, otherwise she wouldn't have called her on her own initiative. Miss Han of the Han family in Kyoto, Han Manyun offended my sister. Yang Lin said sternly. What do you want to do? Qin Wanru heard Yang Lin's tone and put aside her joking mood. Chapter 221 Chapter 218 Qin Wanru attacked the Han family business. The Han family is dead. Yang Lin slowly spat out a few words. Who do you think you are, trying to get the Han family dead? You're out of your league. Han Manyun suddenly burst out laughing. Qin Wanru also heard the laughter and said to Yang Lin, if it were just the Han family, it would be easy, but the Han family is about to marry into the Li family, and if I deal with the Han family, the Li family will definitely not stand idly by. There's nothing I can do. Yang Lin asked with a frown. There's no problem with teaching them a lesson and letting off some steam. Qin Wanru said with a relaxed smile. Okay, I'll be waiting for you. Okay, my good brother, you're just causing trouble for me, so hurry up and come to the capital. Qin Wanru hung up the phone and started making arrangements. How about it, are we Han family going to die or not? Han Mengxing asked mockingly. You'll see in a bit. Yang Lin calmed down and wanted to become stronger even more. He turned to Yang Lu and asked, do you have a conflict with each other? Before Yang Lu could say anything, Yu Qingyan hurriedly said, they are just jealous of Yang Lu's beauty and popularity at school. They bully Yang Lu at school. Yang Lin sort of understood. Sort of, they will humiliate Yang Lu whenever they get the chance. Yu Qingyan was very angry, but the Yu family could not afford to offend the Han family. Brother, don't listen to Qingyan's words. They only say a few words occasionally and don't do anything. Yang Lu was very worried that Yang Lin will be implicated because of her. Silly girl, you should have told me earlier. Yang Lin feels very self-reproachful. Yang Lu must be having a hard time at school. Yang Lin, is there a way? Qin Luoxi asked easily. She knows a little about the Han family in Kyoto. They are not to be underestimated. At least the Qin family in Jiangcheng cannot fight back. It's fine, it's possible. Yang Lin nodded and gave Qin Luoxi a reassuring look. Qin Luoxi understood, and tomorrow she would go to work and develop her business empire, and she wouldn't be as helpless as she was now. Guling, let's go, don't waste any more time. Han Mengxing had lost her patience, she still had to go see the latest Chanel clothes. Send the clothes to school for me, don't forget. The waiter nodded. Keep watching. Mengxing, you're right, let's not waste time, let's keep shopping. Guling let out a sigh of relief, looked at Yang Lin arrogantly, and followed Han Mengxing. Who told you to leave? Yang Lin stood up and said loudly. Things must be resolved, otherwise Willow's life at school will be even more difficult. Willow goes to school to study hard and live happily, not to be bullied. What, are you going to stop me? Han Mengxing raised her eyebrows and said discontentedly. You're really not measuring up. Guling echoed. The Han family may not die, but dealing with your family is a breeze. Yang Lin said unceremoniously. For someone like Guling, she must be made to suffer before she knows to behave. You. Guling became anxious. Unlike Han Mengxing, she didn't have a strong background. Her family could only be considered just starting out, otherwise she wouldn't be clinging to Han Mengxing's thighs. Yang Lin turned to Yu Qingyan and asked, what's the situation with her family? A second-tier family in Jiangcheng. Yu Qingyan thought about the situation she had inquired about. Good. Yang Lin took out his phone, made a few calls, and issued instructions. Mengxing, you must help me. Guling was so anxious that she was about to cry. The wealth her family had worked hard to accumulate could not be destroyed because of her. In that case, she would become a sinner in her family and lose her status as a young lady. She didn't dare think about what would happen in the future. Don't worry, I'll talk to my sister, and your family will be fine. Han Mengxing said calmly, she didn't really care about Guling, but it would be convenient to have a follower at school for many things. Besides, if Guling was with her and got bullied, where would her face be? Humph, she can't even protect herself, let alone others. Yang Lin believed in Qin Wanru's abilities, if she said it was possible, it would definitely be possible. Kyoto Handu Trading Group. Chairman, it's bad, the land we liked last time, the relevant department suddenly said the procedures were incomplete. Lu Hai anxiously walked in. This plot of land is very important to the company's development, and they have been operating for 2 years. At this time, Lu Hai's phone rang again. Lu Tezu, several of our subsidiaries have been raided and require rectification. Several products sold have also been complained about and exploded onto the internet, causing a lot of negative impact. Tell the public relations department to deal with it quickly. Lu Hai's expression was serious as he gave the order. Han Shuaishan also listened clearly, his expression was equally serious. Han Dong, it is obvious that someone is targeting the company. Lu Hai, with his years of experience, could see at a glance where the problem lay. All the problems had erupted at once, so someone must have been offended. Han Shuaishan also thought so. He took out his mobile phone and made a call. Leader, why has that land been stuck in limbo? Han Dong, I can only follow the orders from above. Han Shuaishan was shocked. Who had they offended? They must be more powerful than the Han family. Please, leader, enlighten me. Only by finding the root cause can the problem be solved. Qin Wanru. After that, the leader hung up the phone. Han Shuaishan was dumbfounded. How could they have offended Qin Wanru? It was so abnormal. Lu Hai's phone kept ringing with bad news. Han Dong, the current situation is very unfavorable for the company. Many of the company's projects have been blocked, and there is a lot of buzz online. The intervention of the public relations department has not helped. Qin Wanru is really something. He found Qin Wanru's phone number and immediately dialed it. Uncle Han, what do you want with me? Qin Wanru asked knowingly. Han Shuaishan cursed in his heart, you attacked the Han family's industry, and you're asking me what I want. Han Shuaishan tried hard to control his emotions. Wanruo, the Han family's industry has been hit, and it is said that you were the one who did it. Why? Are you here to interrogate me? Qin Wanruo asked back impolitely. Han Shuaishan was asked and didn't know what to say in reply. As for Qin Wanruo, he could not be threatened, and threats did not work either. His strength was there, and it could not be taken lightly or seriously. Uncle Han, I finally found my brother, but I was bullied by your second young lady. Do you think I should take revenge for him? Qin Wanru could not circle around anymore, Yang Lin was still waiting. I immediately called Man Xing. Han Shuaishan also knew that Qin Wanru had found his brother, and it must be precious, so he could not offend him. Damn it! Uncle Han, if my brother is not appeased, the Han family will have to be careful. Qin Wanru warned. You are threatening me. Yes. Qin Wanru said imperiously. Han Shuaishan, even if the Han family and the Li family marry, I'm not afraid. As long as someone bullies my brother, I will fight to the end. You. Han Shuaishan are only confident in fighting against the Qin family because of the imminent marriage alliance with the Li family, but after hearing Qin Wanru's attitude, this matter must be resolved before her brother gets angry. You only have 30 minutes, after which you will receive the second wave of even more serious news. Qin Wanru didn't waste any words and hung up the phone. Mad. Han Shuaishan was burning with rage, and he smashed his phone to pieces. Chapter 222 Chapter 219 Han Shuaishan is furious. Guling, let's go, I dare anyone to stop me. Han Mengxing said angrily, really going out without checking the almanac, bad luck. Good. It's been 10 minutes, Guling has also let go of her worries, it should be fine. Remember, once you walk out this door, it won't be easy to come back. Yang Lin said calmly, making way. Pretentious. Han Mengxing had already decided that when she returned to school, she would teach Yan Lu a good lesson, and she would also ask her sister to teach him a lesson too. What is this? How dare you yell at me? Han Mengxing lifted her head arrogantly and left on her tiptoes. As she walked out of the boutique, she didn't forget to give Yang Lin a provocative look. Aren't you very impressive? Idiot. Yang Lin ignored Han Mengxing, who would definitely be back. He believes in Qin Wanru's abilities. Waiter, leave the clothes here, she'll be back later. Yang Lin said confidently. Luoxi, I'll just sit here and wait, you go and see if there are any clothes you like. Okay. Qin Luoxi replied with a smile, she liked the confident look on Yang Lin's face. Brother, maybe we should just go back. Yang Lu was worried and also blamed herself, she had caused her brother trouble. Yang Lu, trust me, it's fine, just go with Luoxi and try on some clothes. Yang Lin felt very distressed that Yang Lu understood and was putting herself in a difficult position. Big brother Yang, will this be difficult for you? Yu Qingyan regretted a little, he shouldn't have provoked the fire and let Yang Lin take the lead, the Han family is not someone you can deal with. You have no confidence in me, didn't your brother say I can do anything? Yang Lin continued with a smile, if I let you try on the clothes, I'll pay, you won't even want to. Qin Luoxi got up and dragged them along to go look at the clothes. No matter what decision Yang Lin makes, she will support it unconditionally. Let's go try them on. There are just a few outfits, and I think they're especially suitable for you. Yang Lin's face fell when he saw them leave. He decided to go to Kyoto as soon as possible. Han Mengxing, you're still the best. Yang Lin is a paper tiger, and he dares not do anything to us. When I get back to school, I'm going to teach Yan Lu a good lesson, bitch. Guling's face contorted, the humiliation she just suffered was still fresh in her mind. We'll talk about it when we get back to school, don't let it affect your mood. Han Mangxing didn't care at all, she was used to doing things like this. Good. Handu Trading Group. Handong, what do we do now? Lu Hai looked at the phone that kept ringing and said with difficulty. Han Shuashan calmed down and said, time waits for no man, Qin Wanru said, it will definitely be done. Mangxing picked on the wrong person, picking on Qin Wanru's younger brother. Han Shuashan took out a mobile phone again and dialed Han Mangxing's number. Han Mangxing was trying on the latest Chanel dress and didn't notice the phone ringing at all. Mangxing, you look really pretty in this dress. Guling looked at Han Mangxing with envy. Not only was she pretty, she also came from a good family. She was even a little jealous. Not bad. The more Han Mangxing looked at it, the more satisfied she became. With a wave of her hand, she said, I'm not changing the dress. Just pay the bill. Han Shuashan dialed twice in a row, but no one answered. The suppressed anger rose again. Han Mangxing, is she dead? Lu Hai, ask someone to go to the school and find her, hurry. Han Shuashan was in a hurry. It had been 15 minutes, and the losses would be very great now. 10 minutes later, Qin Wanru's counterattack would definitely be even more fierce. He was so anxious that he wanted to call Li Guanhai. Once he did, the alliance would be in a downward spiral, which he didn't want to see. Unless there was no other choice, he didn't want to contact the Li family. Okay, I'll send someone to find her right away. Han Mangxing opened her bag and looked at the phone, a bad feeling rising in her heart. Han Shuashan was usually very busy and basically never called her, but today he had called twice, which was very unusual. Something was definitely fishy. She immediately dialed Han Shuashan's number. Where the hell have you been, you didn't answer the phone. Han Shuashan picked up the phone and cursed. Dad, I was just shopping, it was so noisy I didn't hear the phone. Han Mangxing was very afraid of Han Shuashan, especially when he was angry. All you know is shopping. I let you go to school, not go shopping. Han Shuashan scolded. Handong, business. Lu Hai reminded in a low voice. Have you offended Qin Wanru's younger brother? Apologize to him quickly. If he doesn't accept your apology, you don't need to go back to the Han family. You only have 10 minutes. Han Shuashan said immediately, it's important to solve the problem at hand. Qin Wanru's younger brother, who is he? Han Mangxing asked fearfully, leave the Han family? No, absolutely not. Who did you just offend? Qin Wanru is now attacking the Han family's business with full force. So far, the Han family has suffered heavy losses. If this isn't resolved in 10 minutes, the Han family might go bankrupt. Han Shuashan spoke very seriously. He understands Han Mangxing's character. If he doesn't say it seriously, she won't take it seriously. How could that be? Han Mangxing couldn't believe it. You only have 10 minutes. If it's not resolved in 10 minutes, I will issue a public announcement that you have no relation to the Han family. No, Dad. Han Mangxing wanted to say something else, but all she heard was the beeping sound from her phone. Mangxing, what's wrong? Guling immediately asked, looking at Han Mangxing's terrified expression. Han Mangxing pushed Guling away and ran out. Miss Han, you haven't paid for the clothes yet. The attendant followed her out. Guling also got up from the floor and followed her out. What on earth is going on? Yang Lin looked at the time, it should be about time. The three of them tried on 2 outfits, and they all looked good on them. At that moment, Han Mangxing rushed in. She panted, stood in front of Yang Lin, and looked at him in horror. He is Qin Wanru's younger brother. How is that possible? Yang Lin calmly looked at Han Mangxing without saying a word. Yang Lu and the others were surprised to see Han Mangxing rushing in. What does she want? They put down the clothes in their hands and walked over to Yang Lin. The waiter was also surprised. Why was Han Mangxing here again? And she looked a bit disheveled. Even wearing the latest Chanel, she couldn't hide the terrified expression on her face. You are Qin Wanru's younger brother? Han Mangxing asked carefully. Yang Lin nodded expressionlessly. Han Mangxing's mouth opened wide. Yang Lin didn't say anything and kept waiting, secretly thinking, Qin Wanru's efficiency is indeed high. In less than half an hour, Han Mangxing came running over with her tail between her legs. I'm sorry. Han Mangxing thought of Han Shuaishan's words and apologized unwillingly. What did you say? I can't hear you. Yang Lin leaned back on the sofa. If you want to compare backgrounds, then let's see whose background is stronger. Han Mangxing's face turned red. She had never been so humiliated before. Her heart was filled with hatred. Han Mangxing tilted her head back. She couldn't wait any longer. She said loudly, I'm sorry. Chapter 223 Chapter 220 Han Mangxing apologizes. Everyone is stunned. Is this still Han Mangxing? Guling ran in and heard Han Mangxing's words. She took a few steps back and leaned against the wall. It's over. The Chanel salesperson stood aside, stunned. Is this the arrogant Han Mangxing? Yang Lu listened to Han Mangxing's words and was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Yu Qinyan reacted from the shock and was extremely excited. Brother Yang, you're awesome, so cool. Only Qin Luoxi looked calm, as if she had expected this. She looked forward even more to becoming someone like Qin Wanru. Turning her hand over is like turning the clouds, and covering her hand is like controlling the rain. The salesperson at the counter secretly felt relieved that she hadn't wrapped the clothes up. Yang Lin stood up and walked up to Han Mangxing, asking coldly, Do you feel humiliated? No. Han Mangxing said, gritting her teeth. Oof. You should at least pretend to be a little bit more convincing. Even if it's humiliating, you have to hold it in. You want to compete on background, don't you? I'll give you a chance. Han Mangxing clenched her fists, then relaxed them again. What do you have to do to make me forgive you? I just said it, it's not that easy to walk away and come back again. Yang Lin ignored Han Mangxing's little gestures. In the face of absolute strength, all of this was useless. Han Mangxing was in the Han family, and she knew that if she wanted Yang Lin to forgive her, she had to get Yang Lu's forgiveness first. She walked up to Yang Lu, lowered her head, bent over, and said loudly, Yang Lu, I'm sorry. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have taken your clothes. This. Yang Lu was at a loss for what to do with Han Mangxing's behavior. The arrogant Han Mangxing lowered her head. Yang Lu looked at Yang Lu for help. Han Mangxing kept bending over and didn't get up. A sense of humiliation filled her heart, and hatred shone in her eyes. She hates Yang Lu and Yang Lin. They have trampled their dignity underfoot. Yang Lu, you decide whether you forgive them or not. Yang Lin said with a smile. Brother, it's not a big deal, just forget it. Yang Lu was very moved, it felt so good to be protected. But she didn't want to make a big deal out of it and make enemies for Yang Lin. The Han family should be very powerful. Hearing Yang Lu's words, Han Mangxing looked up, and inside she said with reluctance, Thank you. She walked up to Yang Lin again and said carefully, Is that okay? No, Yang Lu has forgiven you, but this matter is not over. If you killed someone, can you just say sorry to the police and be acquitted? If you don't hurt Han Mangxing this time, she will come back for more. What do you want? Han Mangxing asked angrily. Just then, Han Shuaishan's phone rang again. Han Mangxing looked at the phone, and the fear that had disappeared in her heart came back. Dad, how did things go? Han Shuaishan asked loudly, less than 5 minutes having passed since Qin Wanru had given him the time. Dad, I've already apologized, but he won't forgive me. Han Mangxing suddenly felt very aggrieved. She didn't know what to do. Useless thing, give him the phone. Han Shuaishan roared. It's my dad's phone. Han Mangxing handed the phone to Yang Lin. Yang Lin took the phone, switched it to speakerphone, and placed it on the table. Hello, this is Han Shuaishan. You can make any request you like. In Han Shuaishan's view, nothing was untradeable, it was just a matter of distributing the benefits. I have 2 conditions. If you agree to them, this matter will be settled. Yang Lin didn't beat around the bush either. He didn't want to waste time and was still hungry. Speak. Han Shuaishan was mentally prepared to agree to anything as long as the conditions weren't too harsh. First, I don't want to see Han Mangxing in the country. Second, I want 51% of the shares of Hangxing Minerals. Han Shuaishan's blood pressure instantly rose. You're robbing me. There's always a price to pay for doing wrong things, you can choose to refuse. Yang Lin said without any pressure. He had just learned from Fu Bo that Hongxing Minerals accounted for 70% of the rare resources on the market and controlled several ore bases. Although letting Han Shueshan give it up would be a major loss, it wouldn't hurt the foundation. Yang Lin, you're really delusional. Han Mangxing suddenly shouted, Hongxing Minerals generates nearly 5 billion yuan in profit for the family every year. And she wants her to go abroad. She felt that Yang Lin must be crazy, and Han Shueshan would definitely not agree. Yang Lin looked up at the angry Han Mangxing and said slowly, you can tell your father to refuse. Yang Lin just wanted Han Mangxing to experience the feeling of being bullied and being unable to do anything about it. Dad! Shut up! Han Shueshan yelled. Young man, you should forgive others when you can, leave a way out today, so that we can meet again in the future, there is no need to be so aggressive. Humph! You don't need to reason with me, if it weren't for the fact that my strength is above yours, I'm afraid I would be the one being bullied. Yang Lin raised his voice to suppress his anger. You have time to think about it, I'm in no hurry. Although the Qin family is powerful, if I join forces with the Li family, your Qin family may not be able to withstand it. Han Shueshan threatened, unwilling to give up the stellar minerals. You can try. Yang Lin retorted, and Qin Wanru must have a way. This matter must deal a blow to the Han family, or it would be a waste of the opportunity she created. You. Yang Lin is like a tough nut, and Han Shueshan looked at the clock, feeling very anxious. Lu Hai's phone rang again, and Han Shueshan's eyes twitched, here we go again. Half an hour later, Qin Wanru started moving again. I promise. Han Shueshan gritted his teeth and reluctantly agreed. If he let Qin Wanru strike, the losses would definitely not be less than the conditions proposed by Yang Lin. After this matter is over, we can take our time and discuss it thoroughly. We can get back what we've lost when the time comes. Dad, how could you agree to that? Han Mangxing said excitedly. Shut up and get your ass back here, ready to get the hell out of the country. Han Shueshan angrily shouted, how could you give birth to such a daughter, you're useless, you'll only cause trouble. Within 3 days, I want to see Han Mangxing leave the country and receive the transfer contract from Hongxing Minerals. If the time limit is exceeded, you know the consequences. Fine. Yang Lin hung up the phone directly, stood up, and said to the waiter, wrap up the dress that my sister has started to fancy, I'll take it with me. Okay, I'll wrap it up for you right away. The salesperson dared not hesitate there and immediately got to work. Han Mangxing stood there motionless, lost in thought. Guling couldn't stand either, and was trying hard to hold on to the wall. What should they do? Han Mangxing couldn't handle it, let alone their family. The Chanel salesperson didn't care, if Han Mangxing took the dress and didn't pay, she would definitely be fired and even have to pay compensation, which she couldn't afford. So, she walked up to Han Mangxing and said, Miss Han, you need to pay for the dress you're wearing. Chapter 224 Chapter 221 Han Mangxing complained. Do I owe you money? Han Mangxing roared, her anger exploding. She immediately took out her card and threw it at the Chanel salesperson. Get out! The salesperson didn't dare to provoke Han Mangxing anymore, and immediately ran back into the store with the card. As long as she paid, her commission for the month would not be reduced. Mangxing. Guling was awakened by Han Mangxing's roar, and she came to Han Mangxing's side. You must save my family. Han Mangxing glanced at her and slapped her. Pat. It sounded extra loud in the quiet place. It was you, bitch, who egged me on. Han Mangxing's emotions exploded. She had been abandoned by her family. Gone forever was the life of the second young lady. Han Mangxing, that's not true, I did it all for you. Guling couldn't believe what she was seeing. Everything she had done had been with Han Mangxing's approval. Get out! Han Mangxing walked out of the counter step by step. Yang Lin and Qin Luoxi were very calm and didn't react at all. Evil people will be punished by their own evil. Yang Lu was stunned. Why was this happening? Didn't Guling and Han Mangxing have a good relationship? Yu Qinyan was very satisfied. Serves you right, Fui. Guling saw that Han Mangxing didn't care about her, so she immediately ran up to Yang Lu and begged, Yang Lu, please, let your brother spare my family. I did all those things against you because Han Mangxing told me to. I know I was wrong. Please. Guling kept bowing and apologizing. Yang Lu leaned fearfully towards Yu Qinyan. Yang Lin was about to go up to them, but Yu Qinyan took a step forward and pushed Guling away. Go away. She pulled Yang Lu behind her. Yang Lin nodded in satisfaction at Yu Qingyin's actions. Yang Lu, let's go. Yang Lin took everything and walked out of the counter. The three of them followed suit. All they could hear was Guling crying behind them. Han Mengxing, I don't know where you went. Big brother Yang, you're awesome, I admire you so much. Yu Qinyan said loudly. No big deal. Yang Lin laughed heartily, it was really satisfying today. Brother, do you think Han Mengxing will be okay? Yang Lu was still a little worried. Yang Lin knows that Yang Lu is kind, but kindness also has a bottom line, and she can't let people bully her. Don't worry, she'll be fine. At most, she'll just become her second young lady in another place. Yang Lu, if anyone bullies you at school, fight back. If you can't solve it, call me. I know, brother. Yang Lu understands what Yang Lin means. She is indeed weak, and that's why they keep pushing. Big brother Yang, don't worry, I will protect Yang Lu and not let her get bullied. After saying that, he didn't forget to show off by raising his head. Looking at her expression, everyone laughed. Yang Lin, will the Han family keep their promise? He dares not. Thinking of this, he told the three of them to go to the front and find a place to rest and wait for him. Yang Lin wanted to call Qin Wanru to talk about the current situation. The matter is settled. Yes, I asked the Han family for Hunqing mining and for Han Mengxing to go abroad. He agreed, and these two things need to be done within 3 days. If they are not done, I will have to trouble you. Yang Lin roughly explained what happened. You're not bad, the Han family will have to be pampered for a while. Qin Wanru didn't expect Yang Lin to operate in such a way, with such courage. Or did he learn from you? Thank you. You're so sweet. Thanks is not necessary. I haven't moved for a long time. Some people treat me like a sick cat. It's a good opportunity to show off. Qin Wanru's eyes shone with brilliance. Besides, I didn't get nothing. The Han family still lost some blood. Okay, no matter what, I'll trouble you again. Yang Lin said sincerely, the Han family lost a little blood, which is estimated to be a start of a few 100 million. If you don't want to trouble me, come to Kyoto earlier. I'm making arrangements, it'll be soon, I'll tell you before you come. Okay, if the Han family doesn't keep their promise, you tell me, I don't mind having the Han family disappear. Qin Wanru said domineeringly, the reason why the Han family wasn't moved this time was also considering the Li family's relationship. Sister, domineering, I'll hang up first, take care. Yang Lin laughed, he also wants to have this kind of ability. Han Mengxing walked dazedly to the square, sat on a stone bench nearby, and tears kept flowing out. Why? She took out her phone and dialed Han Manyun's number. Sister, you have to help me. Mengxing, what's wrong? Who's bullying you? Don't cry, tell your sister. Han Manyun had just finished a meeting. Han Mengxing had never been like this before. She instantly became nervous. Sister, Dad is going to send me abroad. Han Mengxing cried and told her the whole story. Han Manyun sort of understood, if it was really as Han Mengxing said, this time going abroad was unavoidable. Qin Wanru's methods were indeed formidable. The Han family could not resist either. Manyun, you go home first, we'll talk when you get home, I'll go find Dad now. Okay, sister, you have to help me, if that doesn't work, you can talk to brother Yushu, okay? I don't want to go abroad. Han Mengxing wiped away her tears, her face full of grievances. I know, you go back to Kyoto first. Han Manyun didn't know what had just happened at the company, and she had to find out. Han Mengxing had been spoiled since she was young, and she definitely didn't want to go abroad alone. She quickly went to Han Shuaishan's office. Dad, Mengxing called me and said that you want to send her abroad. She still has the nerve to call you. Do you know how much the company lost this time after she offended Qin Wanru's younger brother? Han Shuaishan had not finished dealing with the matters at hand and spoke loudly, his anger clearly visible in his eyes. Manxing is still young and doesn't know any better, so don't be angry. Han Manyun realized the seriousness of the situation. Not to mention the loss of the Hunqing mining that Yang Lin wanted, Qin Wanru alone caused our company to lose up to 3 billion today. Manxing is still young, but she's already an adult. If you help out at the company at a time like this, she'll just know to rely on her family's power and do evil things outside. It's better for her to go abroad and gain some experience. Let's not talk about this anymore. Han Shuaishan gave a direct order, and no one can change it. Okay, will you transfer Hongqing mining to Yang Lin? Han Manyun said thoughtfully. I'm still considering it. I plan to go see Li Guanghai and hear his opinion. If the Li family is willing to help and resist Qin Wanru, I will give Hongqing mining to the Li family. You and Yushu are getting married soon, and you will be family in the future. It is better to give it to the Li family than to give it directly to Yang Lin. It depends on Li Guanghai's attitude. Han Manyun also felt that Han Shuaishan's words made sense. This is currently the best solution. Manyun, how are you in Yushu? Han Shuaishan suddenly asked as he changed the subject. Fortunately, he is in Jiangcheng during this period of time. I will go to Jiangcheng to find him after I finish these few days. Han Manyun said thoughtfully. Li Yushu's attitude is unfathomable to her, so she has decided to go to Jiangcheng herself to see what the situation is like. That's good, you must grasp it. Han Shuaishan urged. Okay. Han Manyun nodded. Chapter 225 Chapter 222 Brother Yang, isn't your childhood friend also very handsome? Brother Yang, where are we going now, back? Yu Qinyan asked. She hadn't finished shopping yet, but after what had just happened, Yang Lu definitely wasn't in the mood. It's noon, let's eat together later. Yang Lin thought of Yang Fan's words and said casually. He looked at Yang Lu absent-mindedly and knew that Yang Lu had a lot of questions. So, he said to Qin Luoxi, the restaurant on the 6th floor, you and Qingyan go up and have a look, I'll come find you later. Okay. Qin Luoxi understood Yang Lin's approach and left with Yu Qingyan. Yang Lu, do you have a lot of questions? Yang Lin asked directly, calmly looking at Yang Lu. He didn't know how to explain, they weren't related as brother and sister. At least he didn't know how to start. Yang Lin's original plan was to wait until he took Qin Luoxi home and solve it together. But the plan changed. Brother, I do have a lot of questions in my heart, but I trust you. Yang Lu said with a smile. Yang Lin smiled and petted Yang Lu's head. Yang Lu, I also learned a lot of things after graduation. Dad's birthday is in a week. I'll take Luoxi back with me then, and you can come too. We'll chat at home then. Okay. Yang Lu let go of her doubts. Yang Lin would not say anything without a reason. Yang Lu, no matter what, I will always be there for you. I don't want you to get bullied at school, understand? Yang Lin said sternly. He didn't want Yang Lu to get bullied at school, but he didn't dare fight back. No matter who it is, Yang Lin believes he is capable of dealing with it. If that doesn't work, there is still Qin Wanru. Brother, don't worry, I know. Yang Lu promised. After today's incident, her mentality has also changed. Good. Yang Lin didn't want to put too much pressure on her, and needed to take things slowly. He continued, I ran into Yang Fan at the mall, and he invited us to dinner. You haven't seen him in a long time, have you? Really? It's been a long time. Yang Lu said in surprise. The few of them had been close back home, and Yang Fan had looked after Yang Lu very well. Well, let's go find Luoxi, I'll call Yang Fan. Yang Lin took Yang Lu straight to the 6th floor. Late One Hot Pot Restaurant. Big Brother Yang, over here. Yu Qingyan waved cheerfully. Big Brother Yang, are you two okay with spicy food? It's fine, I can handle it. Yang Lin sat down next to Qin Luoxi. Yu Qingyan nudged Yang Lu and asked with a wink, how about you? Are you okay? I'm fine, I'm fine. Yang Lu smiled and put down her bag. That's good, I was worried you weren't feeling well. I ordered a pitcher of beer, hot pot and beer, a perfect match. Yu Qingyan's eyes lit up. Luoxi, are you okay with hot pot? Yang Lin asked worriedly, while taking out his phone. It's fine, I'm a bit hungry too. Qin Luoxi's eyes were full of expectation, having just been moved by Yu Qingyan's description. She basically had never eaten hot pot, especially in such an environment. Okay, do what you can. Yang Lin finished and dialed Yang Fan's phone. Yang Fan, I'm at the 6th floor spicy hot pot restaurant. Okay, I'll be right there. Big Brother Yang, who else is there? Yu Qingyan asked suspiciously. My childhood friend, he works here, and I ran into him today, and he insisted on treating you to dinner. Yang Lin explained simply. Ugh, isn't your childhood friend also very handsome? Yu Qingyan said playfully. Yang Lin was drinking water and, upon hearing her words, kept coughing and quickly took a piece of paper to wipe his mouth. Big brother Yang, there's no need to overreact like that, I was purely admiring, there's no other meaning. Yu Qinyan looked puzzled. Is it that unbelievable? She looked at Yang Lu next to her and asked with a questioning look in her eyes. Yang Lu shrugged her shoulders, indicating that she didn't know. My question. Yang Lin tried to smooth things over, saying that he really didn't understand their way of thinking. Qin Luoxi laughed with her hand over her mouth. It was rare to see Yang Lin get embarrassed. Yang Fan changed into a different set of clothes and walked into the hot pot restaurant, looking around. When he saw Yang Lin, he hurried over. Sorry, I was just a bit busy and I'm late. It's not late, we just sat down. Yang Fan pulled the stool out and sat down. Handsome guy, what are you looking at? Yu Qinyan asked with a smile. Yang Fan was embarrassed and scratched his head. Brother Yang Fan, this is my classmate Yu Qinyan. Yang Lu nudged Yu Qinyan and told her to behave. Hello, have you ordered yet? We already did, just wait for you to buy something. Yang Lin said jokingly. No problem. Yang Fan glanced at Qin Luoxi next to Yang Lin and couldn't help but feel emotional. She was so beautiful. Who is this? This is my wife, Qin Luoxi, and this is my childhood friend, Yang Fan. Yang Lin introduced. You're telling the truth. I just thought you were joking. Yang Fan asked in surprise. It's truer than gold. Yang Lin smiled helplessly. Why do so many people think I'm lying? Could it be because Qin Luoxi is so beautiful that I'm not good enough? Yang Lin couldn't help but look at Qin Luoxi, who was smiling at him. The food is here. Eat, Sister Luoxi, try it, it's really delicious. Yu Qingyan's eyes sparkled, she hadn't had hot pot in a long time, she really missed it. Great. Come, cheers. Yu Qingyan raised her glass and said happily. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses and took a sip, except for Qin Luoxi, because of her health, Yang Lin let her drink a beverage. While they were eating and drinking merrily. Yang Lin, I'm sorry, please spare our family. Guling had already received word from home that their family's business was under attack and the company was struggling to cope. She could only come to beg Yang Lin to try to spare her family's company. Except for Yang Fan, who was a little confused, the rest of the people understood and had no sympathy. If it wasn't for Yang Lin's strength, they would be the ones being bullied right now. Don't interrupt my meal, get out. Yang Lin said discontentedly. The people around them were at a loss and whispered to each other. Yang Lin, I was wrong, I shouldn't have helped Han Mangsing bully Yang Lu, I really know that I was wrong. Guling apologized while tears flowed down her face. Why is this person like this, bullying a little girl? How do you know he bullied a little girl, didn't you hear her say it? She bullied someone first, and then got her revenge. It seems like it, but she looks kind of pitiful. You're just looking at her because she's pretty. I shouldn't mind other people's business, just mind my own. The sound of discussion continued all around. Yang Lin was very displeased. Get out, this is the last time, otherwise, you know the consequences. Yang Lin's eyes were sharp, and Guling unconsciously took a step back, she was afraid. She slowly walked out of the hot pot restaurant step by step, standing at the door, hoping to beg Yang Lin to show mercy. Guling already hated Han Mangsing to death in her heart. Chapter 226 Chapter 223 Han Mangsing, Guling dropped out of school. That was so good. Yu Qinyan exclaimed, still full from the meal. It really was delicious. Qin Wanru was also very happy with her meal, and she realized that she had missed out on a lot of delicious food. She must try more in the future. It was very tasty, I was afraid to eat spicy food before, what a waste. Yang Lu kept drinking water. Yang Fan smiled and left, turning to the service counter to pay the bill. Yang Lin, Yang Fan is going to pay the bill, that's not good. Qin Luoxi whispered. It's fine, if we don't let him pay the bill, he'll definitely feel uncomfortable. Yang Lin explained. Qin Luoxi nodded and didn't say anything else. The few of them walked out of the hot pot restaurant chatting and laughing, and Guling was still standing in the doorway. Like a door god, except with a sad face, unlucky. Yang Lu, I'm sorry. Guling bowed her body and said with tears in her eyes. She had just received an order from the elders of her family that she must obtain Yang Lin's forgiveness no matter what, or else she would be forced to give up her studies and marry an old man in exchange for the chance to save the family. Guling was unwilling to give up her current life and marry an old man in his third marriage, it was disgusting. You have to pay the price for doing wrong. Yang Lu, go. Yang Lin said without mercy. Okay. Yang Lu followed them and left. Guling's eyes were full of hatred. How could you do this? Yang Lin sent Yang Lu and the others back to school, and then took Qin Luoxi home. It's still comfortable at home. Yang Lin fell soundly onto the bed. Qin Luoxi smiled as she tidied up the things she had bought. It had been a long time since she had gone shopping, and she was quite happy. Yang Lin, do you want to find someone to protect Yang Lu? Qin Luoxi thought about what Yang Lin had done. It's possible that someone is resentful and wants to take revenge on Yang Lu. No need for now, I don't want Yang Lu's study and life to be disrupted. Yang Lin had his own considerations. As for potential dangers, if they can't be deterred, then kill them. Okay, I'll go to work at the company tomorrow, so you can focus on your own things without worry. Will your body be able to handle it? Yang Lin sat up, concerned. It's fine, I know how to control my workload, don't worry. Qin Luoxi desperately wanted to improve her own strength. The enemies Yang Lin faced were getting stronger and stronger, and she had to grow up quickly. My dear, you don't need to do this. Yang Lin said with a heart full of pain. He understood the reason Qin Luoxi did this, but he didn't need to. As long as Qin Luoxi was happy, that was all that mattered. Yang Lin, I'm doing this for myself. I'd been idle for 2 months. I was born to work in the market, wasn't I? Qin Luoxi said playfully. Good. Yang Lin didn't argue anymore. Indeed, Qin Luoxi was a genius in the market. Letting her idle would be a waste. Han Manyun returned to her office and thought about Han Shuashan's words. She dialed Li Yushu's phone number. Yushu, are you busy? Han Manyun asked tenderly. Yes, what is it? Li Yushu's expressionless face and cold voice. Nothing, I just want to ask how you are in Jiangcheng. I haven't seen you for a long time. I'm going to Jiangcheng to keep you company once I finish my current task. Han Manyun didn't care at all. She had liked Li Yushu since high school, and it had never changed until now. I'm fine. After a while, I'll come back to Kyoto to find you. Li Yushu didn't want Han Manyun to go to Jiangcheng because he still had to deal with Feng Tian. I see. Han Manyun was a little disappointed and continued. Mangxing offended Yang Lin in Jiangcheng, our family was hit by Qin Wanru, and my father was forced to agree to send Mangxing abroad. Mangxing was in a very bad mood, and my father asked me to go to Jiangcheng to bring Mangxing back. When did this happen? Li Yushu took it seriously, and he didn't even get the news. It just happened a little while ago, less than an hour. How is the Han family doing? Li Yushu narrowed his eyes. Qin Wanru obviously knew that he wanted to form an alliance with the Han family, but she still dared to do it, and Li Yushu unconsciously clenched his fists. The loss was billions. Han Manyun's voice was low. Even though the family was wealthy, her heart was bleeding. Tell Uncle Han that I'll get back what I've lost. Thank you, Yushu. Han Manyun's heart is filled with joy. When will you come over? Li Yushu ignored him. He needed to arrange Feng Tian before Han Manyun came. Tomorrow morning, I need to deal with things on hand in the afternoon. Okay, I'll have someone pick you up tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Han Manyun knew when to advance and retreat, and hung up the phone, but the smile on her face did not diminish. Li Tong, come in. Li Yushu dialed the intercom. Li Xiao. Li Tong did not dare to delay and immediately walked into the office. I want to know everything about Qin Wanru attacking the Han family this morning. Okay, I'll investigate right away. Also, Manyun is coming tomorrow, so you arrange for someone to pick her up. Understood. After Li Tong left, Li Yushu continued to monitor the surveillance equipment. Not much information was obtained in the morning, so he had to find a way to enter the research room or President Feng's house. Tian, do you have time tonight? I have time tonight. Feng Tian was very happy to receive a call from Li Yushu. I'll pick you up and we'll have dinner together tonight. Okay, see you tonight. Feng Tian placed her phone against her chest and giggled foolishly. A colleague on the side couldn't help but tease, Tian, you're being infatuated again. No, I'm not. Feng Tian gathered her emotions and secretly grinned. Yang Lu and Yu Qingyan returned to the school and, due to having had a little wine, fell asleep. What? What's going on? Yu Qingyan, with sleepy eyes, flipped through her phone, looked at the school intranet, yelled, sat up, and hit her head on the wall. It hurts. She rubbed her head. She immediately dialed Yang Lu's phone. Qingyan, what's wrong? Yang Lu, have you looked at the school intranet? Not yet, why? Yang Lu had just woken up and was getting dressed. Guling and Han Mangxing had withdrawn from school. What? Yang Lu put down her clothes and quickly opened the school intranet. She was shocked. Yang Lu, your brother is really awesome. Yu Qingyan exclaimed, and she finally realized why Yu Bin admired Yang Lin so much. She was in awe. This made Yang Lu feel a little uneasy. They had just ruined their education. Yang Lu, don't be so sentimental. People like them are just here to get a degree. Besides, if they were still at school, they would definitely still be looking for trouble with you. You can't expect Yang to keep helping you out like this. Yu Qingyan knew that Yang Lu was very kind-hearted, and she directly nipped her thoughts in the bud. She understood that a rich girl like Han Mangxing could live a very comfortable life without going to university. I know, thank you, Qingyan. Yang Lu let out a deep breath. Yu Qingyan was absolutely right. Chapter 227 Chapter 224 Zhao Ling returned to Beijing. Zhao Ling was depressed for a few days. She knew there must be something fishy going on, but there was nothing she could do about it. She felt powerless. She used to feel indifferent, just going to work every day. After all, her family had already made all the arrangements. Especially when it came to Yang Lin, she felt very sorry, not knowing how to face him. 2 killers, and Ruizhe, all died in the police station. These things just ended without a resolution. Zhao Ling took a few days off and stayed at home, lying in bed. Zhao Jinggang suddenly called her. Dad, is there something wrong? My daughter hasn't been to work for a few days. I always have to be concerned about whether she's still alive. Zhao Jinggang learned about Zhao Ling's situation from his secretary and said sternly. Still alive. Zhao Ling said weakly. I've already said hello and I'm going back to Kyoto. Going back? Zhao Ling couldn't believe her ears. She had only been in Jiangcheng for less than 2 months. Going back? The whole point of leaving was to gain experience and get away from the family. Zhao Ling immediately sat up. Why? The family needs you now, and besides, you haven't been able to do anything you want to do over this period of time. Don't you want to know why? Zhao Jinggang couldn't bear to deal another blow, so he spoke gradually and gradually. Zhao Ling, the sense of justice you want must be based on strength. You can't do that in Jiangcheng. Go back to Kyoto. With the help of the family, you will rise quickly. Zhao Ling was silent. Indeed, as Zhao Jinggang said, she was unable to do anything here. Strength is very important. Dad, I promise you, I will go back. Zhao Ling let out a long breath. She didn't want to feel so powerless. It was too hard. Okay, I'll have someone book your ticket, you'll be back tomorrow. That's too soon. In a couple of days, I'll hand over the work I'm doing. Zhao Ling wanted to say goodbye to her friends and hand over the work she was doing. Okay, I'll stall for a couple of days in Kyoto, and you should get things done as soon as possible and stop feeling down. Dad, I know. Zhao Ling promised. WeChat group. Sisters, I'll treat you to dinner tonight, let me know if you're free. Ling, you're the best, you know I'm a glutton, I love you to death. Duan Rong appeared in a hurry and replied in seconds. I love you too, lots of kisses. Zhao Ling's mood brightened instantly. Shuangshu, are you coming? Yes, of course. Are you feeling better? Shan Shuangshu asked with concern. It's fine, I've made you worry. I'll treat you tonight, order whatever you like. You're so generous, I love you for it. I promise I'll eat you out tonight. Duan Rong also felt relieved. The past 2 days, she and Shan Shuangshu had been privately trying to figure out how to comfort Zhao Ling. No problem, just eat your heart out. Ling, I heard that a new Western restaurant has recently opened on Jianhan Road, it's pretty good. Okay, you send the location, and we'll go to that restaurant. Hooray, I'll find the location right away. Duan Rong exited the group chat and started looking for the restaurant's location. Zhao Ling was lying in bed again, thinking about whether or not to tell Yang Lin. After thinking about it, she decided not to. She still feels guilty and can only slowly make amends later. Ding dong, a location has been sent. See you at 6 p.m. Zhao Ling finished sending it, smiled, put the phone down, and walked into the bathroom. Rose home. After resting, Qin Luoxi still insisted on doing rehabilitation exercises. Yang Lin was comfortably lying on the recliner, looking at the information sent by Song Kaiwei. It's really awesome. After reading it, he dialed Song Kaiwei's phone. Yang Dong. I've read the information, it's very good, continue to acquire the Li family's related industries. Good. Yang Dong, the Gu family's foundation is not stable, their industries are basically locked in, there is no problem completing the acquisition next week. Song Kaiwei reported seriously, there was a little incident in the middle, she didn't say it, but the result is the same. Very good, thank you for your hard work, call me if you encounter any difficulties at work, and also, if you encounter strong resistance from the Li family, don't fight back. Song Kaiwei is quite capable, but the company lacks the resources to confront Li Jia head-on, so we have to take it slowly. Don't worry, Yang Dong, I know. Song Kaiwei has been very discreet about the acquisition of Li Jia's businesses. So far, they are only peripheral businesses, and Song Kaiwei has not acquired any businesses that Li Jia directly controls. That's good to know. Ding dong ding dong. An unfamiliar phone number has just rung in. A Kyoto number? Yang Lin muttered to himself. Hello, Yang Lin, this is Zhao Jinggang, son of Zhao Yutsei. Hello, Mr. Zhao, what can I do for you? Yang Lin didn't think that Zhao Jinggang would call him for no reason. My father's 70th birthday is in half a month, please come. Zhao Jinggang said calmly, and this matter had the approval of Zhao Yutsai. Whether it was because Yang Lin saved Zhao Yutsai in the first place, or his current status, they should be on good terms. Okay, I will definitely go. Yang Lin answered with certainty. He figured out the reason in the middle, and he also needs to make friends with people like Zhao Yutsai. Okay, I'll contact you about the specific time, bye. Okay, bye. The trip to Kyoto must be taken seriously. Before that, I need to go back to my hometown. Grand Hyatt Western Restaurant. Li Yushu thoughtfully pulled the chair out for Feng Tian Tian. Thank you. Feng Tian Tian's eyes were filled with pink bubbles, her heart was overflowing with joy. Li Yushu smiled, like a spring breeze. Feng Tian Tian is even more infatuated. Li Yushu has obtained some information through the surveillance equipment, but it's too slow. He needs to speed it up. Tian Tian, I've already ordered, I hope it's to your taste. Great. In no time, all the dishes are served. At this time, melodious soft music plays. Try it, see if it matches your taste. Li Yushu carefully helps Feng Tian Tian cut the steak. Feng Tian Tian is completely immersed in Li Yushu's warmth. Outside the restaurant. Duan Rong, and Duan Rong get off the car together and laugh happily. Rong, behave yourself. What is a lady? Can you eat it? Duan Rong's expression of surprise draws a few people to laugh. Yes, you can't eat it. Let's go in. I just found out that this is a restaurant that specializes in couples. You tell me if we're going to see anything we shouldn't. Duan Rong is winking and making funny faces. What are you thinking about? In public, at most it's a little ambiguous. Zhao Ling tapped Duan Rong on the head and said speechlessly. Okay, I was going to learn something, but never mind, let's go in, I've already reserved a seat. Duan Rong put away the joking and the three of them walked into the restaurant together. I've reserved a seat, Duan Rong. Miss Duan, this way please. They followed the waiter and walked in. The lighting was soft and dim, the music was playing in the background, it was so comfortable. Zhao Ling suddenly saw Li Yushu. Why is he here? The woman next to him is not Han Manyun, who is she? A series of questions appeared in Zhao Ling's mind. Li Yushu has a high status in their circle, and he has a purpose in everything he does. He would not dine with a woman for no reason. Lingling, what are you looking at? Here. Duan Rong interrupted Zhao Ling's thoughts. Zhao Ling came back to her senses, took out her phone, found a good angle, and took a picture. Chapter 228 Chapter 225 Han Manyun is in Jiangcheng. Lingling, what are you taking a picture of? Shan Shuangshu asked curiously. I met a friend, and I'm a little curious, I want to keep evidence. Zhao Ling smirked, and she sent the photo to a friend, asking the friend to find out the identity of the woman next to Li Yushu. Don't look at other people, there are only couples here, I should have gone to another restaurant. Duan Rong looked around after entering, and there was basically one man and one woman. It's fine, just order. Shan Shuangshu smiled and said, no matter what the situation, experiencing new things is always a good thing. Yes, we are here to eat, and there is no rule that we have to be a couple. Hurry up and order, and try the flavors here. Zhao Ling took her eyes off the scene and agreed. Okay, that makes sense, eating is the most important thing. Duan Rong started ordering. Rong, Shuangshu, I'm going back to Kyoto. We're almost done eating, Zhao Ling said. Why? Duan Rong nearly choked and quickly wiped the corner of his mouth with a piece of paper. It was my father's arrangement. Zhao Ling didn't say anything else, she didn't want her friends to worry. Was it really Uncle Zhao's arrangement? Shan Shuangshu asked doubtfully. Logically, Zhao Ling came down to gain experience and should at least stay for a year. Now it's only been 2 months, which is not normal. Well, my father was worried and asked me to go back. My grandfather is going to celebrate his birthday soon. Zhao Ling put down her fork and said calmly. As long as you're happy. Shan Shuangshu suppressed the doubts in her heart and said with a smile. Thank you, Shanshu, I'm so reluctant to leave you all. Zhao Ling said pitifully. It's okay, the transportation is convenient, we can meet at any time. Yes, don't forget us when you go back to Kyoto. Duan Rong knew that sooner or later he would have to leave, and although he was a little sentimental, the transportation was convenient and it would be easy to meet up. How could I forget you? You are my best girlfriends, cheers. Cheers. The three of them drained their glasses in one go. Sweetie, where do you live? I'll take you back. Donghu Bay. Feng Tiantian's face was flushed, and her heart was pounding. Go to Donghu Bay. After some preliminary arrangements, President Feng was working overtime and would not be home tonight, which was just as well. Li Yushu had it all planned out. 30 minutes later. Donghu Bay. Tian, we're here, are you okay? Li Yushu asked with concern. My head is a little dizzy. Feng Tian felt dizzy and very uncomfortable. You probably get carsick, let me take you up there. Li Yushu said logically. Okay, thanks. Feng Tian leaned on Li Yushu and walked step by step towards home. After entering, Li Yushu looked around. The layout of the 3-bedroom, 1 living room house had a computer in the study. Locked on the target. Li Yushu helped Feng Tian walk to a bedroom. Tian, lie down for a while, I'll get you a glass of water. Feng Tian said confusedly. Li Yushu went to the living room, poured a glass of water, took a pill out of his pocket, and carefully put it in it. He shook the glass, and the pill dissolved. Sweetie, drink some water. Li Yushu helped Feng Tian up, and saw with his own eyes that Feng Tian drank the water. Sweetie, you rest well, and when you fall asleep, I'll leave. Feng Tian nodded, her head spinning. In a short while, she fell asleep. Li Yushu picked up the glass, poured out the water, washed the glass, and put on gloves. And walked into the study. He switched on the computer. It was locked. Li Yushu operated the computer with ease, his computer skills came in handy. 5 minutes later, the password was cracked. He took out a USB flash drive and quickly copied the data. Li Yushu looked grave, there were 3 files that could not be cracked, so he could only find a professional to deal with them. He left a backdoor on the computer to facilitate monitoring, so that every move of President Feng on the internet was relayed back to his computer. Done. He looked at the time, tidied up his desk, and restored everything. Satisfied that there were no problems, Li Yushu picked up his clothes, sent a text message to Feng Tian, and left. Li Tong, find a computer expert to help me crack a few files. Li Yushu commanded. Okay. The next day. Qin Luoxi got up early in the morning, finished getting ready, looked at himself in the mirror, and smiled. Honey, you look great in professional attire. Yang Lin looked up and down at Qin Luoxi, nodding from time to time. Qin Luoxi glared at him in annoyance. Don't I look good in other clothes? You do, but... Yang Lin's words were cut short as the phone rang. Lin Feng's phone? So early. Mr. Yang, is something wrong? What's going on? Yang Lin became serious. Lin Feng is usually composed, and only when there is a major problem will he panic like this. The shantytown demolition project has been hijacked. Let's go to the company right away and talk about it there. Qin Luoxi answered the phone. She had been working on this project since she woke up, and there could be no problems. Let's go to the company. Qin Luoxi's expression was grim. Jiangcheng Airport. Han Manyun was dressed in a Chanel dress from the current season, wearing high heels and sunglasses, and walked out of the airport. Miss Han, Li Xiao asked me to pick you up. Li Tong said respectfully. Why didn't Yushu come? Han Manyun took off her glasses with some disappointment and asked indifferently. I'm not sure exactly. Li Tong did not dare to say more. Han Manyun looked harmless, but her methods were formidable. Li Tong would not reveal anything that should not be said or could not be said, and could only pretend to be stupid. Humph. Seeing that she could not find out anything by asking, Han Manyun got into the car. She took out her mobile phone and dialed Li Yushu's number. Yushu, I have already arrived in Jiangcheng, I am coming to find you. Han Manyun's tone was cheerful, completely different from just now. I am busy at the company, you go and rest first, we will have dinner together later. Li Yushu was as calm as usual, as if she were handling business. Okay, I'll wait for you. Han Manyun didn't dare say anything else, hung up the phone in disappointment, and pinched her fingers into the flesh, which hurt. Miss Han, where are we going? Li Tong asked carefully. The Mayside Hotel. Han Manyun adjusted her state of mind, having waited for so long, she didn't care about the time. She would meet Mangsing first. Thinking of this, she dialed Han Mangsing's phone. Sister. Mangsing, what's wrong with your voice? It's gone. Han Mangsing's tears could not be stopped. Choking back her sobs. Don't cry, I'm in Jiangcheng and on my way to the Mayside Hotel, come find me. Han Manyun said distractedly. Han Manyun had protected Han Mangsing since she was little, and she could not bear to see Han Mangsing suffer, but this time there was really nothing she could do. The Han family can't afford to offend Qin Wanru, so they can only back down and preserve their strength. Okay, I'll be right there. Han Mangsing felt as if she had found her backbone. She wiped away her tears and quickly jumped off the bed. Okay, see you later, don't be sad, I'll wait for you to eat. Okay, sister, you're so nice. Han Mangsing grinned. In her impression, there was no problem that Han Manyun couldn't solve. Chapter 229 Chapter 226 Yang Lin and Qin Wanru talked. Jioding Construction. Qin Luoxi and Yang Lin quickly walked into the company. President's office. Qin Luoxi looked at the familiar office and didn't have time to exclaim before Lin Feng walked in. What's going on? Why was he cut out of the deal? Hasn't the bidding even started yet? Qin Luoxi asked a series of questions. I got the news this morning that Huachin Construction in Lincheng got the project. I just contacted the provincial leaders and told them it was arranged from above. Lin Feng started investigating early in the morning. Qin Luoxi frowned. Was it predetermined? Did Huachin Construction investigate? Yang Lin suddenly asked. Yes, Huachin Construction is the leader in the construction industry in Lincheng. They have constructed many large-scale projects for the country and are very strong. The chairman is Wang Yuan Jin. Wang Yuan Jin's wife is Li Yayun, and Li Yayun is Li Guanhai's cousin. After a brief introduction, Lin Feng handed the information to Qin Luoxi. Does this have anything to do with the Li family? Yang Lin frowned, wondering why the Li family was involved everywhere. It should be, after all, Huachin Construction is controlled by the Li family. Qin Luoxi looked through the information with a frown. The Li family is determined to win this project. Lin Feng, you guys go out first, I'll discuss it with Luoxi. Okay, Yang. Lin Feng left the office and closed the door. Yang Lin, have a seat, I'll call Uncle San to ask about the situation. Qin Luoxi put down the information in his hands, looked serious, and dialed Qin Changming's phone. Luoxi, you're here for the demolition of the shantytown, right? Qin Changming also got the news and was preparing to find time to call Qin Luoxi. Yes, Uncle San, do you know what's going on? I just found out, too. The Li family in Beijing is in charge. Qin Changming felt quite helpless. The last time, the Li family interfered with his position, and in the end he failed. This time, the project also bypassed him and was arranged directly. The Li family is bypassing you directly? Qin Luoxi asked in surprise. Yes, I will take care of this matter, but I don't have much of a grasp. Unless the Li family is forced to give up. Qin Changming said thoughtfully, knowing Yang Lin's identity, there is still a chance for this matter to turn around. Uncle, I know, thank you. Qin Luoxi understood Qin Changming, and there were many things he could not do about it. Luoxi, don't worry about this matter, it's still not known who will get the last word. Yang Lin's eyes were firm, and he regarded this battle as his first battle against the Li family head-on. Well, I'll find out what's going on first. Okay, it's not that easy to demolish a building to get into Jiangcheng. Yang Lin thought Feng Tian already had control of the Jiangcheng underworld, which would come in handy. He walked over to the side and dialed Feng Tian's phone. Young master, you're looking for me? How's it going over there? Fortunately, Yang Fan has more loyal people, so it's a bit tricky, but I'm still dealing with it. Feng Tian couldn't help but admire Su Fan's tactics. Even after he died, there were still many people who were loyal to him and refused to surrender. It was worth Feng Tian learning from. How long will it take? Yang Lin's need for Feng Tian's power is like an iron plate, and no one can take advantage of it. About a week. Young master, do you have something to arrange? Feng Tian asked seriously. The demolition project of the shantytown has been targeted by Huaqin Construction in Lincheng. This project involves a huge investment. Regarding the demolition, they will definitely use all means to get your people to keep an eye on it. Once any external underground forces infiltrate Jiangcheng, they will be driven out. Yang Lin looked calmly out the window. Since they are here, they will stay. Young master, don't worry, I will make the arrangements immediately. Feng Tian promised with conviction. This is Yang Lin's first time arranging his tasks, so no matter what, he must do his best. Okay, if you have any questions, give me a call. Understood. Feng Tian immediately gathered the staff and began to make arrangements. Qin Luoxi glanced at Yang Lin standing in front of the window, and a feeling of affection welled up in his heart. He doesn't belong here, there is a bigger stage waiting for him. The only thing he can do now is to do a good job of the various plans for the project, and the rest can only be handled by Yang Lin. Face the Li family with him. 5 minutes later, Yang Lin called Qin Wanru's phone. He felt funny about it, as he had been contacting Qin Wanru too often recently. Brother, I received your call, my heart is trembling. Qin Wanru expected Yang Lin to call her, as Yang Lin could not solve this matter. The Li family really has an unquenchable thirst for power. Sister, I'm sorry, I keep calling you recently. Yang Lin revealed a wry smile. You're doing this for the shantytown project, right? Qin Wanru didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Yes, can you stop the Li family from operating behind closed doors and compete fairly? Yes, but it's difficult. If you're willing to give the Li family the Han family's Hangxing mining, the problem will be very simple. Qin Wanru said softly. Yang Lin frowned, he had finally snatched it, but he was reluctant to give it up. Can I refuse? He wants to gradually encompass the domestic energy market, and this is just the beginning. Reluctant? Qin Wanru asked nonchalantly. Not really, I just feel that I can't let it go. I'd rather give it to you than to the Li family. Yang Lin, once you give something away, you can always get it back. What you want now is an opportunity, a fair chance to enter the project. Qin Wanru said patiently. Sister, I understand. You arrange for me to get back what I gave away, but it's not as simple as returning it the same way. You're my brother, so wait for my news. Thank you, sister, I'm sorry to trouble you. Yang Lin said sincerely. Since they met, Yang Lin has been constantly troubling Qin Wanru, and he feels embarrassed. We are siblings, so don't say thank you, and it's not a trouble. If you hadn't left when you were young, you wouldn't have needed to ask me for any of this, you could have handled it all by yourself. Fortunately, it's not too late, and we can slowly pick up where we left off. Qin Wanru clenched her fists, and then slowly released them. Okay, I'll work hard to make things easier for you. Yang Lin's thoughts gradually began to change. Okay, I'll wait for you, and you're welcome in Kyoto. Qin Wanru said with a smile. Once this matter is settled, I'll go to Kyoto as soon as possible and go home with you. Yang Lin promised. Okay, I'll wait for you to come home. Qin Wanru was moved, her voice choked up a little, and she tried hard to control it. Wait for my news. Yang Lin took a deep breath, knowing that Qin Wanru had gone to negotiate with the Li family. It was certain that the negotiations would be successful. Luoxi, prepare the plan for the shantytown, we must take the initiative. Yang Lin's eyes were determined. This time, he was going to have a good fight with the Li family. Okay, I'll get ready. Qin Luoxi secretly made up his mind in his heart not to disappoint Yang Lin. I believe in you, and you have to take care of your health. Take it easy. Lin Feng is capable, so you can delegate some power to him. Your health comes first, that's what I care about most. Okay. A warm current flowed through Qin Luoxi's entire body, so warm. Chapter 230 Chapter 227 Li Guanghai, Qin Wanru's contest. Li family. Li Guanghai received a phone call from Han Shueshan last night and arranged to meet this morning. He already knew what happened yesterday, and Han Shueshan came this time to seek help. Li Guanghai made some tea, sat by the lake, and enjoyed the breeze. At that moment, the phone rang. Li Guanghai frowned. It was Qin Wanru's phone, and he didn't want to answer. He let the phone keep ringing. Qin Wanru is after all a junior, but she doesn't act like one, pressing him on every issue. Master, Han Lao is here. Ask him to come in. Li Guanghai glanced at his phone, not showing any signs of stopping. He knew in his heart that Qin Wanru was calling him for no good reason, and 80% of the time it was because of the shantytown project in Jiangcheng. Han Shueshan walked in, and Li Guanghai motioned for him to sit down. The phone was still ringing. Han Shueshan was puzzled. Who was it? Li Guanghai wouldn't hang up or answer the phone. Li Guanghai held his breath, not answering the phone. Qin Wanru would not let it go. Hey, Wanru, you called me early in the morning. I wonder what it's about. It's not a big deal. I just want to discuss a small matter with you. Qin Wanru knew that Li Guanghai didn't want to answer his phone. So what? Tell me. Li Guanghai couldn't hold his temper, but he also couldn't afford to lose his temper. The Qins basically let Qin Wanru make all the decisions, and only major matters would alert the Qin's patriarch. My brother is in Jioding Investment, and they are involved in the Jiangcheng Shantytown project. But it doesn't seem right for your family to operate, bypassing the Jiangcheng government and taking the project directly. Qin Wanru's voice was cold, and she said with an unhappy expression. The Qins want a piece of the action. Li Guanghai retorted, the Li family is short of money recently, and the Shantytown project is a piece of fat meat. Li Guanghai of course wants to include it. It can be said to be so, and it can also be said not to be. My younger brother loves his wife as if her life depended on it. He can't bear to see Qin Luoxi distressed. Originally, this project was a sure thing for Jioding construction, but who knew that the Li family suddenly intervened? I wonder if Chairman Li can bear to let go. Ha ha ha, you're so funny. Just one sentence, love your wife as your life, has made all our previous preparations go to waste. No way. Li Guanghai's direct rejection was really cheeky. Do you think if I intervene, you'll be able to get this project smoothly? Qin Wanru asked seriously, her eyes sharp. If you do, we'll see who gets the upper hand. Li Guanghai was infuriated. No matter how much money this project can make, first of all, face cannot be lost, money can be earned again. Chairman Li, I don't want to lose everything, but my brother has begged me for once, so I will definitely help him as much as I can. It will definitely be difficult for you to withdraw completely. How about the two companies cooperating to develop it? Qin Wanru said in a conciliatory manner. It's not the time to go to war yet, otherwise she wouldn't have let Yang Lin give up stellar mining. Li Guanghai thought about it for a while and said, how do we cooperate? In this project, Jioding Construction will hold 55% of the shares, Huachen Construction 45%, and Han Star Mining will be transferred to you by Yang Lin. Chairman Li, the Shantytown project is a one-off, but star mining is a permanent solution. Qin Wanru reasoned and appealed to emotion. Are you sure you can get Han Star Mining? Li Guanghai kept thinking, and the plan proposed by Qin Wanru was indeed the best option at the moment. Isn't Chairman Han already by your side? Just ask Chairman Han, and you'll know the answer. Qin Wanru laughed out loud, feigning ignorance while knowing the answer. How interesting. Li Guanghai blushed. I'll think about it and get back to you later. Good, I hope I'll hear good news from Chairman Li today. Li Guanghai hung up the phone without saying a word, furious. If his own sister were half as capable as Qin Wanru, she wouldn't dare to act so recklessly. Han Shueshan sat there listening to the two men's conversation, and his heart sank slowly. He had originally thought of giving the Hengqin Mining Company to the Li family, so that the Li family could help fend off Qin Wanru's attacks. What a miscalculation. Qin Wanru simply borrowed flowers and offered them to the Buddha. She really is underestimated. How terrifying. Brother Li, what are your thoughts? Li Guanghai looked at Han Shueshan, adjusted his emotions, and said, the Li family does have the strength to fight against Qin Wanru, but it's not cost-effective. In the end, both sides might end up losing. The two families can cooperate on this project. Brotherly, that's very thoughtful. Han Shuaishan's eye corner twitched, feeling so suffocated. Shuaishan, tell the family members to avoid Yang Lin a bit. He is now the Qin family's precious gem, so he can only take a little loss. Li Guanhai got Hengqin Mining, which just happens to make up for the losses of the Shantytown project, but it's not a good look. But Hengqin Mining is indeed a perpetual motion machine, spinning for a long time. Qin Wanru is right. Does this mean that Qin Wanru also doesn't have the strength to crush the Li family? Li Guanhai couldn't help but think about it. He had to discuss it with his father, and there might be a chance to defeat the Qin family. Brotherly, I'll have someone prepare the transfer of shares for Hengqin Mining and send it to you tomorrow. Han Shuaishan didn't say anything. Li Guanhai's meaning was very clear. He was unwilling to go against Qin Wanru for the Han family. He could only suffer in silence. There was nowhere to vent his anger. Good. Li Guanhai nodded. The Han family had indeed suffered a great loss, but it hadn't damaged the foundation. It was just a lesson learned. Shuaishan, how is Man Yun? Man Yun arrived in the capital this morning. After she finished work, she went to keep Yushu company. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Han Shuaishan replied with a smile, sipping his tea. Well, that's good. The two of them should cultivate their relationship well. It's not good to be apart for long. Yushu is so focused on her work that she inevitably neglects Man Yun. Please bear with her. Li Guanhai said insincerely, as long as Yushu's work is not affected. Yushu is really amazing. She can take on great responsibilities at a young age. Man Yun can't hold her back either. She needs to work hard. Han Shuaishan agreed, but he was really frustrated, but there was nothing he could do. I will talk to the old man about their marriage in the next few days and choose a date to get it done. Li Guanhai needs allies, and the Han family is a good choice. Good. Han Shuaishan wore a smile on his face, and it was fine for the marriage between the two families to be settled. Hengqin Mining doesn't seem to be very important. He felt instantly better. Li Guanhai glanced at him and sneered in his heart. After Han Shuaishan left, Li Guanhai dialed Qin Wanru's phone. I agree with your plan. Good, happy cooperation. Yang Lin will follow up later. I hope the cooperation goes well. Qin Wanru said vaguely. Well, when will I meet Yang Lin? Li Guanhai asked tentatively. Soon, once Yang Lin returns to the Qin family, I will definitely invite Chairman Li. Qin Wanru sneered. Okay, I will definitely go. Li Guanhai's eyes revealed a coldness, and bad thoughts appeared in his mind. Chapter 231 Chapter 228 Cooperation on the Shantytown Project. President's Office. Qin Luoxi buried his head in his work, and Yang Lin couldn't bear to disturb him. People who work hard are the most beautiful. Yang Lin was flipping through the financial statements and quarterly summaries of several companies, which was really taxing on the brain. At this moment, a pleasant ringing sound broke the silence in the office. Yang Lin looked at the phone and smiled, then pressed the answer button. Sister, I'm so happy to hear from you. As long as you're happy, it's done. Let Luoxi handle it. The two parties will cooperate, with Jioding accounting for 55%. How you cooperate in the middle is up to you to negotiate. You control the process yourself. Qin Wanru didn't let Yang Lin behave himself, and behaving himself was not the character of the Qin family. Sister, you are really Doryman, thanks, I will definitely grasp it well and strive to send them back as soon as possible. Yang Lin said confidently. Okay, be careful. Qin Wanru instructed, hung up the phone. She then asked, Uncle Fu, what is Doryman? Uncle Fu also looked confused and shook his head. Qin Wanru laughed, it can't be bad. Luoxi, continue preparing, so that we can meet Huachen in construction. Yang Lin looked serious, his momentum rising. Good. Qin Luoxi secretly made up his mind that he must not let Qin Wanru down. Yushing Electronics. Cousin, you're here. Li Yushu got up, walked around the table, went to the sofa, and sat down. Well, I heard from your father that you're in Jiangcheng, so come and see, are you used to it? Li Yayan put down her bag and smiled, while Wang Yuan Jin sat awkwardly nearby. Despite being the chairman of the board, he still felt intimidated in the presence of the Li family. Everything he had today was given to him by the Li family. He had seen the Li family's methods before, and they were ruthless. Fortunately, you are here for the Shantytown project, right? Yes, my cousin has already made the arrangements, and we have directly taken over the project. Li Yayun was beaming with joy. There was no problem making billions from this project. There was a lot of profit in the middle. I heard from Dad, is the demolition arranged? I have already contacted Feng Tian, with their help, demolition is not a problem. Wang Yuan Jin said confidently, he has done many things like this. He made his fortune from this before. No, didn't you investigate carefully? Feng Tian is Yang Lin's man? You robbed Zhou project, and you still want Feng Tian to help with the demolition. It's wishful thinking. Li Yushu's face was gloomy, and he said sternly. This. Wang Yuanjian was at a loss. He really hadn't investigated in detail, and had just asked someone to contact Feng Tian. They hadn't even met yet. He had originally planned to meet Li Yushu and then Feng Tian. You good for nothing, how could you not investigate such a thing thoroughly? Li Yayun scolded, losing face for her. I didn't think about it that much either. Wang Yuanjian hung his head, his face extremely embarrassed. This is not the time to talk about this, you hurry up and arrange for someone to come in and push this thing through. Li Yushu interrupted Li Yayun, saying that he had other things to do and no time for this nonsense. Fine. Li Yayun responded, glancing at Wang Yuanjian and dismissively saying, hurry up and make the arrangements. Fine. At that moment, Li Yushu's phone rang. He swiped to answer it and said, Dad. Your cousin is there, right? Yes. For the Shantytown project, let them cooperate with Jiangcheng Construction, which will hold a 55% stake. Li Yushu was stunned for a moment, and then asked, Dad, what's going on? Early in the morning, Qin Wanru called me. Li Guanhai said calmly, it's Qin Wanru again, really thinking she can do anything. Li Yushu's eyes were blazing with anger, and he gripped the phone tightly, trying hard to control his emotions. Time and time again, she's challenged the Li family's bottom line. Yushu, now is not the time, just bear with it. Li Guanhai said softly, and he was also angry in his heart. I know. Li Yushu took a deep breath and thought to herself. Aunt, you should have heard what my father said, get ready. No, Yushu, just let go of the initiative. Li Yayun was unwilling, not a little bit less, but a few 100 million. What do you want? Li Yushu asked back, he was very unhappy and didn't want to deal with them. Seeing this, Wang Yuanjian pulled Li Yayun's clothes. Li Yayun was angry, but she didn't dare to say another word. Continue to arrange for your people to come in. Feng Tian's subordinates are not a monolithic group, especially Su Fan's subordinates. Tell someone to get in touch, and let Jiangcheng take care of the demolition. Make some moves in the middle. Understand? Li Yushu said sternly. He can't swallow this humiliation without causing some trouble for Yang Lin. Understood. Wang Yuanjian knows all about this kind of thing. This time, we must investigate it thoroughly. Li Yushu instructed, glancing at Wang Yuanjian. Okay, definitely. Wang Yuanjian shook his body and echoed. Let's go, I still have things to do, you arrange someone to liaise with Jiangcheng. After saying that, Li Yushu returned to his desk and started working. Mayside Hotel. Sister, is there really no room for maneuver when it comes to my going abroad? Han Mangsing was still in a low mood. Although Han Manyun had been trying to comfort her since yesterday, she still felt suffocated, angry and unwilling. She was like a clown, fleeing with her tail between her legs. I just got a call from Dad. The Li family is not going to confront Qin Wanru head-on. Our family doesn't stand a chance against Qin Wanru. We can only ask you to suffer a little. In a year's time, when Yushu and I get married, I'll find a way to let you come back to China. Han Manyun, wearing exquisite makeup, began to select clothes while consoling Han Mangsing. Okay. Han Mangsing curled up on the bed, motionless. I'll have lunch with Yushu later, you make your own arrangements. If nothing goes wrong, I'll be back in Kyoto tomorrow, and you'll be with me. So soon? Aren't you going to stay with brother Yushu a little longer? Han Mangsing sat up and asked in surprise. They basically didn't have much time to see each other. Han Mangsing, remember, to hold on to a man, you can't just be his accessory, you need to progress together with him to make it last. Han Manyun said seriously. Li Yushu is not a sentimental person, what he needs in a wife is someone who can support him, not a flower vase. A flower vase can be replaced at any time, but a capable wife with a background is not something you can easily replace. Han Manyun knows very well, even if she admires Li Yushu, so what? Without matching ability and background, she will be eliminated as well. I understand, sister. Han Mengxing seemed to have understood and nodded. Don't be depressed anymore, you are not young. If you want a good future, improve yourself while abroad. Sister, I will. Han Manyun's words were like a seed planted in her heart. Chapter 232 Chapter 229 Li Yuan and Yang Lin are at each other's throats. Han Manyun is considerate and does not disturb Li Yushu, and comes to Yushing Electronics herself. Yushu, I'm downstairs at your company, is it convenient for me to come up? Come up. Li Yushu almost forgot about Han Manyun. Li Tong, book a table next to the company and have lunch with Manyun at noon. Okay, boss Li. After making the arrangements, Li Yushu tidied up the desk, especially the surveillance equipment. He had just received a text message from Feng Tian saying something about thanks and looking forward to the next meeting. Feng Tian is still useful, and Han Manyun must be sent back to Kyoto quickly. Yushu. Han Manyun pushed the door open, with a smile on her face. You said hello in advance, so I went to pick you up. Rarely does Li Yushu show a smile. I didn't want to disturb you at work, and since I was free, I just came over. I hope I didn't disturb you. No, I'm done. Li Tong has already booked a restaurant. Let's go eat. Great. Han Manyun casually surveyed the office, smiling as she walked out with Li Yushu by her arm. President's office. Yang Lin was studying the Li family's industry and network of relationships. Feng Tian's phone rang. Young master, someone from Huachin Construction contacted me, asking me to help with the demolition of the shantytown project. Feng Tian was a little confused. These people must have their brains stuck somewhere. They stole Yang Lin's project and then asked him for help. They're asking for it. They must not have understood the situation. But now things have changed. Jioding will also be involved in the project. When the time comes, the demolition will be carried out according to the situation. Send someone to keep an eye on the people from Huachin. They will definitely look for trouble in the project and collect evidence. Pay special attention to the people around you. Yang Lin didn't think that the Li family would behave themselves and do the project quietly. I'm afraid the Li family will play dirty and hurt ordinary people. This is a situation Yang Lin doesn't want to see. Okay, the chairman of Huachin has already arrived in Jiangcheng. I'll have my people keep an eye on him. Well, contact me if you hear anything. Okay. Yang Lin looked at Qin Luoxi, who was still buried in his work, and sighed. Workaholic. Honey, it's noon, let's go eat together. Just a little bit more, just wait. Qin Luoxi didn't even lift his head, continuing to read the documents. Yang Lin got up, walked over to Qin Luoxi, and slammed the files shut. You've just recovered from an illness, you need to work and rest in balance. It's past 12, let's go eat. Okay. Qin Luoxi looked at Yang Lin's expression. If he didn't agree, he probably wouldn't be able to work this afternoon. I looked it up, and there's a restaurant with a very good rating, let's try it. Last time we had hot pot, Yang Lin noticed that Qin Luoxi was looking forward to eating spicy food, so he deliberately chose a Sichuan restaurant to try it. Okay, you arrange it. Qin Luoxi said with a smile, his face flushed but slightly tired. Sichuan girl. Luoxi, let's sit in the hall, I have a feeling. Yang Lin chose a seat by the window. He wanted to take Qin Luoxi to experience a different life. Qin Luoxi must have been in high-end hotels and private rooms before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so satisfied with the hot pot last time. Okay. Qin Luoxi felt pretty good, an experience he had never had before, just because he was with the one he loved. The food will be ready soon, and it looks so spicy. Luoxi, just eat according to your appetite. Yang Lin unconsciously swallowed. Is this too much fun? Good. Qin Luoxi is actually looking forward to it. What kind of place is this? Can you eat here? Li Yuan's complaining voice is very harsh. Yuan, a friend said that the Sichuan food here is very authentic, and you like spicy food. Wang Yuan Jin patiently explained that Li Yuan had been fuming ever since she had been able to leave Li Yushu's office. He spoke carefully, trying to please her. Oof. Li Yuan gave the decor a disgusted look and walked towards the private room. Halfway there, she noticed that Wang Yuan Jin wasn't following. She followed Wang Yuan Jin's gaze. Her temper flared. Wang Yuan Jin, what are you looking at? I don't have anything. Wang Yuan Jin then remembered that Li Yuan was standing nearby, but she was really beautiful, even more so than a celebrity. He had played with quite a few celebrities. His lustful nature made him stop in his tracks. How dare you stare at another woman in front of your mother? Yang Lin frowned, because this rebuke interrupted their beautiful meal. My wife, I'm sorry. Wang Yuanjian took the usual approach and bowed his head in apology. Li Yuan was furious. She slapped Wang Yuanjian and then strode over to Qin Luoxi. You really are beautiful, you little vixen. I want to eat here, so you, get out. Li Yuan ordered, pointing a finger at Qin Luoxi. Hoof. Yang Lin laughed. What a strange person in the world. You own the restaurant, so if you tell us to go, we'll go. Qin Luoxi's face was not good either. He and Yang Lin were having a good time, but they were being disturbed. I'm giving you face by letting you go. Believe it or not, I can make you disappear from Jiangcheng. Li Yayun said disdainfully. She had always been arrogant and domineering, and no one dared not to listen to her. I'm not leaving today. Let's see you make us disappear. Yang Lin slammed his chopsticks down on the table with force. His face was full of anger. Fine, fine, you dare offend our Li family, you really have the guts of a bear and a leopard. Li Yuan scolded. Yang Lin froze. The world is so small, you can meet a Li family member anywhere. Is the Li family that amazing? Bumpkin, the Li family knows about it, so does Huachin Construction. Li Yuan looked arrogant. Yang Lin and Qin Luoxi glanced at each other, not expecting to meet someone from Huachin Construction in such a situation. The world is amazing. I know, what's the problem? Yang Lin looked at Li Yuan playfully, as if he were looking at a clown. Li Yuan was a little surprised. How come they were acting so calmly? They must not be scared. Wang Yuanjian stood behind them, motionless, his face burning hot. I am the head of Huachin Construction. I can make you disappear in Jiangcheng with just a finger snap. Really? I look forward to it. Yang Lin suddenly laughed, you idiot. You. Li Yuan realized only then that he had been tricked. Didn't Li Guanhai tell you not to provoke me? Yang Lin turned stern and said. Who are you? Li Yuan calmed down and stared at Yang Lin intently. Yang Lin. You are Yang Lin, Qin Wanru's younger brother. Li Yuan said in surprise. She had just read all of Yang Lin's information, but she hadn't seen a photo. I'm very famous. Yang Lin said to himself. Li Yuan gave her a dirty look. It was obviously Qin Wanru who was famous. What are you? Do you still want to kick me out? Humph. Li Yuan held back her anger and turned around to leave. She can't be provoked. Even Li Guanhai had to back down, let alone her. She raised her hand and slapped Wang Yuanjian again. Because of him, she had been humiliated. Wang Yuanjian held back his anger and dared not make a sound. He turned around and followed Li Yuan. Remember, don't look around with your eyes. Yang Lin floated out a sentence. Chapter 233 Chapter 230 Wang Yuanjian got a flogging. Wang Yuanjian stumbled and almost tripped. Li Yuan clenched her fists and glared fiercely at Wang Yuanjian. She quickly walked towards the door. Wang Yuanjian had caused all the frustration today. In the morning in front of Li Yushu, and now in front of Yang Lin. Useless thing. Li Yuan was ready to kill Wang Yuanjian. Wang Yuanjian avoided Li Yuan's gaze in fear. It's over. Luoxi, have you eaten? Don't let them affect your mood. Yang Lin asked with concern. There's still time to spare them, don't be in a rush. It's fine, I just think the Li family is too arrogant. Qin Luoxi smiled, took a sip of water to relieve the burning in his mouth. They won't be able to act up for long, I'll find a way to get them kicked out of the shantytown project, they're in the way. Yang Lin pondered, Wang Yuanjian's performance was still fresh in his mind, would there be a breakthrough? Good. The other side. Man Yun, how is Man Xing? Li Yushu asked nonchalantly. Not very good, I plan to take her back to Kyoto tomorrow and send her abroad. Han Manyun's voice was soft and unhurried. Well, let me know if you need anything. Li Yushu got the answer he wanted. Good, Yushu, when are you planning to go back to Kyoto? Soon, as soon as I finish up in Jiangcheng, I'll go back. Han Manyun nodded, without asking for any specifics. Perfectly measured. My father has already spoken to my grandfather about our marriage, and once I go back, I'll pick a time to go to your house. Good. Han Manyun's heart was filled with joy, her face full of smiles, and finally it had happened. After dinner, Li Yushu and Han Manyun walked out of the restaurant and drove away. Sweetie, what are you looking at? Feng Tian stared into the distance, as if she could see Li Yushu. It's nothing. She shook her head, nervously clutching her phone. Unable to hold back any longer, she sent Li Yushu a text message. Yushu, I just saw you with a girl at the restaurant entrance. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Li Yushu never replied to the message. She was restless and uneasy. It was time to go to work, so she suppressed the crazy thoughts in her head and went to school. Li Yushu saw Feng Tian's text message early in the morning and didn't reply. The password to the file he had downloaded from Dean Feng's computer was correct, and it did work. He had already sent the information to Li Guanhai. Dean Feng could still be approached, and Feng Tian could not give up now. So, he replied to Feng Tian, I had lunch with friends from Kyoto at noon, and I only saw my phone then. Good. Feng Tian's heart was finally set. Yunding Hotel. Wang Yuan Jin knelt in front of Li Yuan and said nothing. Li Yuan was holding a whip and was full of anger. Pop. Wang Yuan Jin grunted and endured it. Useless thing, your thing is useless, and you look at beautiful women everywhere. What, do you dislike your old lady for being old and past her prime? I'll tell you, only your old lady plays with young meat. If you dare to mess with me, I'll cut off your little thing. After saying this, Li Yuan raised the whip again and snapped it twice. Wang Yuan Jin did not move. He knew that if he resisted, there would be even more serious consequences waiting for him, and he could only let Li Yuan vent his anger. Li Yuan had not completely lost his head. He had not hit Wang Yuan Jin in the face, and Wang Yuan Jin would still have to talk to Zhao Ling about the project in a couple of days. Wang Yuan Jin, you get this straight, if it weren't for me, Li Yuan, you would still be a scumbag. Humph, the high and mighty chairman of the board? Don't even think about it. Behave yourself. Wang Yuan Jin was indeed handsome a few years ago, and he also knew how to woo girls, and he had Li Yuan going around in circles. Li Yuan was tired of fighting, and shouted, What are you kneeling for? Wang Yuan Jin suppressed the anger in his heart, and with great difficulty, slowly got up from the ground and walked over to Li Yuan to give her a massage. He had long since grown tired of Li Yuan, who was mean and critical, and had a sexual puritanism that was unbearable. But Li Yuan is from a wealthy family, so he dares not betray her. He can only vent his dissatisfaction in private. If he leaves Li Yuan, she will definitely make his life miserable. He can only endure it with a heavy heart, better than living in sin. Wang Yuan Jin has learned to hypnotize himself. But the anger in his heart cannot be extinguished no matter what. The next day. Jiangcheng Airport. Mangxing, don't look, let's go. Sister, will I come back in the future? Han Mangxing asked with reluctance. You will. Han Manyun encouraged. VLP waiting room. Zhao Ling sat on the sofa, looking at the messages on her phone, and a sense of faint reluctance welled up in her heart. Jiangcheng, I will come back. Han Manyun and the others also arrived at the VLP waiting room. They saw Zhao Ling. Miss Xiao, what a coincidence, you are also going back to Kyoto. Han Manyun asked with a smile after a brief moment of surprise. Yes, when will Miss Han arrive in Jiangcheng? Zhao Ling asked curiously. 2 days ago, she saw Li Yushu having dinner with Feng Tian. At the time, she felt curious. Feng Tian is just an ordinary girl, so why would Li Yushu be interested in her? She couldn't understand it. Do you know, Han Manyun? She just arrived yesterday. Oh, and you're leaving today? Zhao Ling asked in surprise. Yes, Mangxing is going to study abroad, Yushu is busy with work, and I also have things to take care of in Kyoto. Han Manyun said carefully, and she was careful with Zhao Ling, as she did not want to offend her. Zhao Ling nodded without saying anything. Li Jia and Yang Lin were already enemies, and she did not have a good impression of Han Manyun either. She was just curious as to why Li Yushu had stayed in Jiangcheng and what it had to do with Feng Tian. After she returned, she would talk to Li Jinggang and let him analyze the situation. Han Mangxing sized up Zhao Ling. She had heard of her for a long time, but had never met her before. Is there something on my face? No, nothing. I've heard a lot about you from my friends in Beijing, and today I finally get to meet you. Zhao Ling didn't say anything, and the situation became awkward. Han Mengxing could not compare with Zhao Ling, a member of the Red Third Generation. Time passed quickly. 1 week later, everything was back to normal. Yang Lin finished his shower and lay on the bed, watching the news. Qin Luoxi was still working nearby. "Brother, tomorrow is Dad's birthday, are you going back?" Yang Lu reminded him. "Yes, I'll pick you up in the morning." Yang Lin sat up suddenly, too busy to forget. "Okay, see you tomorrow." "What's wrong?" Qin Luoxi rubbed his eyes and looked at Yang Lin in confusion. "Tomorrow is my father's birthday, you should come back with me." "Ah, so suddenly." Qin Luoxi was a little at a loss for words. She had been busy with work and hadn't thought in that direction. Wife, ugly daughters-in-law always have to meet the parents-in-law, so don't be shy. Yang Lin lost his voice and laughed. He was surprised that Qin Luoxi would be afraid. Qin Luoxi was about to speak when Yang Lin continued, "Besides, you're not ugly, you're quite pretty." Qin Luoxi's momentum dropped instantly, and she was secretly delighted. Chapter 234 Chapter 231 Yang Lin, are you not capable? Yang Lin, do you think your parents will not like me? Qin Luoxi frowned, pondering. Don't worry, you are so pretty, my parents are happy to see you, how could they not like you? Besides, my parents have always worried that I would not find a wife, and now the problem is solved. Yang Lin got out of bed, walked over to Qin Luoxi, and hugged her. Honey, I'm actually a little scared too. I don't know how to tell my parents about my background. Will they be very sad? Yang Lin had actually privately undergone a paternity test, and he was sure that he was not the Yang family's child. But after so many years, why didn't my parents say anything, and why didn't anyone in the village mention it? He was 2 years old when he was abandoned, and there is no way to explain it. Yang Lin, your parents must love you very much. Whether you are biological or not, you will never leave them, right? Qin Luoxi said softly, wrapping his arms around Yang Lin. Yes, no matter what, I won't leave them. Yang Lin's eyes were firm. I can't go empty-handed tomorrow, I'll find out what my aunt and uncle like. Qin Luoxi sat down in annoyance, took out his phone, and started searching. No need, they don't lack anything, your return is the best gift. Yang Lin laughed dumbfounded and was also very moved. Qin Luoxi really valued his parents. You don't need to worry about it, I'll take care of it. Then Qin Luoxi texted his assistant, the gift must be delivered before 7 a.m. tomorrow. Yang Lin kept staring at Qin Luoxi, and evil thoughts kept spinning in his head. He was also a grown man with needs, and since Qin Luoxi's body was already fine, could they? Qin Luoxi finished his work and looked at Yang Lin's eyes. His neck shrunk, something's wrong. Cough cough. You go to sleep first, I'll go take a shower. Qin Luoxi quickly ran into the bathroom, her heart pounding non-stop. This week, every day has been busy as a top, and she's exhausted when she gets home, falling asleep as soon as she hits the pillow. No rush, take your time in the shower, I'll wait until you're asleep. Yang Lin propped up her chin and looked at the shadow on the frosted glass, revealing a smile. Qin Luoxi, you're blushing. 20 minutes passed, and Qin Luoxi still hadn't come out. Honey, are you asleep? I'll come in and hug you. Yang Lin got out of bed and walked towards the bathroom step by step. No, I'll be right out, I'll be done in a second. Qin Luoxi hesitated for a long time, and decided that if she stuck her head out, she would be punished, but if she didn't, she would also be punished. They were already married, so it was normal, so what was the big deal? After she had figured it out, Qin Luoxi let out a long breath, opened the door, and walked out. Looking at Yang Lin's expression, which seemed to be smiling but not, Qin Luoxi let down his heart, only to have it lifted again. Honey, it's getting late, let's get some rest. Okay. Qin Luoxi gritted his teeth and walked over to the window to turn off the light. Yang Lin also quickly dove under the covers, reaching out to hug Qin Luoxi as usual. Qin Luoxi's body was stiff and motionless, his heart pounding. What should I do? The agony of inexperience. Yang Lin felt Qin Luoxi's physical reaction and smiled helplessly. Honey, get some rest early, we need to leave early tomorrow. What? The little person in Qin Luoxi's head kept protesting. Did I think wrong? Or Yang Lin, no way. Yang Lin, so young, how can he not be able to do it? The sound I heard in the bathroom the other day came back to my ears. Nowadays, many men can't do it, they need to see a doctor for treatment. After much thought, Qin Luoxi asked weakly, Yang Lin, why don't we find a doctor to check it out? What, check it? Yang Lin didn't react for a moment. I heard someone say that many men have problems in this area, but it's okay, it can be treated. Qin Luoxi was afraid of hurting Yang Lin's pride, so she carefully explained. Yang Lin's head was buzzing. Wife, you think your husband can't do it? Yang Lin said with gritted teeth. I didn't. Qin Luoxi's voice grew smaller and smaller as she spoke. Men's pride is really too strong, but they can't hide their shortcomings and avoid seeking treatment. But she didn't dare say this. Honey, since you can't sleep, let's do some exercise and check whether your husband is any good. Yang Lin had originally planned to gradually improve his performance after returning, but Qin Luoxi's questioning tonight had aroused Yang Lin's desire to conquer. No. Before the sentence was finished, Yang Lin directly blocked Qin Luoxi's mouth. My dear, you have to learn to breathe. Yang Lin stroked Qin Luoxi softly, and once again kissed her soft lips. Qin Luoxi's body slowly relaxed, and she slowly raised her hands, holding Yang Lin's neck as she responded with all her might. Yang Lin felt Qin Luoxi's response. Yang Lin, it hurts. Qin Luoxi muttered with difficulty. My dear. The arrow is already on the string, I have to release it. Ah. A night of springtime. The next day. Yang Lin got up early and saw Qin Luoxi sleeping soundly. He couldn't bear to wake her up. He quickly freshened up and came downstairs. Master, Lin Feng sent a lot of gifts early in the morning. Auntie Lu pointed at the things on the table. Auntie Lu, could you please take these things to the car for me? Okay. Looking at the gifts on the table, Qin Luoxi really put her heart into it, and the gifts were quite adequate. It's almost time, and if Qin Luoxi doesn't get up, he won't make it. Last night was really too much. How could he have been so easily provoked by just a few words from Qin Luoxi? Sigh. Qin Luoxi still shows no sign of waking up. He's really tired. Honey, you should get up, or you'll miss lunch. Ah. Qin Luoxi is still groggy, and he can feel the pain between his legs. He opens his eyes and looks at Yang Lin, and suddenly covers himself with the quilt. What a shame. What's wrong with me? Yang Lin looked at Qin Luoxi's series of actions with a smile, and said slowly, Honey, am I good or not? Qin Luoxi bit her lips tightly, mortified. Why did she have to ask Yang Lin if she was good or not? Yang Lin pulled back the quilt, and Qin Luoxi's face turned red and she could have dripped water. Honey, if you don't get up, you won't make it in time for lunch. Ah, I'll get up right away, you're really something. Qin Luoxi said fiercely, and almost fell as she got out of bed. Yang Lin, with quick hands and eyes, immediately helped her up. Be careful. It's all your fault. Qin Luoxi pouted, heading towards the bathroom. This was the first time she was meeting Yang Lin's parents, and she definitely couldn't be late. She quickened her pace, with the images from last night playing non-stop in her mind. I can't do it, I can't think about it anymore. Qin Luoxi took a few deep breaths, trying to calm her nerves. She walked out of the bathroom, looked at Yang Lin's face, and broke the ice. Honey, we are husband and wife, there is no need to be embarrassed. Yang Lin, go to hell. Qin Luoxi hurried downstairs with a shy smile. Chapter 235 Chapter 232 Yang Lin confessed to his parents. Honey, Yang Lu is already waiting for us at the school gate, let's go pick her up first. Yang Lin had already contacted Yang Lu, and his parents at home also knew that he was going to take Qin Luoxi back with him today. Good. Qin Luoxi was fixing her makeup in the car. After a while, she no longer felt embarrassed and just wanted to make a good impression in front of Yang Lin's parents. Honey, you don't need to wear makeup, you're already beautiful. Yang Lin smiled helplessly. Qin Luoxi had already asked many times if her parents would like her. Qin Luoxi didn't look like the cold and beautiful CEO at all. If the people at the company saw her like this, they would probably drop their jaws in surprise. Just drive and pay attention to the road. Qin Luoxi ignored her and continued with her actions. Half an hour later. I'm late, have you been waiting long? No, I came out, had breakfast, and just arrived and have been waiting here. Yang Lu smiled sweetly, much more confidently. Brother, sister-in-law, I haven't told my parents that you're already married, I just said you were bringing a girlfriend home. Well, I'll tell my parents myself when we go back. Okay, brother, when you do, go easy, especially with Dad, he's more traditional. Yang Lu kindly reminded him. I know. Yang Lin thought to himself, this time when I go back, I expect there will be a big fight. Both matters are not trivial, let's take it one step at a time. Qin Luoxi's face changed, and he became worried. Don't worry, sister-in-law, my parents have no problem with you, it's just that my brother's actions will be criticized. Yang Lin took Qin Luoxi's hand and comforted her. Well, no matter what happens, Qin Luoxi will face it together with Yang Lin. After all, they did do the wrong thing in this matter. Luoxi, after you come back, the shantytown project will start immediately. You let Lin Feng and the others make the arrangements first. Don't worry, I've already made the arrangements. After I come back, I'll meet with the people from Huachin. Qin Luoxi is much more relaxed when it comes to work. Yang Lin saw Qin Luoxi's expression in the rearview mirror, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. When it comes to work, Qin Luoxi is indeed a lot more relaxed. 3 hours. 11:30 in the morning. Yang Lin's car pulls into the village. Yang Igua and Feng Xiaomei started bustling around as soon as they got Yang Lu's call. They went grocery shopping, cooked, and cleaned the house. They told everyone that Yang Lin was bringing his girlfriend home today. They couldn't hide the joy on their faces. No sooner had they finished than they kept looking towards the village entrance, their necks stretched out. Here it is, Yang Li, help unload the trunk later. Okay. Yang Lin smiled and looked at Qin Luoxi. Honey, don't be nervous meeting the in-laws, I'm here. Qin Luoxi had been mentally preparing herself for the whole trip, but even as they approached, she still felt nervous. She had signed contracts worth tens of millions and even billions of dollars without feeling this nervous. Okay. As soon as they got out of the car, they saw the villagers greeting Yang Lin. Yang Lin, you're back with your wife. Your parents have been preparing since early morning, hoping you will come back. Yang Lin, your wife is really pretty, just like the stars on TV. The villagers' eyes were glued to her, they had never seen such a pretty girl before. Yang Lin smiled as he took things out of the boot, saying, Yes, I brought my wife back to meet my parents. Uncle, Auntie, I'll have time to chat with you later. Okay, hurry back, your parents are waiting impatiently. Yang Lin had helped them deal with the village bully the last time he came back, and the simple farmers in the village were very happy, and Yang Lin's status had also increased as a result. Luoxi, watch where you're going and be careful not to sprain your ankle. I know. Qin Luoxi followed Yang Lin around, watching him greet people he knew. This is the smell of smoke and fire, right? Mom and Dad, we're back. Yang Lin shouted. These are the gifts Luoxi bought for you. It's good that you're back, you didn't need to buy anything, there will be plenty of money for that later. Feng Xiaomei said happily, her eyes fixed on Qin Luoxi. Hello, uncle and aunt, I'm Qin Luoxi. Yang Igua and Feng Xiaomei were stunned, how had their son found such a beauty? This variety of thoughts appeared in their minds. Mom and Dad, what are you daydreaming about? My sister-in-law is quite pretty. Yang Lu held Qin Luoxi's arm and teased. Yes, come in, it's hot outside. Feng Xiaomei followed up with a greeting. You must be hungry after driving all morning, let's eat. Yang Igua is not good with words, and it has always been Feng Xiaomei who greets. Luoxi, sit down and try my cooking. Okay. Qin Luoxi sat down next to Yang Lin with a smile. It's not about cooking, it's just some home cooking. Luoxi, try it and see if you like it. Okay, Auntie, I've heard that your cooking is very good, and today I can finally try it. Qin Luoxi gave a slight smile, picked up the chopsticks, and picked up a piece of fish. Auntie, it's delicious, how did you make it? If it's delicious, eat more, if you like it, I'll cook it for you often in the future. Qin Luoxi and Feng Xiaomei chatted with each other, not feeling her nervousness at all. Yang Lin was still foolishly worried that Qin Luoxi would not be comfortable, but it seems that there was no need at all. After dinner, Yang Lin and the others sat in the living room. Yang Lin, find some time, let's meet with Luoxi's parents and discuss your marriage. Yang Igua said, as the head of the family, this was the greatest respect he could think of for Qin Luoxi. Yang Lin took a deep breath and said, Mom and Dad, Luoxi and I are already married, but because something happened in the middle, we didn't have time to tell you. You're already married? Feng Xiaomei asked in surprise. She looked at Yang Igua next to her and couldn't believe it. Her own son got married and they didn't even know about it. Qin Luoxi's hands were clenched nervously. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry about this, here's what happened. Yang Lin spent 10 minutes going over the whole thing, omitting some details of course. After listening, Feng Xiaomei looked at Qin Luoxi with pity. My child, you suffered, how's your health? Auntie, I'm already healthy. I'm sorry for keeping it from you all this time. Qin Luoxi said sincerely. Silly child, compared to your health, all this is unimportant. Qin Luoxi looked at Feng Xiaomei with emotion. She thought she would definitely be scolded, but she didn't expect to be shown so much concern. She tried hard to hold back her tears. Yang Lin, although you are already married, our family's proper etiquette must not be lacking. The money for your wedding is already ready. We will find time to visit Luoxi's parents. Yang Igua said sternly, there is a reason for everything, he doesn't blame his children, as long as they are doing well, that is enough. Dad, Luoxi's parents also told me about this, but I've been so busy lately that I've been putting it off. Tomorrow, your mother and I will go with you to Jiangcheng to meet Luoxi's parents. Okay. Yang Lin understands Yang Igua, this is his respect for Qin Luoxi. Chapter 236 Chapter 233 Yang Lin's past. Mom and Dad, Yang Lin hesitated, not knowing how to say it. Qin Luoxi's nervous heart lifted again, and she knew what Yang Lin was going to say. If there's something, just say it, don't hesitate. Yang Igua thought to himself, nothing like this happened for such a big thing as getting married, what's the big deal? Yang Lin let out a breath and said, Mom and Dad, I know about my background. The faces of Yang Igua and Feng Xiaomei instantly changed. How did Yang Lin know? Did his parents find him? They had done a perfect job of keeping this a secret, and not even the people in the village knew. Mom and Dad, what does brother mean? Yang Lu looked at them in surprise. You know? Your parents found you? Yang Igua stretched his brows and looked at Yang Lin. Yang Lin nodded, in tacit agreement. Who are your parents? Feng Xiaomei now thinks about the scene when she met Yang Lin and feels sorry for the child. How could his parents be so heartless as to abandon their child? The child is so cute. His father is Qin Mota of the Qin family in Jingdu, and his mother is Yin Yan, and they have divorced. Yang Lin explained, and he suddenly thought that he had not met his biological mother so far. Hasn't she been looking for me? Could it be that Qin Wanru didn't tell her? Mom and Dad, can you tell me what happened at the time? Yang Lin asked nervously. Yang Lu was shocked and silent, sitting there in a daze. Hey, let me tell you. Feng Xiaomei's emotions seemed to have returned to that time. When I gave birth to my first child, my parents were in poor health, so I took care of the child at my parents' house. Later, the child suddenly developed leukemia, and with the medical conditions at that time, there was no way to save him. As she spoke, tears welled up in Feng Xiaomei's eyes. At that time, I couldn't bear the blow and my emotions were low for a while. One day, your father took me to the mountains for a walk. In the crevices of a stone, I saw you unconscious. When you were thin, you had injuries on your legs and hands. Seeing you, I felt like I was seeing my own child. I picked you up and kept waiting there, but no one came looking for you. Your father and I both felt that we couldn't leave you behind, so we brought you back here. I also returned from my parents' home and came back here with your father. That's why every year I take you to that mountain to see if I can meet your parents. Feng Xiaomei wiped away her tears. She thought she would die taking this secret with her to the grave. Yang Lin, I'm sorry that because of our selfishness, you were separated from your biological parents for so many years. Mom, don't say that. If it weren't for you, I might have already died. Yang Lin briefly explained what had happened to the Qin family. How could this be? Are you in danger now? Yang Igua and Feng Xiaomei were stunned. What Yang Lin had said had exceeded their understanding. That selfish act had saved Yang Lin's life. Was this the way of the world? Mom and Dad, I should thank you. Although I am not your biological son, you still raised me as if I were. I have been very happy over the years. Whether or not I recognize my biological parents, you are the people closest to me, and I will always be with you. Yang Lin stood up and said sincerely. Good, good, good. Feng Xiaomei's tears kept flowing as she hugged Yang Lin. After keeping this secret for so many years, she could finally let out a sigh of relief. Mom, it's okay. Yang Lin patted Feng Xiaomei's back. Yang Igua's eyes were also moist, and he was trying hard to hold back his tears. Yang Lu silently shed tears. Yang Lin, what are you going to do? Dad, let's talk about it later. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll take one step at a time. After I've dealt with things in Jiangcheng, I'll take Luoxi to Kyoto. Okay, no matter what you do, your mother and I will support you. Yang Lin nodded and continued to comfort Feng Xiaomei. Uncle and Aunt, Yang Lin and I will be with you in the future. Qin Luoxi stood up, walked up to Yang Lin, and said solemnly. Good, good, good. Feng Xiaomei happily wiped away her tears. Brother, will you ever stop treating me like your little sister? Yang Lu pouted, remembering when she was little and how Yang Lin had helped her teach people a lesson more than once. It felt so good to have a brother. Silly, you'll always be my little sister, it'll never change. Everyone laughed happily. Yang Lin's heart was finally at ease, and everything had finally been taken care of. Luoxi, let me show you the place where I've lived for decades. The sun was about to set, and Yang Lin suddenly wanted to take Qin Luoxi for a walk. Good. It's rare to be so free and easy, so she and Yang Lin can enjoy themselves. Back in Jiangcheng, it'll be busy again. Luoxi, do you see that peach orchard? Yang Lin pointed to the distant forest and continued, I climbed a tree to steal peaches, and was chased by a dog for several kilometers, until I was exhausted. Now I think about it, I was really naughty as a child. Qin Luoxi laughed and covered her mouth. It's obvious that you were very naughty as a child. A boy should be naughty. When I was young, I did a lot of things. I took birds' eggs, got stung by bees, roasted chickens, and ran wildly in the planted rice fields. Yang Lin thinks about it and it's exciting. Wife, what about when you were a child? Qin Luoxi froze for a moment. She envied Yang Lin so much for being able to play carefree. My parents were very busy when I was young, and a nanny took care of me. I started learning all kinds of knowledge at a very young age, and there was very little entertainment. Luoxi. Yang Lin felt something strike his heart, and his chest ached faintly. Yang Lin, I don't regret it. I was born into such a family, and I've enjoyed a very good education in life. I must take on the corresponding responsibilities. My dear, I'll slowly introduce you to this kind of life in the future. Good. Qin Luoxi snuggled into Yang Lin's arms. I was really naughty when I was a child, but my parents were very strict, and I was not spared the rod. At the time, I was very angry. It was also here that I first felt that I had to study hard. I watched my parents planting rice in the fields in the hot sun, stooped over, with sweat streaming down their faces. They kept wiping it away, but never stopped moving. Qin Luoxi listened quietly to Yang Lin's story without interrupting. Later, I also did well, and was accepted into a good high school and university. I worked part-time at the university to reduce the burden on my parents, and here I am now. Their positive and optimistic attitude towards life has had a great influence on me. I am very grateful to them. Yang Lin reminisced about the past. He did not feel that he was not their biological son. Like the other children in the village, he deserved to be beaten, scolded, and loved, and there was no difference. Yang Lin, let's be good and filial to them in the future, and let them live a happy old age. Okay, together. The sun set in the west, and the two of them were enveloped in the afterglow, quiet and peaceful. Chapter 237 Chapter 234 The parents of the Yang and Qin families meet. The next day. Mom, you look really pretty today. Yang Lin's eyes were filled with surprise. He had never seen Feng Xiaomei dress up properly, wearing a cheongsam that was dazzling. Is this really okay to wear? Feng Xiaomei had been torn for a long time, constantly looking left and right. She had gone to the city to buy a dress especially for the occasion of meeting Qin Luoxi's parents, but she always felt a little strange about it. Mom, it looks great. Yang Lin sincerely praised it. Auntie, you look very suitable in this outfit. Okay, since Luoxi said so, I'll wear this, let's go. Feng Xiaomei didn't hesitate. It would take a few hours to get to Jiangcheng, so she couldn't afford to waste any time. Yang Igua's eyes lit up, as if he had returned to his younger days. He wore a white shirt with Western-style trousers. His emotions surged. A group of people set off for Jiangcheng. Yang Lin, have you made the arrangements? Where are we having the banquet for Luoxi's parents at noon? Yang Igua sat upright, slightly nervous. His own son had abducted someone else's girl, and the parents of both sides had not yet met. Uncle, I already called my parents yesterday. My parents' idea is to eat at home, a family dinner, warm and undisturbed. Qin Luoxi explained simply. Luoxi, will this be bad, disturbing your parents? Auntie, why would that be? My parents are very happy, it's been a long time since we had such a lively gathering. Yang Lin looked at his parents, who were feeling a little awkward, in the rearview mirror and said gently to comfort them, "Parents, you don't need to be nervous, it's just a simple gathering, just act normally, Luoxi's parents are very easy to get along with." "Okay, we'll leave it to you." Feng Xiaomei nodded, but she was still slightly nervous. "Sister-in-law, you and my brother are married now, do you have to change your address?" Yang Lu asked playfully, hugging Feng Xiaomei's arm and winking at Qin Luoxi. Qin Luoxi said generously, "Mom and Dad, it's my oversight." Yang Lin's heart was filled with joy, Qin Luoxi is awesome. Feng Xiaomei and Yang Igua laughed and agreed, and the tense atmosphere in the car immediately eased, with laughter and joy all around. 3 hours later. Rose Manor. "Brother, are you sure you're in the right place?" Yang Lu stuck her head out of the car and looked at the building outside, her jaw dropping in surprise. "This is Luoxi's home." "Brother, you've married a rich woman?" Yang Lu's eyes widened and her mouth dropped open. The last time she shopped at Dream Mall, she knew that Qin Luoxi was rich, but she didn't realize that he was this rich. "Luo, what do you say about your brother?" Yang Igua said sternly. Yang Lu stuck out her tongue and consciously kept quiet. "Yang Lu, your brother is also a rich man, maybe I'm with him." Qin Luoxi smiled like the spring breeze and looked at Yang Lin admiringly. "Brother, are you really rich?" Yang Lu leaned forward and grabbed the front seat. "Yes," Yang Lin said as he parked the car. Feng Xiaomei and Yang Igua glanced at each other and didn't say anything. They had a long chat with Yang Lin last night and knew that his biological parents had a strong background and were financially strong. "Yang Lu, you study hard for the next 4 years at university, and you can earn a lot of money in the future with your own efforts," Yang Lin suddenly said, quite hoping that Yang Lu can be independent, confident, and live her own style. "Brother, I will," Yang Lu promised, determined to work hard and not fall behind. "Yang Lin, the gift in the trunk, don't forget," Yang Igua reminded. Although the Luoxi family doesn't lack anything, they still can't come empty-handed, and the proper etiquette is still necessary. "Good." Qin Changcheng and Lu Yulan saw Yang Lin's car park and hurriedly got up and walked over. "Mom and Dad, they are Luoxi's parents," Yang Lin introduced easily. "In-laws, you must be tired from the car ride, hurry and go inside to rest." Lu Yulan smiled and took Feng Xiaomei by the hand and walked towards the house. Yang Igua and Qin Changcheng followed behind, not speaking, listening to the conversation in front of them. "Sister-in-law, it's so big here, can I look around later?" "Yes, no problem. The school is closed on weekends, so you can come and stay whenever you like." "Really? You're so kind, sister-in-law." Yang Lu hugged Qin Luoxi's arm and looked around curiously. Yang Lin followed behind with the groceries, looking at the crowd in front of him. Happiness is so simple. As soon as they entered the house, they saw Qin Wanqing and Qin Qingfeng sitting on the sofa, holding their phones. "Hello, Auntie and Uncle." They immediately got up and put down their phones. "In-laws, these are my younger brother's 2 children. I heard you were coming, and they ran over too. My brother will be here soon." Lu Yulan pulled Feng Xiaomei down and said simply, "Hello." Feng Xiaomei was at a loss for words. Qin Luoxi walked over to Feng Xiaomei in time, put her arm around her, and said with a smile, "Mom, this is the home of Yang Lin and me." Feng Xiaomei only started to take a look at this time. "It's huge and luxuriously decorated. This is also your home with Dad." Qin Luoxi continued, and Feng Xiaomei looked at her gratefully and nodded. The embarrassment and awkwardness dissipated a lot. "Okay, in-laws, we don't know how to speak either, we just hope that the 2 children are fine. Yes, our greatest wish as parents is for our children to be happy." Lu Yulan smiled and looked at Qin Luoxi and Yang Lin. Thinking about Qin Luoxi lying in bed for 2 months, it didn't feel good. "Master, madam, the meal is ready, shall we eat?" "Wait a bit, Qingfeng, give your father a call and ask where he is," Qin Changcheng said calmly, knowing that Qin Changming was busy at work. If he didn't have time, it would be fine to meet some other day. At that moment, the sound of a car pulling up outside the villa could be heard. It should be Dad's arrival. Qin Qingfeng hurriedly went to open the door. "Sorry, I'm late." Qin Changming put down his briefcase and said with a smile, "Uncle, you're busy at work, but you were able to find the time to come here, thank you." Yang Lin said seriously. They attached great importance to their parents, and Yang Lin was very touched. "Of course, your parents are here for the first time, I have to find the time to come no matter what." "Everyone is here, let's eat." Qin Wanru spoke, and everyone began to walk towards the table. In no time at all, Yang Lu and Qin Wanru had become acquainted and were happily chatting in a low voice. In-laws, mother-in-law, welcome. I've wanted to meet you for a long time, but there were so many things to do. Luoxi is also just in time. I've put this off until now. I'd like to propose a toast to you. Qin Wanru said calmly, feeling very emotional inside. If it weren't for Yang Lin, the Qin family might have fallen into obscurity. In-laws, you're too polite. We should have met you sooner. After saying this, Yang Igua looked at Yang Lin, who shrunk his neck, remained silent, and stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth. Everyone, don't be polite, we are all family, it's not too late to meet now. Qin Changming made up for Yang Lin. Yes, let's have a drink together. After a meal full of laughter, the initial awkwardness disappeared without a trace. Chapter 238 Chapter 235 Ruan Shaochen went abroad. Yushu Electronics. Li Yushu put down the documents, organized the collected information, and prepared to leave the office. At this time, Li Guanghai's phone call came in. Li Yushu slid the answer button. Dad, is there something wrong? The chip information you sent me has already been sent out, so you should come back for now to avoid exposure. Li Guanghai decided after careful consideration. Li Yushu is the most outstanding descendant of the Li family, and he can't keep wasting time on this matter. There are more important things waiting for him. Okay, I'll organize the information tomorrow morning, finish things up, and then go back to Kyoto. Well, that's good, the Zhao family patriarch's birthday is in a few days, you and I will go together. Grandpa is going too? Li Yushu put down what he was holding and asked calmly. Yes, there are only a few people left from their generation, and they will all be there. The Zhao family birthday banquet is not crowded, just a few families. Hurry up and get it done and come back quickly. Good. Li Yushu suddenly thought of something and said, Dad, do I need to get involved in the shantytown project? He didn't have confidence in Li Yuan's family. If it weren't for the Li family backing them up, they would have long since crumbled and they wouldn't be able to deal with Yang Lin. It's enough to get people's attention. Although this project is profitable, it's not enough to keep you in Jiangcheng. Just get people's attention and let the people below do it at the time. Understood. Li Yushu didn't dither either. He wanted to stay behind to take on Yang Lin, and of course it was better to provide advice from behind the scenes. He liked the feeling. The enemy is aware of our plans, but we are not aware of theirs. I'll go home and have dinner with Grandpa tomorrow night. Li Guanghai had been paving the way for Li Yushu, and his two sons had also done well, allowing him to maintain a stable position in the Li family. Good. Zhao family. Linger, you haven't come home to see me for a few days since you got back. Zhao Yucai smiled, sipped his tea, and looked at Zhao Ling lovingly. She is the only girl in the third generation of the Zhao family, and the whole family treasures her. Grandpa, I'm just reporting in, right? I just straightened things out and came back to see you. Zhao Ling looked at Zhao Yucai coquettishly. Okay. Zhao Yucai was in a great mood, and the fatigue disappeared. Zhao Jinggang happened to walk in and saw the scene. Dad, Lingling, are you done? Almost, it's all been arranged. Good, then learn more from the team leader. Understood. Dad, I just got back, so don't lecture me. Zhao Ling pursed her lips, her ears about to form calluses. Okay, I won't say anything to you. Zhao Jinggang shook his head and turned to Zhao Yucai and said, Dad, here's the list of people you've invited for your birthday. Take a look. Zhao Yucai took the list and looked it over carefully. Okay, that's it, don't add anyone else, it'll look bad. Yes. Zhao Ling walked over and picked up the list to read it. Dad, is Li Yushu coming too? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Not really, when I was in Jiangcheng, I saw Li Yushu having dinner with an ordinary girl, and after some investigation, I saw Han Manyun the next day. Zhao Ling couldn't figure it out and continued, what is the charm of Jiangcheng that makes the Li family's son stay in Jiangcheng all the time and date an ordinary girl in true love? Zhao Ling is 100% unconvinced. Li Yushu puts the Li family first, career first, and love is needed to help him, otherwise he would not have married Han Manyun. But why bother to provoke a girl, what is his purpose? Zhao Jinggang and Zhao Yucai glanced at each other. Just stop thinking about this and that, and think about when you'll find me a son-in-law. Dad, you really want me to get married, huh? I'm ignoring you, I'm going out. Zhao Ling stamped her feet and ran out. Zhao Jingang's attitude made it clear that he didn't want to tell her anything useful, and she would have to rely on herself. Zhao Jinggang sat down, frowning, and said, "Dad, the Li family is moving again." "Wait, Yang Lin, you call him in a few days." "Okay." Rose Manor. "Yang Lin, your father and I will go back tomorrow." Feng Xiaomei spent the afternoon chatting with Qin Luoxi's parents and learned that they were doing well and did not plan to stay longer. "Mom and Dad, you are visiting Jiangcheng for the first time, stay a few more days. I'll show you around." "No, you are quite busy with work and the phone never stops ringing." "I won't disturb you. We also have things to do at home. When you have children, we'll come back." "Okay, you and Dad go back and don't do any more farm work. Take care of your health. I can earn money, so you can live in peace and contentment in your old age. I'll support you. Yang Lin is not pushing it. Don't worry, your father and I are doing just fine." "Yang Lin, when are you going to Kyoto?" Feng Xiaomei couldn't hold back any longer and asked. She had learned from Qin Luoxi that the Qin family in Kyoto was no ordinary family. She was worried about Yang Lin going there, as she didn't know what attitude they would have, and the situation in Kyoto was very complicated. "In about a week, I need to get things arranged in Jiangcheng first. Mom and Dad, don't worry about me, no matter what happens to me in the future, I will always be your son," Yang Lin promised. "Silly boy, as long as you are well, that's all that matters." Feng Xiaomei's eyes reddened as she lowered her head. "Yang Lin, don't be impulsive when you go to work in Kyoto. If anything happens, if you are unhappy, come back, your mother and I will be waiting for you at home." Yang Igua patted Feng Xiaomei's back and said solemnly, "Fatherly love is as simple as that." "Good." Yang Lin was extremely moved. Headquarters of the spy organization. Ruan Shaochen and Tong, who drifted at sea for more than 10 days, and finally reached their destination. They respectfully stood in the hall and waited for more than an hour, not daring to make a sound. Before arriving, Tom, who had already given him knowledge about the headquarters of the spy organization. Ruan Shaochen was shocked. The architecture, decoration, and equipment all amazed him. He was even more determined to become stronger. "I wonder how Ruan Changfeng is." Ruan Shaochen was a little worried. "Director Qin," Tong Hu respectfully called. "This mission has failed." A simple sentence, the air pressure instantly dropped, and the temperature around him dropped a few degrees. "Director Qin spared my life." Tong Hu fell to his knees with a thud, and the sweat on his forehead kept coming. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still scared. Ruan Shaochen took a shocked step back. He looked up at Director Qin and met his gaze. He couldn't help but tremble, and immediately lowered his head. "I'll go and receive the punishment myself." "Yes." Tong Hu didn't dare hesitate, and immediately retreated. "Ruan Shaochen, do you want to join the organization?" "Yes." "Why?" "I want to become strong." Ruan Shaochen clenched his fists, and the veins in his hands bulged. "Good, since you are prepared, go ahead and participate in the training," Director Qin said in an emotionless voice. As soon as the words fell, a person walked out next to him, leading Ruan Shaochen away. Chapter 239. Chapter 236. Yumiao was arrested. Longan Villa. Has everything been arranged? Wang Yuan Jin leaned back on the sofa, exhaling smoke. He had been exhausted from being tortured by Li Yan these past few days, and he still couldn't resist. Fortunately, Li Yan had gone back because the Lincheng sisters group was holding an event. He was greatly relieved. He had to go to Jiangcheng tomorrow to discuss cooperation, and he had to arrange everything tonight. He has already reached an agreement with Liang Er. He will cause trouble during the demolition process under Feng Tian's banner. Are you sure Liang Er is fine? No problem. Liang Er used to be Su Fan's right-hand man and was very loyal. Su Fan was killed by Feng Tian and was very angry. He resisted for a long time, but Feng Tian's entourage was too strong and he had to lie low. Long Zhi stood straight and continued, Liang Er has many underlings, and they can act when the opportunity arises. They are enough to make Jiangcheng drink a pot. That's good, continue to follow up, be more discreet. Understood. How are the documents and materials for tomorrow prepared? They are all ready, don't worry. Wang Yuan Jin nodded. Without Li Yan's suppression, he felt physically and mentally comfortable, but it was a bit less fun. You go and get ready first. After Long Zhi left, a figure came over the spiral staircase. Boss, I found a female singer, she looks pure and innocent, definitely to your liking. Wei Bo described her in vivid detail. He is Wang Yuan Jin's personal assistant. To put it bluntly, he finds beautiful women for him and takes care of the aftermath. Do you have a photo? Yes, boss, look. Wei Bo immediately handed over the tablet. Good, in an hour, I want to see someone waiting for me in bed. Wang Yuan Jin smiled wickedly, and he was going to let loose tonight. On the other side, Yumiao had finally finished recording her song, finished early, and was sitting on the sofa. She dialed Qin Luoxi's video call. Luoxi, have you missed me? Well, I've missed you. Are you done? Let's go eat and go shopping together. I can't right now, the concert is about to start soon. I've been so busy lately that I haven't even had time to sleep. Yumiao made a pitiful face. Since she learned that Qin Luoxi had woken up, her mood had improved, and she was singing more cheerfully. Poor thing, when is the concert? I'll definitely go then. Qin Luoxi was lying on the bed, swinging her legs up and down. Half a month later, I've already got the tickets ready, you and Yang Lin must come then. No problem. Qin Luoxi smiled happily. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang. Luoxi, wait a minute, I'll get the door, the takeaway I ordered has arrived. Okay, I'll wait for you. Yumiao put on her shoes and ran to open the door. Who are you? What do you want? Come with us, our boss wants to see you. Let go of me. Yumiao kept struggling, and finally there was no sound. Meow meow, what's wrong with you? Qin Luoxi panicked and got up, calling out non-stop. Only the sound of the door closing was heard. Luoxi, what's wrong? Yang Lin had just finished taking a shower when he heard Luoxi's anxious voice. Meow meow has been kidnapped, what should we do? Don't panic, you call Yumiao's agency, I'll call Feng Tian and ask him to send someone to find her. Yang Lin calmly arranged things. Good. Qin Luoxi also calmed down, panic will only make things worse. Wu Bojun stared at the light in Yumiao's room. When he was not busy, he would wait here and watch, although there was nothing he could do. At this moment, he saw two people carrying a girl in a hurry out of the stairwell and stuffing her into a business car. Brother Wei, the person has been caught. Good, well done. Wei Bo skillfully processed the surveillance video on the computer. Yumiao. Wu Bojun was shocked. He would not mistake anyone. Yumiao had been deeply imprinted in his mind. What were these people going to do? He immediately started the car and followed. While driving, he dialed Yumiao's agent to call. President Wu, I just got the news, Miao has been kidnapped. How do you know? I'm following them, the license plate number is EXX. President Qin Luoxi called me, they were on a video call when Miao was suddenly taken away, so please be careful. Okay. Wu Bojun dared not be distracted, and carefully followed behind. Yang Lin's phone call came through, Wu Bojun glanced at it and answered. Drive in that direction. West, to the outskirts. Good, Feng Tian has already arranged someone. Don't take any action alone. Wait until you've met up with them. Thanks. It's best not to alert the police station. Miao is a public figure. Wu Bojun thought about this a lot. Good. Yang Lin didn't waste any time. He drove out according to the route Feng Tian had given him. He couldn't bear to see Qin Luoxi worry, so he stopped her and went out himself. Brother Bo, we'll be there soon. This time, the reward will definitely be substantial. Nonsense, Mr. Wang has always been generous in this regard. Wei Bo has followed Wang Yuan Jin for several years and has made a lot of money, living a comfortable life. Get out of the car and take the person inside. The two men carried Yumiao into the villa. Wu Bojun parked the car, looked at the house number, and sent it to Yang Lin. 5 minutes later, an unfamiliar phone call came in. Mr. Wu, Mr. Yang asked me to contact you, we're already here. Okay, let's go in together. Wu Bojun dared not delay, the longer it took, the more danger Yumiao was in. Okay. Feng Tian personally led the men to join Wu Bojun and enter the villa. Wu Bojun watched Feng Tian and the others in action, and couldn't help but marvel, no wonder they were able to unify the Jiangcheng underworld in just 2 months. They were good at what they did. In the bedroom. It really is tender, youth is good. Wang Yuan Jin felt Yumiao's thigh. Yun Miao only felt her thighs itch, and she slowly opened her eyes. Who are you? What do you want? She cried out in terror, her hands tied behind her back, her body kept moving back. It doesn't matter who I am, what's important is that I'll make you feel good later. Wang Yuan Jin revealed an evil smile and began to undress. In the end, he was only wearing underwear. Don't! Yun Miao cried out in fear, her hands struggling non-stop. Be good, or you'll be sorry later. Wang Yuan Jin slowly approached. No! Yun Miao didn't know where she got the strength, and she gave a hard kick between Wang Yuan Jin's legs. SSSHH. Wang Yuan Jin covered his pain with a hideous expression. Pat. Bitch, you want to be punished? A slap mark suddenly appeared on Yun Miao's face, and she stubbornly raised her head. If my baby is ruined, you're dead. Wang Yuan Jin was very nervous. Since you like violence, let's play a little violent tonight. Sigh. Yun Miao's clothes were torn open. Don't. Chapter 240 Chapter 237 Yang Lin, Wang Yuan Jin, cooperate. Who are you? Weibo looked at a group of people rushing in and asked nervously. Where is Yun Miao? Wu Bojun's voice was cold, and he was very anxious. Every minute of delay would put Yun Miao in more danger. You are trespassing, and you are going to jail. Weibo pretended to be calm and glanced at the upstairs. Wu Bojun didn't waste any time and quickly ran upstairs. Feng Tian saw this and told someone to grab Weibo and the other two and follow him upstairs. Bang bang. Wu Bojun kicked open the door with a few kicks. Meow meow. Who are you? How dare you break into my home? Wang Yuan Jin shouted angrily and grabbed the clothes on the floor. Yun Miao heard the sound and hope rose in her heart, and she stopped sobbing. Brother Wu. Wu Bojun's eyes were red, and he wrapped Yun Miao in a sheet. After doing so, his cold eyes stared at Wang Yuan Jin, and he was ready to kill. Wu Buoxuan punched Wang Yuan Jin directly in the face. You. Wang Yuan Jin covered his bleeding nose, his teeth were loose. Miao Miao, close your eyes. Wu Buoxuan moved his arms and legs, looking at Yun Miao. Yun Miao obediently closed his eyes. Do you know who I am? You want to die. Wang Yuan Jin kept yelling, but his heart was pounding. Weibo and the others must have been taken care of. He was now alone, and he only hoped that using his identity would make them wary. I am Wang Yuan Jin, the chairman of Huachin Construction, and my wife is Li Yuan from the Li family in Kyoto. Wu Bojun froze for a moment, the Li family. Wang Yuan Jin watched Wu Bojun's movements, and his expression returned to normal. If you leave now, I'll pretend this never happened. He wiped the blood from his nose and waited for Wu Bojun's reaction. Wu Bojun glanced at Yun Miao and made up his mind. What if you're a Li family member? After saying that, he kicked Wang Yuan Jin full force in the chin. Pop. Wang Yuan Jin fell to the ground with a loud thud, his chin crooked. You're dead. Wang Yuan Jin's eyes were vicious, he hadn't been so insulted in a long time. Wu Bojun didn't waste any words, and started to attack Wang Yuan Jin. Stop fighting. Wang Yuan Jin held his head, scared. Is he going to die here tonight? Wu Xiao. Feng Tian shouted, and Wu Bojun regained his senses and stopped. Feng Tian, I'll leave this to you. Wu Bojun walked over to the bed and picked up Yun Miao. At this time, Yang Lin ran in. Looking at the scene in the room, he understood. He walked in and looked surprised at Wang Yuan Jin lying on the ground. How could it be him? Yang Lin, I'll take Miao and go first. I'll leave this to you, I'll contact you later. Wu Buoxuan knew that things had gotten out of hand. Wang Yuan Jin's sensitive identity meant trouble. Where are you taking her? Yang Lin felt strange about Wu Buoxuan's behavior tonight. I'll take her home. Okay, I'll handle it. This is not the time to explore, let's talk about it after we're done. Yang Lin walked up to Wang Yuan Jin and crouched down. Chairman Wang, I can't believe you dared to do such a thing behind Li Yuan's back. I wonder if Li Yuan knows. After saying that, Yang Lin took out his phone and took several photos from different angles. Wang Yuan Jin tried hard to look up at Yang Lin. It's you. Yes, we meet again. What do you think she will do if I send these photos to Li Yuan? Don't. Wang Yuan Jin doesn't care how much fun he has in private, as long as Li Yuan doesn't know. Once she finds out, she will never let him off the hook. Feng Tian helped director Wang up. Yang Lin sat on the sofa nearby, and a plan slowly emerged in his mind. Wang Yuan Jin was thrown onto the sofa by Feng Tian's men, and he struggled to adjust his body. Chairman Wang, I can't tell from looking at you that you have quite a bit of fun in your private life. What do you want? I have photos of you with different women. If Li Yan finds out, I'm afraid your life won't be safe. Wang Yuan Jin looked at Yang Lin in horror. Who are you? Yang Lin. You're Yang Lin? Wang Yuan Jin looked at him in surprise. Li Yan treats you like a dog, doesn't he? Wang Yuan Jin's face was unsettled, and he said, What do you want? It's simple. I'm not happy with the Li family, and I'm sure you're not either. Let's work together. Ha! Do you know the Li family's strength? You're delusional to deal with them. Wang Yuan Jin looked at Yang Lin with derision. He had also had such thoughts before, but he had suppressed them in the end. His strength wouldn't allow it. The Li family may seem impressive to you, but in my eyes, they are nothing. Why do you think that we ended up partnering up for the Shantytown project, and not the Yang family? Wang Yuanjin's eyes widened in disbelief. Why? Because I am the young master of the Qin family of Jingdu. Yang Lin said with conviction. Wang Yuanjin's body stiffened. Yang Lin continued, If Li Yan is dissatisfied with you, he can kick you out at any time. Only by being strong can you be in control, don't you agree? Wang Yuanjin struggled internally, lowering his head, he dared not take risks. Wang Yuanjin, you have no choice, cooperate with me and there is still a way out. If you don't cooperate, the photos will appear in Li Yan's hands tomorrow. You only have 3 minutes to think about it. After Yang Lin finished speaking, he took out his phone and sent a message to Qin Luoxi, so that she wouldn't worry. Wang Yuanjin was in extraordinary torment. He had no choice. Li Yan was becoming more and more impatient with him, simply because he knew too much. Once the photos appear in front of her, he will definitely be kicked out, and he may even lose his life. But if he cooperates with Yang Lin, and if it is discovered, he will definitely be killed. He is dead either way, but if he cooperates with Yang Lin, he still has a chance. I have 2 conditions. Say it. Yang Lin put down his phone and asked calmly. I want 500 million in funding. After the Shantytown project is complete, safely send me out of the country. No problem. Yang Lin agreed cheerfully, and as for what happens afterwards, we'll talk about it later. Wang Yuanjin was a little surprised. He was so quick to agree, but was there a catch? You're not considering anything? What's there to consider? I'm not short of money, I have no grudges against you, I'm after the Li family, sending you abroad will be a breeze. Good. Wang Yuanjin thought about Yang Lin's identity and really didn't care. It was easy for him. I need to know how the Li family operates in the project? Remember, don't lie to me, you can't afford the consequences. Yang Lin looked at Wang Yuanjin with cold eyes, emanating cold from every part of his body. Okay, don't worry. Wang Yuanjin swallowed, answering mechanically. The Li family is demanding that the demolition project be handed over to you. I'll have someone contact Feng Tian's people. When the demolition starts, there will be chaos, and it's best if something goes wrong. Wang Yuanjin's voice grew smaller and smaller as he spoke. He carefully observed Yang Lin's expression. After Feng Tian heard this, his body stiffened, and he realized that the problem was with him. He felt a little self-blame that he had not noticed. Who was in contact? Feng Tian took a step forward and pressed Wang Yuanjin.